hello. Day 9, day 10, and maybe day 11 of George Kelly. Let's get into it. Yes, Sneed. Yes, that's always an appropriate response. The cartel got me, not yet. All right, guys, so here we go. Donde escalate? Donde escalate? Most of the Spanish I know is La Migra. La Migra. So here we go. All right. Where's this thing? What? Why is... Oh, come on. Hold on here. Santa Cruz County AZ.gov. There we go. All right. Why did I want to load up? Okay, we got to find the right day. Oh, let's just screwed it up again. What day? April 5th. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, so we've got April 5th afternoon. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Also, sorry for the delay, but here we go. I will say I love how high quality the sound is in this situation. Phenomenal.
Doesn't look like any of the jurors got blown away by the wind over lunchtime. I've never seen wind like that before. Counsel and the defendant is present. Ms. Lothorpe was in cross-examination of the witness, who's on the witness stand. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify one more thing. That's it. And it was something that was quoted yesterday. You were talking about what Mr. Kelly said, and you told the jurors that he said it happened after you left, referencing the shot, I'm sure, okay? Do you remember saying that yesterday?
What was the statement again?
It happened after you left, referencing the shot or the killing of the deceased.
Yes, he said that.
Okay, but in your report, you also noted that he said he thought it happened after you left. You left out the word thought yesterday, correct?
From my statement to my report, is that the question?
In your report, your statement was in the report that Mr. Kelly said he thought it happened after you left. But in your testimony, you said Mr. Kelly said it happened after you left. That sort of changes the meaning a little bit, correct?
I don't recall leaving that statement out, but
Okay. Well, I got clarity now. You're not denying that he said he thought it happened.
yes.
Okay. And you are aware that in the first visit to his home by law enforcement earlier in the day, that they had spread out and searched the property. And so is there any reason to believe that's why he thought it had to happen after that first visit? Would that be rational thinking?
I don't understand the
Mr.
question.
Kelly sorry about that, I didn't mean to cut you off. Mr. Kelly was aware that his property was being searched by law enforcement, Border Patrol, sheriffs, whoever was out there in the fields checking and looking for anything that could be pertinent, bodies, people, suspects of the initial shooting. So the fact that he knew everyone combed this area and now there's a dead body in the same area, isn't that reason to believe for him to speculate that maybe it happened after law enforcement left earlier?
When the deputies were there earlier, I will be guessing to point out what they were looking for, because the call was not to search for a body, it was to search for, again, the active shooter that they had reported initially.
Okay,
I
that
would be
is,
guessing if they were searching for an actual body out there.
well, and you're referencing a dead body, but a body is is someone that could be shooting, right? A person is a body, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And so they were searching, and then he commented, this must have happened after, because he knows that law enforcement was there on his property looking before. Would be a reasonable comment, but you brought it up yesterday. I just wanted to bring clarity. So knowing that, does it seem more reasonable?
The way you're painting it, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Nothing further past the witness.
Redirect examination.
That was
Thank
nice.
you, Your Honor. Detective, we talked quite a bit on cross-examination about securing the scene for a search warrant. Can you tell me, first of all, let's talk about the property. How remote is the property?
It is isolated from other or nearby residences in the area of the Kino Springs village, as we refer to it. It is a remote area. I will be guessing to tell you the distance between the other houses, but it is quite a distance from other structures.
Is the property fenced, if you know?
I did see a fence around the,
You basically reinforce the notion of why you called the Border Patrol before the sheriff's office, and why you use a cell phone to not call 911, because it's remote and isolated. Thank you. Great job. Great job, prosecutor.
actual house. I did not see any other fences on farther away from the house.
You weren't looking for that, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Did you see a gate when you came in?
there was a gate, yes.
Fair to say that there aren't crowds of people milling about on the Kelly property?
Not that I saw any.
So when you secured the scene, who were you securing the scene? Who were you concerned about securing the scene from or involving?
At that point, from the subjects I had made contact with, Mr. Kelly, and thinking that Miss Kelly could have been inside as well.
Okay. And so can you tell the jury what the process is when you believe you have the appropriate amount of information to request a search warrant? What is the process that you go through when you secure a scene for that search warrant?
The process of securing a scene will be to, in this example, a house and then the surrounding property. If I have enough reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime occurred, I have the authority to, again, seize, which means seize any movement from persons going into the property, which potentially could destroy evidence, hide evidence. So at that point, that was my main focus, to make sure that no one went into the property or, I'm sorry, the home itself, and that we didn't have anyone roaming around the surrounding of the structure trying to hide or tamper with evidence.
You were out at the scene that night, is that right?
Yes,
Was it cold?
it was cold, yes.
And who makes the ultimate determination on whether there's enough evidence to search a residence?
The ultimate, the ultimate authority that can authorize the search of the interior will be a judge.
So you're not the one who makes the determination of whether to seek a search warrant, is that right?
To seek the search warrant?
Right.
In that particular case, no, it was not my determination.
You just secure the scene because you think that someone else might want to get one.
Objection, sorry. Objection leading.
Sustain. Sustain.
do you secure the scene so that someone else can make that determination?
That is part of my job, yes.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
Let's talk for a second about the backpack. If you don't mind grabbing some gloves and taking a look in the backpack. And without showing it to the jury, would you take a look at that T-shirt that originally you weren't able to identify? And if you'd look at both sides of the T-shirt. Did you get a good look at it? Could you take a look at, and if I could have the screen, please, I'm showing you what's been already admitted. Image number 46. Was it 116? I think 116, Your Honor. Exhibit 116. Could you take a look on the screen? Do you recognize that item now that you've looked in the? Okay. Okay, is that the same T-shirt? So is there any missing
We gotta
T-shirt?
get him, we gotta get him to the microphone.
Oh, sure, microphone. Is that the same T-shirt?
Yes, it looks like
Oh, and I think it's not turned on.
yes, the item in the backpack seems as the item in the photograph, which is, I remember seeing it. No,
So we're not missing a T-shirt?
no,
And we don't have an extra T-shirt?
no.
Okay, thank you. And how can you tell that that's the same T-shirt, by the way, since you're there?
The lettering, the everything in the front is the same T-shirt. Again, yesterday was folded, so.
And I'm sorry that you took your gloves off because I have one more question for you while you're there with the backpack. My apologies. And if you could just zip that up now. No, just zip it up if you would. And if you would hold it up and examine the straps, no, don't put it away. If you'd hold it up and examine the straps that go around the waist. Do those straps appear to be cut in any way?
No.
Does there appear to be
No.
any damage?
Not visibly, no.
If the deceased person, if Gabriel had had that buckle attached at his waist, what would you have done to remove the backpack?
What I did with the other straps, probably cut it.
Okay, and did you cut it?
No.
So does that tell you anything about whether those straps were attached?
It indicates that maybe they were not attached.
Okay, and if they were not attached, what would that mean with respect to how the backpack could move if it falls to the ground?
It would move freely without being attached to the waist.
Thank you. You can have a seat now. Thank you very much. On cross-examination, I don't think you ever got to give a full answer about why you determined you needed to secure the scene when you had folks ask Ms. Kelly to step out of her house. Could you tell us why you secured the scene at that point?
At that point, based on what I observed, again, the dead person, the injury to the body, the statements made in the earlier call, the position of the body in comparison to the house, the comments made by other deputies who were there, that there was a rifle involved in the previous call, the injury, that led me to believe that the person that died in that location it was a consequence of a homicide. I don't think he died there naturally. So at that point, there was a death investigation. And in training, we treat every death as a homicide until we can prove otherwise.
And what was important about securing the residence if you believed that a homicide had happened in the location where you found you found Gabriel's body, the deceased person?
Again, we try to control as much of the environment to prevent the destruction of evidence and or the tampering with any evidence that might be in the property at that point.
I want to ask you a little bit about some of the photographs that counsel showed you earlier. She asked you about what the area was like in terms of the grass, and she showed you a photograph. Can I see OO and KK, counsel?
Thank you.
And this is from XX. Earlier and asked you about the grass and the area around the
So much wasted
deceased
time.
person.
Yes.
Could I have the screen on my laptop now, please? And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 116, image 37. Is that a photograph that shows what the grass was like in the area?
Yes.
And also image 38?
Yes.
So was there any indication in all that high grass that there had been any kind of struggle with people that ended up with the defendant or with the decedent laying there in the grass?
No.
Any indication of dragging in that grass?
No.
Any indication of like a blood trail or anything like that?
No.
And we looked at the jacket to talk about with co-counsel and or with the defense counsel, and she asked you about the hole that you saw in the jacket. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that that isn't how you recalled the jacket. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm showing you now what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 116, image 39. Is this what you observed when you walked up to the body?
Yes.
Did you have to move the backpack or the fanny pack to see this view?
No.
When you approached the body, is this what you saw?
Yes.
And I want to walk through with you what you did when you approached the body. First of all, what was your primary focus when you approached the body out on property?
Again, confirm that the person didn't need any medical aid. I just cannot take somebody's word for saying somebody's dead. I need to make sure that they don't need help.
Have you ever resuscitated anyone during your job?
Many times, yes.
So when you get to that person, have you found people who weren't breathing, who didn't have a pulse?
Yes.
And did you bring them back to life?
There's been 2 times that has happened, yes.
Okay. And so when you approached this body, I think you said that the first thing you noticed was that that the person was not breathing. Is that right?
Yes.
And tell the jury again what the first thing is that you observed and what you did after you observed that the person wasn't breathing.
When I noticed the person wasn't breathing, I didn't see any rising of the chest or torso at this point. I went immediately to don gloves, check on the neck to see if I could find a pulse, touch part of the cheek, notice the stiffness in the jaw and the coldness. At this point, I'm still, again, questioning, is this person really dead? I checked the arm, still no pulse. Again, I feel stiffness, coldness, and trying to help him. I lifted the shoulder to see if there was any sort of breathing, and that's when I saw the blood underneath. And that moment, I ceased or stopped touching him and made the determination that in fact he was dead, and I couldn't do anything else to help him.
What were you thinking as you went through this process?
I'm thinking, do I have to render aid? Do I have to provide CPR? Is he just unconscious? And maybe it's one of those situations where I've gotten, again, to different medical aid scenes where I have to render aid and provide CPR. So it was a hard decision to move him or not move him at that point, because I had in my mind, do I have to preserve evidence? Do I have to move him and help him? So it was a hard decision to make at that point.
And you talked about feeling cold spots on the body. Were any of the parts of the body warm?
There was warm parts of the body, which is the torso, shoulder area. It was warmer than the extremities, in this case, the arms and the jaw.
And you were able to feel that through your gloves?
Yes.
Yes, I was just paying attention.
And you talked about the blood stain you
I'll
saw
move.
here. What were your thoughts about the blood stain you observed, and how you talked a little bit about gravity and what you observed with respect to that? Could you tell us that, please?
What I thought is when I saw the person laying down, the blood stain on the right side, and then blood going towards the bottom of the chest, my belief at that point was that the person was either when he fell down, he never moved again, because blood again follows gravity. We would have seen blood somewhere else, either in the back, upper back. So my belief was that when he was injured, fell down, the blood followed the gravity, and that's the position. He never moved again.
There is some blood higher than the wound, though. Is that right?
Towards the armpit area.
And is that something that you would normally observe in this kind of situation, where the blood dissipates from around the wound?
It is normal for fabric to absorb any fluid or liquid. In this case, it was the blood.
And counsel talked about the jacket and preserving that evidence. What would you have had to do to the jacket if you wanted it to be in exactly the same state it was while you were at the scene?
Never touch it.
And how would you get the body to the morgue if you didn't roll the body?
It will be impossible. I'll have to touch him and move him.
And you have to put him in a body bag, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, and you would do all of that after you've done your initial crime scene investigation and analysis. That way, you aren't fucking with things. You wouldn't cut his backpack off. You wouldn't do all the crap you already did. That's at a far later stage. You don't bag the body as soon as you find it.
Do you know, and this is only if you know, do you know if Santa Cruz County has a contract with the Pima County Medical Examiner's Office to send their death investigation scene to our crime scenes?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Counsel asked you if there was another person at this location, wouldn't you necessarily have seen footprints? Can you tell me, is it possible that there was another person at the scene that you wouldn't have seen footprints?
Could you repeat that question?
Sure. Could there have been another person here and you didn't see the footprints?
That's a possibility.
Counsel asked you about image 43 and exhibit 116. Can you tell me what you meant when you talked about the baseball cap that you observed here?
When I saw this, the individual face down and the baseball cap in front of his forehead, the bill of the cap on in front of his forehead, the position of the backpack, that led me to believe, again, when I was watching the body, that led me to believe that the person had collapsed face down, being that his arm was extended out, his face was directly in the dirt. That made me believe that he had collapsed without even bracing himself, which caused probably the backpack to move with the momentum or the force as bodies falling down without even putting his hands out to brace.
And was that consistent with what you saw with respect to the face implanted in the dirt?
Yes.
And you just talked about how the body was positioned. And counsel talked to you about the positioning of the body. So I want to get to the pictures on the positioning of the body. Can you see in this photograph how the right arm is positioned in Exhibit 116, image 39?
Yes.
And does that show what you were talking about with respect to how the arm was positioned in front of the body, the right
Yes.
arm?
Yes.
And image number 40, does that also show that?
Yes.
Is there anything about that that indicates that this arm was lower? Or does it substantiate what you said about how the arm was folded in front of the body?
There's nothing that indicated that he was, that the hand was down to the groin area.
And then you mentioned how the left arm is out, and you can sort of see it in this picture, image number 44. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that how the arm was extended that you described earlier?
Yes.
And can you also see the arm extended in image number
Aren't
45?
we just going over what we've gone over before on direct examination?
Judge, I'm reviewing what counsel asked him about with respect and questioned him about with respect to the way the body was positioned. And so, but I'll move on if the court would like.
I understand, but redirect is not for the purpose of repeating what he said earlier on direct examination. You're free to argue at a closing argument, remind the jury what he said on his direct, but it's not just to rehash things that were covered in direct examination again. So with that in mind, you can ask your next question.
Counsel asked you about some photographs from the autopsy that showed dirt and debris on his hand and whether the hand was grasping. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where you believe the dirt and debris that was on his hand came from?
Probably from the scene. There's brush and dirt there. So
Did you roll over the body when you had it at the scene?
we did.
And I'm showing you exhibits, image 66 from exhibit 116. Is this the photograph that you have that documents the debris on the hand?
Yes.
And is this just after you rolled the body?
Correct.
Is there anything in this picture that indicates this person had somehow grabbed grass, or does this picture indicate something different?
I don't see any indication of that particular picture where he's grabbing something.
And I want to make sure that the roles that you play in an investigation are clear. Counsel asked you a lot of questions about why you didn't do this particular thing or that particular thing. When you are the first responder at the scene, what is your role at the scene?
In this particular incident, my role was to first render aid, find out that there's no one is in danger. Once the scene is secure and I assess and determine that there's no need of immediate help, at that point I have to slow things down and make sure that the proper division, in this case investigators, come in with more time and take care of the rest of the investigation.
Who's in charge of making the decisions in a case?
In the actual case,
Yes.
Everything will probably fall under the sergeant assigned to the criminal investigations division.
And that would not be you, correct?
No.
And tell us again, you have some experience in detectives, is that right?
Yes.
So when you're at a scene, do you have experience with working homicide scenes?
Death scenes, yes.
How many death scenes do you think you've attended?
In my tenure, over close to 30 that I've investigated and taken directly, and I've assisted other deputies in processing the scene of other death investigations as well, which I don't have a number at this point.
When you were heading toward the body with Mr. Kelly and Deputy Lopez, Can you tell the jury what happened with the dogs?
As we were walking, when we started walking around the gate and walked along the fence line, there was a point where the dogs separated from us and they continued towards where the flashlight was.
Do you know if the dogs had been at the scene before you arrived?
I don't know that.
And counsel asked you some specific questions about what Mr. Kelly said when you first were approaching the scene. And you indicated in your report that you had some concerns about him mentioning rigor. Is that right?
Yes.
What was it about him mentioning rigor that you thought was something important to the investigation?
Again, it was a statement not commonly used by a civilian or a regular person that doesn't work in law enforcement. We use it a lot when it comes to stiffness and rigidity of a person. And again, that made me think that if he knows that rigor has set in, that he was already with the body and touched him at one point.
And was there anything about other statements he made that also caused you concern with respect to him telling you about rigor?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. These are questions that have been already asked and answered.
Your Honor, counsel went over this extensively in cross.
It doesn't matter. I mean, if he's testified to it before on direct examination, there's no need and it's not proper to repeat it now. So if unless it's something new that he hasn't said before that is responsive to cross-examination, it's just cumulative.
Did you consider
Sustained.
did
So
you
that's not
consider
right.
this statement in a vacuum, or did you consider it in combination with other factors?
All my decisions made or determinations were based on the totality of different statements and factors added together.
Now, counsel also asked you about why Mrs. Kelly wasn't offered to sit in her own vehicle. When you secure a residence and a scene, does that generally include the vehicles?
It includes anything surrounding the property, and it also is an officer's safety problem because I don't know what's inside the vehicle, what access they will have inside the vehicle. And again, I don't know the individual, so I have to take precautions for my safety, the safety of my officers, and their safety as well. So that's one of the reasons we secure people in a location that it's neutral to them.
Counsel asked you some questions about whether it would be unreasonable for Mr. Kelly, whether it would be reasonable for Mr. Kelly to call Border Patrol instead of 911 if that had been his practice. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you, if Border Patrol had specifically told him to call 911 and he didn't call 911, do you think that would be reasonable?
The question is, if Border Patrol is directing him to call 911 and he doesn't, if that's unreasonable?
Yes.
That is unreasonable, yes.
Counsel asked you some questions about how your territories overlap with Border Patrol. So I want to just clarify what your duties are. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Can you tell me, is it the Sheriff's Department's primary duty or is it Border Patrol's primary duty to investigate homicides?
It would fall under the jurisdiction of the Sheriff's Office.
How about shootings?
I think it would depend on the circumstances as well.
If someone shoots at someone, that would not be a Sheriff's Department investigation?
It will be a Sheriff's Department investigation unless there's a federal agent involved directly.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So if there's not a federal agent involved in the shooting, then it would be a Sheriff's Department investigation?
Yes.
Trespassing, would that be a Sheriff's Department investigation or a federal investigation?
It's a state violation. That's Sheriff's Office.
That's all I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any of the members of the jury? We do have more than one. So. All right, we have questions from 3 jurors. The way this works is I ask the questions, you do your best to answer, and then the lawyers can ask follow-up questions. All right. Well, one question from juror number 3 about whether certain items were found that you're asking about, rifles and backpacks and stuff. We're not going to ask that question because this is not a witness who would have an awareness of that, okay? Your question was asking whether any of these particular items that you referenced in your question was found during the cursory search, as I understand it, and we don't believe this witness can.
No, I think the question was witness testified that two individuals were seen loading bags and rifles. And the question to the officer here was, since he was one of the first individuals that arrived on the scene, when they were doing a cursory check, did they stumble across any other packages? Not that was the question.
Okay, now you clarified that. Let me talk to the lawyers a bit. All right, we'll be right back.
It's interesting. He's letting me clarify and talk about this. This is so interesting. So interesting. Hmm. Very interesting. Let's see what they get to. I think they're going to say he has no direct knowledge of it, so you can't ask the question.
Okay, so you heard what this juror said, and we just wanted to, well, let me clarify with you, sir. We were a little confused about the word cursory search. There was been testimony that in the afternoon, law enforcement officers went out there and did what they did, right? This witness was not there then, so you're not referring to that time? He went out the second time after.
Did the sheriff, did the law enforcement people, any time after the matter was reported like that, found those large tote bags possibly carrying contraband? That was the question.
All right, well, last question in this context, he went out, he can testify to what he knows about when he went out there. So, fair enough. So, when you went out there, as you described, late in the afternoon, early evening, given where you went and where you were during the time on this property, during your part of the investigation, did you ever see backpacks, large bundles or backpacks that could have been laden with contraband or any rifles in that area? Where you were at the time when you were out there?
No, I did not.
Okay. Another question, if you could explain what is Operation Stone Guard?
Operation Stone Guard is it's the name for the federal grant, and that is provided by FEMA, which is Department of Homeland Security organization. They assist border towns, and I think it goes all the way up to Pinal County. They assist them with funds, so patrolmen or officers assist with patrolling the rural areas of the counties.
So it's federal compensation for law enforcement officers in rural counties, maybe up to Pinal County, to provide funding for them to, in addition to their usual pay for providing the services. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
All right, thank you. Another question from another juror. Does your agency use body cameras, and were any body cameras worn to your knowledge on January 30th, 2023?
Unfortunately, at this point, we don't have body cameras, no.
Another question from the same juror who believes that the medical examiner's case file, which you're not familiar with, but somebody testified about that earlier this week. And there was some indication that Deputy Lopez pronounced the time of death. Who pronounced the victim deceased?
That will be myself. I was the person examining the body.
Another question from the same juror. When you arrived on the scene and you saw the deceased, was his fanny pack broken and to his right side when you arrived on the scene?
When the question broken, what does that mean?
Well, I think it's referring to the strap.
I didn't see
The strap and the buckle, right?
Right. I didn't see the buckle. I saw the fanny pack laying next to the body on the right side. The strap going up towards the backpack. However, I do not know how the strap was attached to the backpack. I do not know that.
But was the strap and the buckle on the fanny pack broken or not broken at that time?
I don't remember. At this point, I will be guessing if I say it was broken or not, because I do not remember examining the actual buckle.
All right. Another question from a different juror, and I marked this number 3. Regarding the photos of Gabriel, the victim, is there any indication that the deceased had been pulled by backpack straps or by fanny pack by a horse?
No indication of that. I didn't see any of that.
Very well. Those are the questions from the juror. Juror number 3, we did our best to answer your particular question. So
The question was answered. Thank you.
very well. Thank you. Okay. Let me give these questions to the clerk and follow-up questions from counsel, starting with the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's interesting.
I think the juror asked not just about the backpacks, but also about rifles. Did you see any backpacks or rifles anywhere on the scene when you arrived that day?
No.
if you had seen a backpack or a rifle, would you have collected that and made note of it?
More likely, yes.
Another juror asked about the fanny pack. So can I, if I can have the projector, Your Honor, Exhibit 116. I'm showing you image, what's been admitted as image 24. I see a photograph here with the fanny pack along the side of the body. Is that how the fanny pack was positioned when you arrived?
Yes.
And the other question I have is, it appears that the strap to the fanny pack is somehow up through something. Do you recall whether it was attached to anything or how it was held in that position?
I don't remember how it was. Again, it was through the backpack, but I don't recall how it was attached to it.
So you don't know if it was hooked on or if it was just being held on by the pressure?
Correct.
And when that fanny pack, yeah, okay, I think that's all I had, Your Honor, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Was there any indication that this body had been dragged at all by anything, a horse or a person or anything that you observed?
Nothing that indicated to me that, no.
And was there some dirt in some area near this body? Was there a little bit of dirt? Like we see a lot of grass, but is there a little bit of dirt areas as well?
There are areas of dirt, yes.
And in those dirt areas, because it would have been difficult to see in the grass areas, I imagine, did you see any indication of dragging?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks.
Thank you. If the fanny pack was on the chest and someone was trying to take it off the chest, is it possible it would have got caught up with a backpack on the back?
Again, I don't know where the fanny pack was when the person.
I gave you a hypothetical. If it was on the chest, carried that way, and therefore pulled off, breaking the buckle, is it possible that some of the straps are caught up in the backpack?
I will be guessing, ma'am. I don't know.
In
where
your
the backpack-
opinion, do you think it's possible?
Could you rephrase the question again, please?
I'm gonna stand up. We have a
Looking
picture in
at
evidence
now.
of him wearing a fanny pack on the chest, assuming it was the same way. If someone was trying to take it off, busting the buckle, is it possible, based on this picture and your observation, that it got caught up with the backpack straps?
This picture right here?
Okay,
You're talking about a picture that I haven't seen. That's why I'm asking. Is this the picture you're talking about, ma'am?
we'll say it again. Just visualize what I'm, telling you, okay?
Okay.
All right. There is a photo we've seen that, I know you haven't, but we have,
Okay.
where this man right here, our deceased, is carrying the backpack or the fanny pack on his chest.
Okay.
Backpack would be on the back, right? If he was laying down and you were trying to tug at it to get it out for any reason, okay? Is it possible that the straps could have got caught up in the backpack straps?
Based on the theory you're giving me, yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the cooperation on that. Now, going back to the search. Your search included right around the body. You didn't leave the body because you're protecting the crime scene, right?
Correct.
You're just looking around the immediate area.
Yes.
Did anyone comb the area again for any other evidence, like do a sweep on your watch?
On my watch?
Yes,
No.
sir.
No.
And it got dark pretty quickly, didn't it?
Pretty close to the time that we arrived. Yes, it was dusk. Yes.
Right, and that's why the flashlight was hanging in the tree to help you find it, right?
Correct.
Okay, nothing further.
Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? One more. Very well.
This is interesting that the jurors then get to ask another question. This guy's brain all crossed. No, he's being intentionally obtuse. He's like, I don't know. Remember, he's a cop. This is his job. He goes supposed to go, well, I don't know. I'm just some policeman. I don't know no better. Although he'd be saying it in Spanish, so he's like, porque. I don't know what else he would say, but no, it's interesting to let the jurors ask follow-up questions. This is such a weird way he does it. Nothing wrong with it. It is just so weird. It's so weird and funny. Actually, it's weird.
We just want to make sure we have the image that you're referring to, since you're a little uncertain. This is, what's on the screen now is image number 39. Is this the image you're referring to? Okay, we just want to make sure we have the right one. All right, let's go back here. Another question. there is blood on the fanny pack, but it is separated from the body. Why would that be? And see image number 39, which is the image we're looking at. So the question is, there's blood on the fanny pack, but it is separated from the body. Why would that be? And if it helps you, if you need to, you can look at the actual original item of evidence, the fanny pack as well. But it's up to you.
I do see a stain. There's some arrows. Is that yeah? There's a stain. However, I wouldn't be able to answer why there's if it's blood. I don't know, but I don't know why that would be there. Honest, to be honest.
Thank you. Follow-up question to that question of the juror from the state.
Your Honor, I'd just like the witness to take a look at the actual fanny pack too and see if you make any observations about that as well.
Very well. Any objection to that? Ms. Lothrop, any objection to that?
I'm sorry.
That's right.
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Do you see anything on the fanny pack, I guess is my question to you.
I don't see anything that will indicate to me that it's blood.
You can't tell?
No.
Okay, and then you can go have a seat if you like. Thank you. Were you aware, at least of one occasion, that Mr. Kelly's dogs were near the fanny pack?
Can you repeat that question?
Sure, well, near the body. Are you aware of at least one occasion that Mr. Kelly's dogs were near the body?
At least one, yes.
Is there food inside that fanny pack?
There was some items of what appeared to be food, yes.
Thank you.
Defense, any questions?
No, sir.
Very well. Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Seeing none, sir, you can step down. Thank you. And state calls next witness.
Officer Pacheco.
Valeria?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you come over here to the witness stand and have a seat, please. All right, and whenever you're ready, Mr. Jetty.
Good afternoon, officer. Can you briefly introduce yourself by stating your name for the jury?
Well, I'm Gabriel Pacheco. I am a sergeant for the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Sergeant Pacheco, can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Pacheco.
And Officer Pacheco, or Sergeant Pacheco, how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
I've been with the Sheriff's Department since 2008.
2008. And walk us through just high level your career path with the department.
I started as a correction officer in 2008. 2012, I graduated the police academy. I did patrol for 3 years. Then I was reassigned to a federal task force as a narcotics detective. I did that approximately about almost 8 years. In December of 2022, I got promoted to sergeant and I'm back on patrol again.
Sergeant, how were you called to get involved in this investigation?
I was called in to come in early and help with the investigation on what was going to transpire and what, in case they needed help with anything.
What time was that approximately?
I believe it was 1900 hours, more or less.
7 o'clock for.
7 o'clock.
And do you remember what day? Not day, necessarily the day of the week, but the day of the year.
2023.
The day though.
30. No, I'm sorry. January 30.
Would it be January 30th? Would that ring a bell?
Yes, January
Okay.
30.
January 3rd, 2023. Do you remember what location you responded to?
It's 100 Willow Crossing Road.
Okay. And obviously, do you know who the defendant is in this case?
Yes, I do.
Did you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out for us?
See.
Just give me a brief description of what he's wearing.
Can I stand up so I can see?
Sure. That's not standing up though.
No, I'm just waiting for it.
Oh.
He's wearing a brown vest, green shirt, button-up shirt.
You're gonna let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
So ordered.
Mr. Pacheco, when you got on the scene, what was your task when you got on the scene on 7 o'clock on January 30th?
I met with Sergeant Rodriguez and Sergeant Garcia, and I saw Deputy Lopez that was standing with the defendant. I was advised that the Criminal Investigation Division, CID, was en route to take over the investigation.
And what were you tasked to do?
I was asked to transfer the defendant down to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
So walk us through, what was your actual job? What did you do?
So I get there, I meet with the deputy, well, I met with the sergeants, then I met with Deputy Lopez, CID Detective Sergeant Flores arrived and asked me if I could transfer him. After I was asked to transfer the defendant to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office, I met with Deputy Lopez, and I told Mr. Kelly that we were going to transfer him over to the Sheriff's Office. So we removed everything that he had in his property, and I placed him in handcuffs and escorted him to my vehicle. And then,
Hold on a sec. So you're the one that put Mr. Kelly into handcuffs?
yes,
And when you put in how many times have you put people in handcuffs?
countless times.
Countless times. Anything abnormal about putting Mr. Kelly in handcuffs?
No.
And when you put someone in handcuffs, you got to do a body search. You got to take items off of them,
Yes,
and you inventory. You give them to someone to inventory, right?
yes.
Do you recall what items you took off of Mr. Kelly?
I remember taking off a cell phone, magazine, which contained ammunition, and a pocket knife.
Do you remember what the cell phone was or the magazine?
I do not remember.
So it's basically you're taking things off of a person and just handing them to somebody.
Yes,
And who was standing next to you?
Deputy Lopez.
And you put Mr. Kelly in handcuffs and you took him over to your patrol car.
Yes.
And you put him in the back seat.
No, I put him in the front seat. I tried putting him in the back seat, but he couldn't get into the back seat.
So you put him in the front seat with you. Is
Yes.
that common for sheriff's department officers to put detainees in the front seat of their vehicle?
No,
And you transported him to where?
to the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
And did he have a coat on?
Yes,
And you transferred him over to the SO office just over here?
yes,
And you said to CID?
yes,
Is that pretty much wrap up your involvement in this case?
yes.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who's ever from the defense going to do this cross? We can take our mid-afternoon break now, or you can start for a few minutes.
This is gonna be a chain of custody
Whatever the
thing,
court prefers,
guys.
Your Honor.
All right, so go ahead, start.
You personally put handcuffs on Mr. Kelly, is that correct?
Yes,
And you did that at the scene, is that right?
correct.
And then you said you tried to put him into the back seat of your patrol car, correct?
Yes,
And you were directed to do that by somebody else, correct?
yes.
Who told you to do that?
Sergeant Flores.
And so you had no idea at that point why you were arresting Mr. Kelly, is that right?
I knew they were investigating a death investigation. They were running a death investigation. That's pretty much all I knew.
And so your understanding then is he's being arrested in connection with that investigation, right?
Yes,
And you said you tried to put him into the back seat of the patrol car, correct?
correct.
And that's because he's under arrest, right?
Yes,
That wasn't your decision, that was somebody else's decision, right?
yes.
Okay, and you said he could not get into the back seat. Tell me about that. Why not?
He was having trouble getting to the back seat. I tried helping him, and he started complaining about pain. I don't remember where he said he had pain. So I decided to move him to the front of the seat because he couldn't get into I was going to force him to get into the back of the patrol car because I saw he couldn't get in there.
He's pretty old, right?
Yes,
And so maybe he might have some physical problems that prevent him from sitting in the back seat, right?
correct.
And so you were just trying to help him be able to get transported to the detention center,
That is
correct?
correct.
Was he asking you about his wife at the time?
He did.
Where was his wife?
She was being transported to the sheriff's office as well by another deputy.
And was that something else that you were directed to do or that the other deputy was directed to do?
Yes,
Transport her to the detention center as well, right?
yes,
And you have no idea why she's being arrested at that point either, correct? Okay, but they're both being arrested. They're both being taken in to do interviews. Is that correct?
correct.
Do you have any idea why nobody came out to the scene to interview them at the scene?
I do not know.
No idea. And you have no idea who was going to conduct those interviews, correct?
That is correct.
That was your initial involvement in the case. That was on January 30th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you also receive a phone call at some point in connection with this case?
All right, well, it sounds like you're moving into a new area.
Yes.
So let's take our mid-afternoon break. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. It's about 3:15. We're in recess until 3:15.
We rise at the cost.
Here we go, chattel. They're waiting on the jury. Come on, jury.
Resume your cross-examination.
Still hear me okay?
Once again, chat, starting on the cross-examination, you can't get that skill anywhere else.
Yes.
Okay. And before I get into this phone call that you took shortly after this incident, I just want to kind of back up a little bit and describe everybody's role in this investigation. My understanding is that you just showed up to help out because they were a little bit shorthanded or whatever, and they wanted you to help out with some small tasks. Is that right?
Yes.
So you didn't have a big involvement in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know who was the detective assigned to take on this case?
Detective Ainza.
Okay. And so he's the lead detective, right?
I only spoke to Sergeant Flores, and I did the transport for Mr. Kelly.
No, my question is just, is Detective Einsa the lead detective for this investigation?
Yes,
And as the lead detective, is he the one who's responsible for reviewing whatever information comes in relating to this investigation?
yes,
Okay. And so I want to get to this phone call that you received on January 31st. So this is the day after your initial involvement, correct?
yes,
And that's a phone call that you took and you documented, correct?
yes,
And that presumably got sent on to the lead detective so that he could review and evaluate this phone call, correct?
I provided that information to his supervisor, Sergeant Flores.
Okay. So this phone call that happens on January 31st, is this approximately 8 o'clock that you received this phone call?
Yes,
And this is a phone call from somebody who calls himself Miguel, is that right?
correct.
And Miguel is a person who's calling and claiming that he was a witness to these events, correct?
Yes,
He claimed he was there and he claimed that he saw what happened, correct?
yes,
And did he make the claim that the person who was shot was his uncle?
yes,
So that's what Miguel stated. This person who was shot, that was my uncle, right?
yes.
Did he also state that this took place at a location called Broken Spring?
I don't believe he gave me a location.
If you were to review a transcript of that phone call, would that help refresh your recollection about what he told you?
Yes,
Let me just pull that up real quick. Can we just show the witness what I'm looking at? And I'm going to scroll to the reference. I'm showing you for the record what's been marked as Defense Exhibit CCC. And I'm looking at page 3, and if I could show you, or excuse me, page 1. And if you could take a look at line 1 through 6, or line 6, I'm sorry. Let me find it. I might have pulled up the wrong one. Give me one moment. No, that should be the right one. Oh, there it is. Okay. Page 2, pardon me. So page 2, line 5 through 6. Did he refer to this location as Broken Spring?
I did not.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Michael, is this the transcript with Officer or Sergeant Pacheco?
Yes.
Can he identify it first?
No.
Can
Do you recognize this transcript?
I do not.
Okay. Did you have a phone call with this person named Miguel?
I did.
Do you know if anybody else had a phone call with the same person?
Dispatchers did.
Dispatchers did. Did you receive any information from dispatch regarding what was said by Miguel?
They had information.
And then did you eventually pick up a phone call from him?
Yes,
So you did speak directly to Miguel at some point, is that correct?
I did.
And you documented this phone conversation in your report, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And Valeria, we can take that off right now. We can take it off. We don't need anything on there. And do you remember this person telling you that his uncle, who was the person who was shot, that his uncle was shot in the chest? Do you recall him saying that to you?
Can I look at my report so I can refresh my
Sure.
memory?
Let me pull up the correct one. Give me one moment. I think I've got it right here. Let me just see. All right. Oh, yeah, he can see this one. Let me make sure I get you to the right spot. Is that your report? Can you see it in front of you?
Yes, this is my report.
Okay. And can you tell me, do you remember if he said that his uncle got shot in the chest? Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay, so he said that. And did he say that that was with a pistol?
yes, he said it was a handgun.
Okay. And he said very clearly this was a handgun and this person shot my uncle in the chest. Is that right?
That's what my report said. Yes,
Okay. And then did he state that after this, or that there was a group around when this took place?
yes, he said he was in a group.
Okay, so it wasn't just him and his uncle by themselves when this happened, right?
According to him, no.
He's claiming that he's with a group,
Yes.
right? And did he also say that he hid in the area for a while after this took place before going back into Mexico?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And as far as you know, when you were on scene, nobody else was in the area, correct?
I didn't go to scene. I just went to the immediate area where the house was at.
Okay. Did he provide a name for the alleged victim?
My to review my report real quick.
Sure. And if I need to scroll, tell me and I can scroll for you.
Yep, pretty much nothing at this point.
Why don't you help him out and direct him to a particular paragraph and page? So
Also, Rassler's mom, thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Welcome. Welcome to being a member.
I think it's in the transcripts. But you don't recognize the transcripts that
No,
that I
they're-
showed you?
Yeah, those are not mine.
Describe to me how this phone call.
He mentioned, as per my report, it doesn't say a name. He was saying my uncle. He referred to him as my uncle. Miguel.
Okay. So he just said, and he described himself as being Miguel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you describe this person as, I think you note in your report that it seems that he could not speak freely.
Yes.
Could you describe that a little bit? What did you mean by that?
He said, I asked him if he could meet me at the port of entry so we can talk to investigators. And he said he was a safe house and he couldn't get there to the port of entry.
Do you know what he meant, or did you ask him what he meant when he said he was in a safe house?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you hear voices in the
That's a big thing. Oh, he's in a safe house. Who are you hiding from when you're in Mexico? There's only one group of people.
background when you were talking with this Miguel person?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any of that?
No.
Did you have a bad connection with him when he called?
Yes.
Okay. So the phone call was kind of cutting in and out when you were speaking with him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you make arrangements to try to go meet with him at the port?
Yes.
And how did that go? Describe what happened there.
I asked him if he can make his way to the port of entry so we can meet with him. And he said he couldn't, he didn't know how to get there. So I gave him instructions on how to get to the port of entry and what to do if he was to get to the port of entry. And I went down and I spoke to the supervisor on shift that night. And I advised him there's a possibility of a male subject that's going to come in, that he's a witness to an ongoing investigation.
Okay. And he never showed up. Is that right?
To my knowledge, he didn't.
Okay. So you have no idea whatever happened with this person who called himself Miguel, who said he was a witness.
I have no idea.
Okay. And this was in the early stages of the investigation, right?
Yes,
So body gets reported January 30th. You receive this phone call the following day, right?
correct.
So this is in the middle of an ongoing investigation, correct?
Yes,
And the information that you collected from this Miguel person presumably makes its way to Detective Einsa. Is that correct?
yes,
And for example, so you're not in charge of this investigation. You are not tasked with determining whether what Miguel said was true or not true. Is that correct?
that is correct.
You're not in charge with determining whether Miguel might be coming forward to make a false report, right?
Correct.
But presumably the folks who are in charge of this investigation are going to evaluate that, right?
Yes,
They're going to evaluate any statement of any person who comes forward in this case, right?
correct.
And so they're going to look at these statements and they're possibly going to compare the statements to the physical evidence in the case, for example, right?
Correct.
And they're possibly going to compare these statements with other statements from other witnesses in the case also, correct?
Yes,
And so, for example, just as an example, if Miguel says that his uncle was the person who was deceased, and then if investigators later find out that the deceased person did not have a nephew named Miguel, that would be something the detectives would evaluate, right?
correct.
And they would take that information in and make determinations about how credible this information is that's coming to them, right?
That is correct.
And same thing, for example, if Miguel said, as he said to you, that the deceased was shot in the chest with a small handgun, they're going to look at that statement and compare it to the physical evidence in the case, right?
Correct.
And if that physical evidence shows that this person was not shot in the chest and he was not shot by a handgun, they're going to use that information to evaluate Miguel's statements, right?
Correct.
And if it turns out that Miguel's statements maybe don't match up with other statements or don't match up with physical evidence, that might be a red flag that this could be a false report, right?
Correct.
And the detectives are going to concern themselves with that, right?
Yes,
Because obviously a homicide investigation is very serious, right?
yes,
And if there are people who are coming forward who might be providing false statements, the detectives are going to take that very seriously, right?
yes,
And somebody who comes forward to make a false statement in a homicide investigation is himself committing a crime, right?
correct.
False reporting to law enforcement is a crime, right?
Yes,
And obviously, if somebody's making false statements to law enforcement about a crime, and that person's also claiming to have been there at the scene of the crime, that's highly suspicious, right?
it could be yes.
That person could be treated like a potential suspect, right?
Depends on the investigation. Like I said, I just took the phone call and
Right. And I
The
know you didn't
detectives-
do the
yeah,
investigation.
detectives are going to do whatever they have to do on follow-ups. I just took the call and I passed down the information to the sergeant for the criminal investigations. I don't know what led and transpired from that phone call.
And it's the detective's job to follow up and follow those leads and see where that investigation takes them, correct?
Yes,
And just to be clear, certainly anybody who admits to being at a crime scene is somebody who should be investigated and looked at seriously, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect from the state.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Let me start off with, you don't know what hearsay is, do you?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What is hearsay?
Hearsay is something that somebody else is saying and they take into consideration that it did happen and they feed off from that hearsay.
Well, let that go. That was kind of, I don't want to trick you. That's
Okay.
not, but anyway, I just want to ask you a question about this report because your involvement was at the scene, just so I understand, preliminary was to detain Mr. Kelly and transport him to CID,
Yes.
right? And you removed items from him,
Yes.
right? And you also said something, just so I want to make sure I understand this clear. Do you know whether or not Miss Wanda Kelly was arrested?
She was not arrested.
And how do you know that?
She was taken to
I'm
the
gonna object as
sheriff's office.
to, the objection is vagueness as to time. I don't know if he's talking about ultimately arrested or arrested on scene.
Okay, sustain. You can clarify. Try and clarify.
On scene.
On
At the time when you were there.
On scene, she was not arrested. She was transported to the sheriff's office for questioning, not under arrest.
You jumped to this phone call. Obviously, you were there on January 30th.
Yes.
Were you, I mean, you're in Nogales on January 31st, the next day.
Yes.
Was this, if you know, was this story covered in the news?
It is covered. It was covered in the news.
Did you see it on the next day news?
I did.
Let's talk about this report. And if you want, do you want me to, I do things old school. Can I refresh your recollection with the report?
Yes, please.
I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 1.12. And you know, I don't want you to read it. I just want you, if you need to refresh your recollection, detective or sergeant.
Yes.
All right. I don't want you to read. I just want you to, well, we'll refer to it if you need to refresh your recollection. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Was there mention in that call that this is a report that you wrote with this individual named Miguel,
Yes.
right? And you remember the date of that report?
Yes.
What's the date of the report?
January 31st.
The next day.
2023.
I'm sorry.
I was just giving you the date of 2023.
Okay. And what time of day was that?
It was 2000 hours, which is 8 p.m.
8 p.m. in the evening.
Yes.
And on that, I'm going to refer to a bunch of things on paragraph 2, but if you don't remember, you can refresh your recollection. But
Okay.
is there mention in there of who the alleged shooter is in the incident?
And I'm going to object on hearsay. I understand rule of completeness arguments and such, but if that does come in, I think we would need a limiting instruction that it's not being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
I'm not sure I understand.
He just asked, is there mention of who the shooter is? Basically asking for a statement from Miguel and apparently offering it for the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. I want to make sure we're not offering the statements as proof of the truth of matter asserted in the
And
statement.
is that different from the reason you offered it?
I didn't offer it for the truth of the matter asserted in the statement.
All right, now I understand. Mr. Jetty.
I'm not going to offer for the truth of the matter. I'm just going to ask for completeness of what the Miguel had reported.
Okay. All
And I
right.
think we just need a jury instruction on that.
All right. So, so my hearsay explanation to you this afternoon was kind of timely. So remember I said it's something is not hearsay if it's not offered to prove the truth of what the person is saying, if it's offered for some other purpose. So what other purpose are you offering it for? Just to complete
Yes,
the
Your Honor.
conversation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So sometimes, there's some testimony to something somebody said, and it's only part of something that's part of a larger piece. So to put it more in context,
But in this case, you're also then trying to inculpate the defendant. I think the prejudicial effect there is outweighed by the rule of completeness, and they should have made that argument.
these questions are allowed, so he can answer.
So, Sergeant, is there a reference to who Miguel said shot in this incident?
Yes, there is.
What did your report say?
He said a rancher.
A rancher. Was there also indication of the number of times?
Yes.
What was the indication?
How is that not offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
She's using the defense solicited direct statements from this for what other reason is to get Miguel's statement into testimony. And so if their explanation to you, Judge, is it's not for the truth of the matter, I'm not doing the same thing. I'm doing the same thing here, but they need to have a complete record of what Miguel said. I have no idea why they did it.
Well, go ahead.
And Judge, we obviously offered it to show that there are false statements that are being made that are verifiably false based on the physical evidence. I don't think just describing those false statements opens the door to hearsay in the entire conversation unless there's a non-hearsay purpose to offer other statements for. If we're trying to offer statements to show these are consistent with whatever, then that's hearsay. It's being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted in the statement, and that's not admissible.
Well, a statement by an out-of-court declarant that's offered, that is a statement that incriminates the defendant that he made the shot is hearsay. The objection sustained. On striking the answer, please ignore the answer.
Thank God they brought that up. Thank fucking God they did it that way. But I hate the fact the judge did all, when these judges do it all in front of the jury. Now the jury's heard that. Oh, forget it. They don't they do whatever they want anyway. He's given like the shit eye at the prosecutor, I think. He looks a little mad right there. But yeah, I mean, we already know. Besides, we already know he's made, like, the prosecution thinks he did it. But yes, I think it's a good. I love it when my idea is they do what I was thinking, because I don't sound like an idiot to you guys.
Let me ask you, is there any indication of the time period that this individual evidently waited from the moment of the shots to the moment that person returned to Mexico?
Yes.
Approximately how many hours? You can use your report to refresh your recollection.
Approximately 8 hours from when I responded to the call.
Oh, that's when you responded. But do you know the date? Do you know the time of the shooting in this case?
I do not.
Okay. What was the time that the individual indicated that they returned to Mexico?
Since 200 hours, approximately 2 in the morning.
On January 31st.
Yes.
Is there any indication from this caller about who the victim was?
Yes.
And in that, did he try to, was there any indication from Miguel that he tried to spell the name of the victim?
He tried to spell his name, the caller. Yes, not the victim.
Did he spell his name correctly, or?
We had issues trying to get his last name, so no, I don't know how do you spell his last name, to be honest.
And in that report, I just want to emphasize, this is what defense asked you. In that report, the witness said that someone used a handgun.
Yes.
And you passed this report on to someone else, right?
Yes, Sergeant Flores.
Sergeant Flores. And he does whatever he's going to do with it, right?
Correct.
You've almost done. You've handled investigations as a detective,
Yes.
and it's important to gather all evidence.
Correct.
And so if someone calls and says they may have been a witness, that would be important to talk to that person.
Yes.
And you made efforts to talk to this person.
Yes, I did.
And that person didn't show up.
To my knowledge, he didn't show up.
Did he say, let me go back to this because I misunderstood my co-counsel's note. Did he say who he was a nephew of, the name exactly?
No.
And what was his name exactly?
The person I spoke to identified himself as Miguel Boytimea.
Can you spell that last name for me?
Boyctenea.
And do you know the name of the victim in this case?
I do not.
Okay, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Jetty. Any questions from any members of the jury for this witness? All right, I see none. Thank you, sir. You can step down. You're excused. So you can call your next witness. Yeah, you can give it to him. Thank you. Sir, if you'd step forward to the clerk here, please.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you. If you come over here to the witness stand, have a seat. And whenever you're ready, I presume, Ms. Hunt.
If I could just have a second.
Sure.
I actually thought we were calling another witness.
All right. Well, I will say we need to go back to some things here. What was the state promising this guy? Remember, this is the guy who was with him. He's being promised that he won't get deported back to Honduras. He's being allowed to stay in Mexico. And yes, Garrett Pace, the idea the drug dealers and traffickers don't know where the port of entry is preposterous. But let's get back to the show.
Sorry. Tell the jury, I actually wrote a note on my notes for Agent Douglas. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please tell the jury your full name and where you work, please?
My name's Daniel Douglas. Last name's Douglass. I'm a FBI agent with the out of the Phoenix division and assigned to the Tucson resident agency. Currently assigned to the Violent Crime Squad.
Sir, could you just tell the jury a little bit about your history? And by history, I mean your employment history.
Sure. I've been working for the FBI since 2008. I've had I started off as a crime analyst and then became a special agent in 2015. As part of being an agent, I've been assigned to cases where I work with forensics on phones and computers. So I've had training on that. I've also had training on various other violent crime investigations.
And can you tell me, in January of 2023, did the Sheriff's Department and the County Attorney's Office from Santa Cruz County reach out to you for some assistance with respect to the George Allen Kelly case?
That's correct. They reached out asking for assistance with doing some forensic extractions of cell phones, knowing that we had the ability to get those extractions completed.
Was there a specific member of the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department that you worked with directly?
Yeah, it was Detective Barba.
And perhaps I missed it, but can you tell me which unit you work with?
I'm assigned to the violent crime unit. So for Tucson, it covers bank robberies, assaults on federal officers, crimes against children, kidnapping for ransoms, and various other violent crime violations.
And did you agree to assist in the cell phone extractions with Detective Barba?
Correct, I did.
And when did he meet with you regarding the cell phone extractions?
The cell phones were handed over to me, to the FBI in April 3rd of 23.
April 3rd of 23?
Correct.
And did Detective Barba tell you whether he had obtained a search warrant for the extractions on those phones?
He did, and provided me a copy of the warrant.
And do you recall how many cell phones you assisted with?
There were 3.
If I showed you the phones, would you recognize them?
I believe so, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 77. Could you take a look at them and see if you recognize it?
Oh my gosh, it's so damn slow.
And can you tell me, did you attempt to extract that iPhone?
I did. Was unable to because the iPhone was encrypted and password protected, so we could not get into the phone.
Showing you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 76. Can you take a look at that item?
I mean, it appears to be the phone. It's in a case, but I do recognize the case. I can't see the phone that's inside of it, obviously.
Okay, and do we have a pair of scissors at the desk there?
No, there's no scissors. It's okay to open the phone.
Yes, please.
Correct. Yeah, this is the Alcatel flip phone I examined.
And were you able to do a download on that phone?
I was able to do a limited extraction on this phone. I could get videos and photos. Could not get any call detail records or text messages or anything off the phone.
And when you completed that limited extraction, what did you do with it?
generated a report and put that report on a DVD and provided that to the Detective Barba.
And so you handed that off to Detective Barba?
Correct.
And then you said you were only able to provide a limited extraction on that phone. Did you make any recommendations to Detective Barba after you completed the extraction on the Alcatel flip phone?
I did. I recommended that he physically review the phone so he could read the text messages that were on the phone, since the Celebrite that I used to extract it could not pull the messages.
Could you explain to the jury why the Celebrite you used could not extract those text messages?
I can't say, I mean, in generalities, usually probably for this phone, the Celebrite is a company that's going to build extractions for the most popular phones that are out there, right? Androids and iPhones. This particular flip phone is somewhat dated, and they probably just haven't built a report to be able to pull the extract. There's not enough of those phones in circulation to make it monetarily worth it for Celebrite to create the extraction for that device.
And just so we're clear, Exhibit 76, that's the Alcatel flip phone we were talking about?
Correct.
And does that have an item number on it?
I can see an item number, but it's possibly either 12 JA.
12JA?
Mhm.
Okay,
There's-
thank you.
Yep.
And then did you perform a Celebrite extraction on another item as well?
I did. There was an Android device.
And can you take a look at States Exhibit 81 in front of you?
Yeah.
And can you tell us what item number it has on it?
16.3 JA. Okay, if
Go
I
ahead
open
and
this,
open it, please.
I recognize this as the Android phone that I examined.
And were you able to do a Celebrite extraction on that phone?
I was.
And on that Celebrite extraction, what types of information were you able to download?
Yes, old phones are harder to manipulate and don't rely on the same kind of programming and protection that Celebrite is meant to handle. So, like, if you had a flip phone, it's going to be hard for them to recover data off that. Although it's easier for them to find it the traditional way to do it. I guess if that makes sense. But yes, the older phones are harder to mess with. Older phones are harder to mess with.
I was able to do a logical and a file system, two extractions, which was able to pull call detail records. It would have pulled any location data that was available on the phone. It would have pulled pictures and videos and any voicemails that were saved on the phone. The only thing that Celebrite could not pull, I believe this phone had a WhatsApp application. Celebrite had not built the capabilities to extract directly from that application, so I was able to take screenshots through the Celebrite program and provide those in the report as well.
When you told me a minute ago, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but you told me a minute ago with Exhibit 76, that Alcatel flip phone, that you recommended Detective Barba do a physical review of that phone. Could you explain to the jury, you said a little bit about looking at the text messages. What do you mean by that?
I just power the phone on and literally go through each message on the phone and take whatever investigative notes you needed to take on that device. Yeah.
And would you recommend that they take pictures as well?
Correct. Yeah. Anything to memorialize.
And during your examination of Exhibit 81, were you able to pull location data for cell phones or for photographs?
I don't recall.
Okay. Were you able to recall dates for photographs?
I don't recall that either. I didn't particularly, since I was just extracting the information on the phone and I wasn't the case detective on the case. I wasn't reviewing the devices for content, if that makes sense.
So you were just doing the extraction and then providing it to the detective to do the analysis?
Correct. Yeah. If it was my own case, I would have done it as I was going. But since I wasn't the case agent, I was just performing the forensic extraction. That's all I did.
I want to ask you, did you provide some other additional information to Detective Barba in just sort of an advisory capacity?
He had called me regarding a geofence warrant and some questions about. I think he was asking why a device wouldn't be in a geofence. I believe he was talking about a Google geofence at the time. And I listed off the possible reasons why a device that you thought would show up wouldn't show up in a Google geofence.
Can I
Google
stop
Geo.
you for a second
Sure.
before you get into that? Could you explain to the jury what a Google geofence is? Because I'm sure they're all wondering what that means.
So a geofence is you'll use some lat long coordinates and you'll draw it in the shape of the area that you want to submit to Google, and with the hope of getting any Android device or Android device or anybody using an Android service that would be in that geographical location. For instance, in my line of work, I use them a lot in bank robberies. I'll draw a geofence around a bank that I know that got robbed with a date, time, and the coordinates around that bank to try to get any cell phones that were in the area of that bank robbery at the time of the robbery.
And so you started to talk about a Google geofence warrant. Can you explain what that means, a Google geofence warrant?
Yeah, so I don't know the particular area that they were submitting the warrant on, but you would use, provide your lat long coordinates of the shape of whatever you wanted to capture devices in, and then you would submit that to Google, and they would return any device that was active. So the device would have had to been powered on. It would have had to have location sharing on. It would have had to have some privacy settings set correctly. It would have had to been getting connection to some type of network via Wi-Fi or a tower, cell tower. So, and then Google would have returned any devices that met that criteria that were inside that lat long area that was provided.
So are you saying that you draw a square around an area, for instance, and then whoever's phone's on that meets that criteria, it's going to pop up as their phone being in that location?
That's correct.
And then is that an investigative tool you can use to locate potential witnesses, potential suspects, that sort of thing?
Correct.
And you started to say that the detective called you to find out why perhaps nothing appeared on a warrant. And could you tell the jury what the possible reasons are, perhaps specifically in a remote location,
Sure.
why you might not have anything pop up on a geofence warrant?
Well, so there's multiple things that would prevent it. If you were using let's say you're using an iPhone and you had no Google services on that phone, you weren't using Gmail, you weren't using any type of Google application, that's not going to pop in a Google geofence warrant. This flip phone, for instance, probably wouldn't pop, because I can't think of any Android services that would run on that. It's not a smartphone. It's not going to have applications, right? And then for an Android phone itself, if it's not connected to a cell tower because you're in such a remote location, or if the cell tower that's servicing that remote location is only providing cell service and not data service, if you're not, you can make phone calls, but you can't get email, you can't connect to the internet, right? So that would limit it. And again, if the phone itself doesn't have the privacy settings open enough that Google actually captures that cell phone, that would prevent it as well.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Any cross-examination?
Just real briefly, when you get the extraction, the Cellbrite extraction, if there is a date and time stamp on something, what time measurement is reflected?
Typically, I don't even want to say typically without looking at the report, but the report will tell you what time it's reflecting. So it'll either reflect UTC, most likely.
Okay, and if this one reflected UTC, could you just tell us the difference between UTC time and Arizona time?
UTC is Universal Time Code. It's Greenwich Mean Time. Typically, Arizona is 7 hours behind that.
Does daylight savings affect that at all? Arizona doesn't switch.
Arizona doesn't switch, but
UTC does.
UTC does. So usually when I'm converting times, I usually use a web page that will convert the times for me for the current time of the year.
Would around January of 2023, let's say it's 4 o'clock UTC time, what time would that be Arizona time?
I would, again, without using the application for sure, I wouldn't want to say.
What's your best approximation? I'm not going to hold you to it, but
Sure.
Best approximation.
What time did you say?
4 p.m. UTC time.
Yeah, I would subtract 7 hours from that, give or take an hour.
Okay. That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, any questions for this witness from members of the jury? Very well. Thank you, sir. You may step down, your excuse.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's, you want to get on the headsets? Okay.
And it looks like they're going to wrap up the day here.
The fact that you all might be in a sugar food coma, okay? Yeah, but it's Friday, and it's not a bad idea to finish a little bit early anyway. So we finished another week. Remember the admonition of the court. It's just as important as it ever was. I'm not going to go through it all again. We will resume trial next Tuesday. I think that's April 9th at 8:30 in the morning. Do any of you have any questions? Oh, by the way, I've been talking with the lawyers here and there, and things are, I assume, still moving on schedule and planned schedule. Is that more or less, right?
More or less.
All right. So, but things are moving well. I think we're pretty much on schedule. So that being said, I'm going to stay here with the lawyers, have a little talk with them. Have a great weekend. You're excused, and we'll see you next Tuesday at 8:30. Okay.
So, chat, we are moving on to the next day. He said the 9th, but they had a hearing on the 8th. It's only 20 minutes long. We're going to listen to it. I mean, it's going to be super short, but I'm curious to see what happens here. So, and then we'll move on to the trial itself. But this was a hearing held on Monday
You
morning.
got a seat. This won't take long.
So let's see.
So the jury is absent, counsel still present. And so where are we on the progress? And the reason I'm asking, I want to know generally, but also we're in the process of starting the planning for what I anticipate will be a visit to the alleged crime scene. So,
All right, guys. So here is what they did on Monday morning. Let's see what this is all about, and we'll catch up to the 9th after this.
026. This is the date and time set by the court for a hearing related to media requests to be present at a possible, indeed a likely visit by the jury to the alleged crime scene. And pursuant to Arizona Supreme Court rule, I think it's 122, I scheduled a hearing for today's date. I don't see any legal representatives from any of the media, but we do have media requests from KVOA, KOLD, KGUN 9 television stations. Those are all local stations, I believe, in Tucson, as well as the Arizona Daily Star, the Epic Times, the New York Review of Books, Univision Network, NBC Telemundo, and AZPM, which I believe is Arizona Public Media. I should note the presence of Ms. Hunley for the state, Ms. Larkin, and the defendant are present as well. And Mr. Jetty is joining by the Zoom call. In the event that we are able to achieve this visitation, and I hope we are, and we're certainly in the planning stages for it, and the expectation is we will be able to do it. But as I've said before, the process that will occur at this visitation will be as follows. It will go down, the jurors will be separately transported to the location of the Kelly's Ranch. I'll be there, counsel will be there, we'll have a clerk there, the court reporter there, the bailiff there, just to be present. The parties will have agreed on locations that the jurors are to visit. I don't know, how about counsel, how many cones or points of interest do we anticipate them seeing?
I think we had 11 or 12 or something along those lines.
All right, and that's on the property itself, and then a possible visit to the border area as well, which is a separate. Okay, so the jurors will separately have a key. They'll have locations 1 through 12, and they will be walked from locations 1, 2, 3, and so forth, all the way through 12, probably by the bailiff and the sheriff's deputy. The attorneys, myself, the parties, the defendant will be separate. We will not walk with the jurors. The jurors are just going to walk on their own, be taken from point to point to point. The jurors will not be allowed to talk. They'll not be allowed to ask questions. The lawyers will not be able to communicate with the jurors, nor will the court. They're just going to move from point of interest to point of interest.
And that's how a jury review works. Nobody talks. Nobody says anything. They're like, nobody talks on the bus. Generally, I mean, you're not really supposed to be talking about anything. You get there. You don't talk. You don't point things out. You let the jury observe, and everybody's there. George Kelly's there. His attorney's there. The prosecutor's there. The judge is there. And they just let the jury meander around. Now, they're going to lead them. They're going to say, please follow us. We'll show you around where you need to go. And they're going to show the jury the relevant areas to make sure they don't get lost. And then they'll put them back on the bus.
Until they're finished, and then they're going to get on the van and come back to the court. Videotaping of the jurors is prohibited under the law that we operate under. So that's off the table. Any media that we're allowed to go, if the court were to allow it, would not be able to go onto the property.
It'd just be print reporters only, even if they were to allow it.
And follow the jurors and see what they're seeing, or to actually independently go see what they're seeing. They're not going to be able to videotape or take photographs because the jurors' identities must be kept private. Moreover, this is all private property. It's the Kelly's Ranch, and I think that whole property down there, if I'm not mistaken, those are all private residents. It's all private property in Kino Springs. So the court doesn't even have the authority to allow the media, to order that the media be allowed on private property.
And that's the other thing, too. George Kelly can say, nope, I don't want him there. And I think I will give the judge credit, though. He's, very much like, I don't have that kind of authority. It's George Kelly has property rights still. Now, the jury has a right to be there, but that's it.
It is a court proceeding, but it's not a public courthouse the way we are here. So, I totally understand what the media's interest in this, and we've been very accommodating. In terms of the requests that the media has made for the courtroom, I've authorized everything to include able to bring laptops in the courtroom, a recording devices that produce rough transcripts, keyboards, everything that's been requested in the courtroom.
Immigrants.
The use of the courtroom by the media has been reasonable, and I think I've been very liberal, probably more liberal than most judges are under the circumstances.
Fair enough. I mean, you're right there, Brad.
Public's
Yes,
very
they can
strong
do whatever they
interest
want.
in this case and the importance that we get information out there and transparency. Everything's been on the record here. I mean, I understand the public's interest and very sympathetic to it. But the value to the media of going out there, even if I were to able to allow it onto private property, which I don't think I can, but even if they were allowed to go out there, you know, they're not going to be able to videotape or photograph anything, and they're not going to be allowed to enter the property or follow the jurors. So whatever benefit there is to the media and therefore to the public interest is very marginal. These situations are visitation to the alleged scene of the crime are really at the discretion of the trial judge. They're very unusual and very rare. I think I'm going to authorize it in this particular case. There's so much involving the terrain and the location of the various points of interest, and the parties are in agreement. Indeed, the parties jointly initiated this request. That I think it's important and valuable for the jury to go out there. So we're going to do it. But you compare that to the really marginal value of letting the media out there to see whatever they can see. And you look at, when I look at the possible risks of having media out there, exposure of the jury and things going wrong, you know, I'm very concerned about that. These have to be very controlled situations. If they're not tightly controlled, then we have an out-of-court experience that can cause us a problem. So I'm structuring this in a very controlled way. As I said, no talking, no contact between.
So guys, I'm going to skip ahead from here. This is not really anything I care about. I don't think you guys care either. We're going to move on. We're going to move on to the Tuesday, the 9th. Let's see what happens.
Good morning, Detective Sergeant.
That's fine. Good morning.
Can you briefly introduce yourself to the jury this morning?
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Joseph Bunting.
Is that microphone on? Just a
No, it's off.
Bunting, Bunting.
I think if you're tall, so if you raise that up a little bit.
Is a little red light on?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Sergeant, briefly describe where you work and what you do.
Oh, if I was the defense attorney, I would 100% arrange, if there was a way I could do it, to have a bunch of illegals make a break across the ranch. Or they come walking by and there's a cartel, like one of those RIP crews comes walking by, loaded up to fight a drug smugglers, and be like, they just come walking by, they got their AKs over the shoulders and like, what's up, Holmes? As they keep on, orderly! And they just all walking by and like, you see any cartel vatos around here? It's like, that's how I would do it. I think it'd be great. Like, you see any of them cartel essays? I'm ready to smoke them. That's not going to happen, though. And that MLS got a lot. David, how you doing? Is saying, does this sound like a competent prosecution? No. The guy, there's a dead body, and we don't know anything about it. And we found out it looks like the guy got rummaged through after he got shot. You think this guy's a chance? I think he does. I think he's got a very real chance of acquittal. I mean, he's got a better chance than Nikolai Miu, and I mean, he didn't have the best chance in the world, so we'll see. We'll see. I didn't realize I was so far behind. Maybe answer his question. I mean, it's been that way from the start, but we're finding out more and more and more and more. There's so many unanswered questions. Like, this guy was found dead. It's been a couple of days. All of his stuff had been rooted through. It looks like he got killed in something that went wrong. So thank you for the super chat, David. But yeah, it's looking better and better.
I've been employed with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office for a little over 22 years. I'm currently assigned to the patrol division for the past year.
Walk us through your career with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. I started with the Sheriff's Office in February 6th of 2002. From there, I went to the Basic Police Academy at Carlotta, which is in Coolidge, Arizona. Upon graduation from the Basic Police Academy, I went to the field training program at the Sheriff's Office, which consisted of 12 weeks. Upon going through the FTO program during my tenure, I was assigned to the patrol division. From there, I went into the K-9 program. I was a K-9 officer for 5 years. From there, about 3 years on, I became a field training officer myself, which in turn trains the new officers coming out of the academy. Continued through that, became a SWAT operator. I've been a SWAT operator for 19 plus years, gone up the ranks. I'm currently the SWAT commander for the department. I became a corporal on patrol for probably 5 years into my career. continued on patrol. Majority of my career has been on patrol. From there, became a phlebotomist. I went on to become a general instructor for the sheriff's office. Became a firearms instructor for the department. Taught at academy level and for the department. I went on to become a rifle instructor for the department. I have other qualifications through my general instructor certification. From there, continued on through patrol, became a motor unit. So I was able to ride the motor unit for the department. In 2016, I left the patrol division and became a detective. So I was a detective for just over 6 years for the department. And then in April of last year, I was promoted to sergeant and then reassigned back to patrol. And that's where I am currently.
Thank you, Sergeant. And you briefly touched on firearms and rifle instructor. What does that include?
It's additional training to become a firearms instructor. You first start at basically the handgun, shotgun level. And then after that, you become a rifle instructor through the state. And then that in turn, I can now teach firearms for the department. And I have taught at the academy level for cadets at the academy on how to shoot a gun, proper, handling of the weapon and stuff like that.
So that would it include safety?
Correct.
Operation?
Correct.
And you said you handled weapons from handguns?
Handguns, shotguns, and rifles.
How about semi-automatic weapons?
Yes, we do. That's what we use on patrol.
And in your tenure at the Sheriff's Department, honing in, especially on your detective years, what kind of cases did you work?
Unfortunately, being a detective, we mostly deal with a lot of sexual assault type crimes at the department. In my tenure, I've had probably a dozen or so homicide investigations at the patrol level, moving up into criminal investigations division, homicides, murder, suicides, suspicious death investigations, fraud cases, and so on.
And I don't want to assume, but in those 12 or so homicides and a few of those murder suicides, was there a weapon involved
Yes.
in all of those?
Not all of them, but majority of them, yes.
And what kind of weapon was generally used?
I've had rifles, handguns, rifles and handguns.
I'm going to direct your attention to this investigation. Were you called to assist in this investigation?
I was originally called on January 30th. I was actually out sick that day, so I didn't actually start helping out with the investigation until the 31st.
You came out the next day, January 31st?
Correct.
And what were your what responsibilities were you tasked with on the 31st?
Mostly I assisted the other detectives. When I came into work that morning, I was directed to gather some information for a secondary search warrant, which I assisted with Detective Ainsa getting all that information. And then once that was obtained, going out to the Kelly Ranch.
Okay, so you said second search warrant, so you were aware of a first search warrant already being conducted?
Correct. The first search warrant was the day of the incident on the 30th.
All right, and you go back on the 31st the next day?
Correct.
Do you know what the purpose of the second search warrant was?
It was brought to my attention at that time when officers and deputies were on scene. There was two outbuildings, I guess like some type of barn in a smaller building that we were going to obtain a search warrant for. And then while at the sheriff's office, I learned that the rifle in question was not found on the previous day.
So were you aware that an AK-47 was found on the first search warrant?
Correct.
And that AK-47 was not the same weapon as identified by another officer?
That's correct.
And so one of the goals of the second search warrant was to search for the AK-47 recognized by the officers?
Correct.
Walk us through that second search warrant. Walk the jury through the scene and how that occurred. What'd you do?
Okay. Once the search warrant was obtained, myself and other detectives went back out to the Kelly Ranch. Upon our arrival, we met with Mrs. Kelly. At that time, we learned that she was actually going to be leaving to go stay at a friend's house somewhere. I mentioned when she left, if there's any weapons in her vehicle. She did state there was a weapon in her vehicle. I asked, because there was 2 vehicles on the property. She pointed out that the second vehicle was Mr. Kelly's. I asked if there was a weapon inside Mr. Kelly's vehicle, and she said there was. I brought this information to Detective Aintz's attention. We modified the search warrant through the phone with the judge. Upon doing that, retrieved 2 more. It was 2 more handguns, 1 out of each vehicle, from Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly's vehicle. From there, once that was done and both vehicles were searched, we went down to those outbuildings. It's a large barn, and come to find out, I guess the second smaller house was a pump house for the ranch. Those were probably, I'm guessing maybe a little over 100 yards or more down past the main house. We went down there, searched both places. Nothing of evidence was found at either location. Once we cleared there, we went back to where the decedent was located.
I'm gonna pause you right there. So just so we have an understanding, your first on scene, you were searching cars, pump house, and a barn.
That's correct.
And now next you're moving to where you were told the victim was located.
That's correct.
And when you got to where the victim was located, did you notice anything about the terrain, vegetation?
I did.
What'd you notice?
It was desert environment. There was sage grass or sagebrush, if you want to call it. There was a small 2-track leading kind of up in the northeast direction. Big enough, maybe a little bit big enough for a car, but maybe like a small tractor or something to go up in there. I was then pointed out where the decedent was actually located. There was still dried blood on the grass of where he was. I was able to see where he was found. From there, we began to...
I'm gonna pause, so I don't want to get you too far into this story. So when you are on scene, you see the vegetation. How high is this vegetation? Do you recall?
I'd be guessing I'm probably shin height for me in different places.
You're a tall man.
Correct.
That'd be like knee height for me.
So maybe I'd say maybe a foot or so.
Let me ask you about the vegetation around. Was there any signs from what you recall, any signs of a struggle?
I did not observe any type of signs of any type of struggle. I didn't see any type of footprint or shoe prints in the dirt around.
So you're at the scene, and what was your goal when you're at the scene where the victim's body was located? What's the purpose of being there?
Other detectives and myself, we began to search in around the immediate area. At that time, we did bring out a metal detector. I didn't use a metal detector that day. Another detective started searching for any type of physical evidence. We're looking for the bullet, looking for shell casings.
Was any found?
No.
And so,
I do need to go back a little bit because there's one thing that I did before we went down to search the houses.
sure, let me ask you, did you do anything before you searched the house?
Yes, we did. And I apologize. For my knowledge of what happened, because I wasn't there the first day, Detective Vainza actually brought me into the back patio of the Kelly residence and showed me the location of where the canine found the first spent shell casing.
Okay.
When
I'm gonna pause. So we got to get our chronology correct, right? What was going on? So you first arrive on scene. The first thing that Detective Ienza does with you is what?
He took me in the backyard because I wanted to kind of familiarize myself with the scene so I can start painting the picture. And at that point, he actually pointed out where the first shell casing was located.
The shell casing located by a canine from ATF.
That's correct.
Right. And then from there, you search cars, barn,
Well,
and pump.
Just before walking or driving down there, I did a visual search of the backyard, looking at the house. That the Kelly house, especially in the back, has an overhang with some peel poles. Peel poles are just basically the wood poles peeled with or have the bark peeled off. Decorative peel poles. I was looking at the house, looking at the peel poles. There's several mesquite trees in the backyard. I began looking for any type of bullet strikes, looking for impacts in both directions, coming from where the decedent was alleged to be at, and to see was from the back porch looking out into the desert. I was looking to see if I could find any type of evidence, and I could not at that time.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we get the sequence of events correct. Your first thing you did was Detective Ienza showed you where the canine found a shell casing.
That's correct.
And then you did a perimeter review of the scene, looking for bullet strikes and so forth.
That's correct.
And the next thing you did, I will make sure this is correct. Next thing you did was a search of cars, pump house, and barn.
That's correct.
And then you went to where the victim's body was located.
That is correct.
Okay, and now this is where we pick up our story. You have metal detector out there searching for shell casings and a projectile.
That's correct.
And do you recall how many metal detectors you had?
At that point, we only had one metal detector. Another detective was utilizing that metal detector. And then I began to, again, search for any type of evidence from where the decedent was, kind of walking back towards Mr. Kelly's residence. There's a lot of mesquite trees of different sizes, bigger, majority of them are all kind of medium sized to small. As you walk from where the decedent was back to the Kelly residence, I did locate a small mesquite tree that was broken and a limb was off. At that point, I couldn't determine if it was hit with a bullet or if an animal actually knocked it off, because I did locate some animal hair off to the side of where that branch was located. I did bring this up to.
Hold on a second. You go way too far for me, way too far. So you do a search and you see a branch that looked like it was broken, right?
That's correct.
And at this stage, do you take it or do you take photos?
Again, I told the other detectives, they came over and photographed the branch.
Okay. You leave the branch there.
That's correct.
All right. I want to stay on this metal detectors.
Mm-hmm.
So the 31st, the next day after the event, you guys have one metal detector out there.
That's correct.
Do you guys come back on the 1st, the next day?
No, we come back on the 1st, and at that time we have two metal detectors.
Well, I think I asked maybe a poorly worded question. The next day, the 1st, you guys come back again with a metal detector.
That is correct.
Two.
That is correct.
And you search what area?
At this point, I have a metal detector, and we kind of expanded that original search from where the decedent was past. So I probably went maybe 100 yards or more past in a direction that I thought maybe the projectile would have gone, or any type of any shell casings may have been. There's a small wash, maybe 100 yards, a little more behind where that decedent was located. There was a bigger mesquite tree back there. I looked in that wash with a metal detector. I was even using my metal detector to actually scan the trees and the tree trunks to see if there's any type of impact into the tree. And at that point, there was no evidence of any shell casings. We did not locate any bullet or any evidence in and around and past where the decedent was laying.
How far back, as you were looking out from the house out, and there's a victim's body, how far, continuing southbound, how far do you go with your metal detector in your search?
Again, I think I went maybe 100 yards past of where the decedent was.
Guys, we're gonna pause. I thought there'd be enough of a break coming up, but I don't want these to get too far. That's a shame for $49.99 says $4.99 says, hey, isn't the FBI still looking for that person who planted the surprises around the Capitol? Yeah, at the DNC headquarters? Yeah, on January 5th? Mm-hmm. They still are. Someone should tell them about geofencing. Oh, they know who did it. Of course they know who did it. It was one of their own people. And then arson investigator for $49.99. Thank you. Thank you very much. And saying, it is really disheartening how far prosecutors are willing to reach with impunity. Not just these idiots. This is why watching the trials is so enlightening. Although I've seen it in person in cases I've assisted with defendants. Yeah, this is a very good example of it. They have a shit case and they want to keep going. And I'm sure this prosecutor, if you asked her, do they think they have any problems with any of that stuff? She'll be like, well, no, I still think he did it. And that's the sad part. I think it's very much like George Zimmerman's. They're like, well, we still think he did it. He's still a bad guy. It's just the type of people who get recruited for the job. And yes, you guys are saying, but thank you so much for your super chat. Very, very much. Yes, and Lalo got bored. Yeah, you just ignore them; they go away. I didn't get the blue pants part. That part was really confusing to me. That was really confusing to me. But once again, arson investigator, thank you so very, very much. Guys, we're doing this at 1.35 just so we can get through it and try to get through as much as we can today and tomorrow to get caught up.
Was behind him back towards the wash.
And
Oh,
when you're
wait,
back
I'm sorry.
there, you got your
This
metal
one
detector,
wasn't at
you're doing your
135. We
thing.
need to speed it
correct.
up.
And then are you also observing the environment?
Yes.
Do you see footprints, anything like that out there? Do you recall?
No, I don't see any shoe prints. I don't see any type of struggle. I don't see any layup spots where the grass would be laid down. Say maybe someone was laying down or hiding. I did not see any of that.
Give me 1 second, detective. Miss Hunley, I'm looking for the photo with the canine to remind the jury. As Miss Hunley's assisting me, Sergeant Bunting, after you, let's go back to the 31st. I jumped in time. I Tarantino'd it to the 1st. Let's go back now to the 31st.
Okay.
After you did your metal detector on the 31st, what'd you do? Someone, you're with them, but what'd you do after the metal detector?
Once we searched in and around the desert part from where the scene was, we then moved to the Kelly residence and began the search of the Kelly residence itself, the interior.
I forgot to ask, did you, on the metal detectors on either the 31st or the 1st, did you also search the area between the victim and the house?
I did on the first.
Okay, I forgot to ask you that. So staying with the metal detectors, you searched from the victim all the way to the house,
That is correct.
including the paddock?
Correct. There's two barbed wire fences in between where the decedent is in Mr. Kelly's residence. There's a once you pass that little road I explained, you walk a little further, and there's a barbed wire fence, and it appears to be like a paddock or some type. It's not corral, but it's a paddock. And then a little bit further, and then there's a barbed wire fence that surrounds Mr. Kelly's residence.
Anything found?
No,
So you go in to assist with the search warrant of the house
that is correct.
and walk us through what you did in the search warrant of the house. The interior, we'll go to the exterior in a sec with the interior.
Correct. I began searching the garage area with other detectives. We moved from the garage into the interior of the residence. While I was searching off the garage, I can't remember what type of room that is. I overheard, I think it was Sergeant Flores, he was my sergeant at the time, who located the AK-47 rifle in a different room hanging behind the door.
And what was your responsibility? What did you do with the AK-47?
I went to where the deputies were located. I noticed that the magazine was still in the rifle. I donned gloves because I already had gloves on, and I cleared that magazine. The magazine did have live rounds in it, and also there was a live 7.62 by 39, which is the bullet for an AK-47, up in the chamber of the rifle.
There's a live cartridge. It should be loaded.
Would you recognize that rifle again?
Yes.
Detective Enza, can you assist judge with permission? Can we get 101?
Oh, you want one?
Yeah. In the meantime, Detective, I'm going to show you, do you want exhibit number? I'm going to show you just for us. I think it's already been admitted. It's already been admitted. I'm going to show you on the screen, exhibit 34, image 4193. Thank you, ma'am. You are. We're publishing, yeah. I'm sorry, with permission from the court, of course. Sergeant Bunting, is that the canine that you remember?
I wasn't there when it
No.
came, but that was the location of what Detective Ainsa showed me, yes.
And that's placard number 1.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hunley. Detective, you can use the table over here.
Here comes the gat again, chat. Wish we could see some gun porn today.
Is there opening that? Another question for you, Detective. I keep doing that to you.
That's
Sorry,
fine,
I
that's
keep demoting you in some way. I'm sorry, Sergeant.
That's fine.
Sergeant, during your review of the property on that second search warrant and the next day search warrant, did you find any backpacks of drugs?
No,
Do you find any backpacks whatsoever?
no,
Do you find any guns laying around?
no, besides the 2 that we removed from the vehicles.
I'm talking about out in the field and.
No.
Okay. Sorry, Detective, can you hold that exhibit 101, which has already been admitted into evidence, up for Detective or Sergeant Bunting?
We didn't find any backpacks except for the one we found on the dead guy. Yes, imagine that the cartel's going to take all their shit with them. No, we're just going to leave these drugs. We don't need them. It's a tax write-off. It's a loss.
Sergeant Bunting, do you recognize exhibit 101?
I do.
Is that the weapon you found on the second search warrant, or someone else found and you helped clear?
It is at the time.
Wait, I think that isn't a Rinko AK. That is a Chinese AK, I think.
When I found it,
Kat.
there was actually a flashlight that was taped to the barrel.
Thank you, Detective.
I think Chad is right.
He's eventually, at some point, DPS shows up. Do you know what day that was? DPS shows up?
That was on the first.
Okay, let's go to the first now. DPS, oh, I'm sorry. I'm missing probably the most important part of your testimony today. Thank you for that eyeball look at me. So you also, during the search, you also looked outside the house, right?
Correct. After we did a search of the interior, located the weapon, I went back to the rear of the residence. I went back to the rear of the residence because behind the residence, and I apologize, I don't know my desert plants, but there's a plant in the backyard that kind of has these, I don't know what you call it, but it kind of comes up and it drapes down onto the desert or onto the ground. I was drawn to that, thinking that if something may be in that bush or underneath that bush, because it was just kind of out of the ordinary for me. I looked originally where the first shell casing was located. I looked around that bush. I looked in that bush, and then as I walked around, there was some other prickly pear cactus, some other desert cactus in that same area. As I walked around in the front of it, if you want to call it, as I approached that bush, I located an additional shell casing, spent shell casing on the ground.
Hold on, before you get too far, I'm going to show you some photos, but who's with you when you're out there when you spot some shell casings?
At that time, it was just me.
Okay, and did you get some assistance from other officers?
That is correct. Once I found the first shell casing, I yelled over for Detective Ainsa to grab his camera.
Okay, I'm going to show you some photos. Exhibit 34, I'm going to show you image 4433. And just for us, I'm just going through the proper way here. I'm going to show you, actually, I'm just going to approach you and show you directly. Commissioner, approach you.
Yes.
You should take a moment to review those photos.
Mhm.
The stickies are mine, Sergeant.
That's fine. Yes, I do recognize these photos.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you found, the shell casings?
Yes.
Move to admit, Your Honor, Government Exhibit 34, images 4433 to 4458.
Let me just see them first.
Oh, sure.
Exhibit 34, pages 4443 through 4458 are admitted.
I think it's 4433.
4433?
Yes, thank you.
All right,
Judge.
thank you. Exhibit 34, pages 4433 through 4458 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Grant.
I'm gonna have Ms. Hunley drive for me. I'm gonna show you what's been State Exhibit 34. I'm gonna start referring to them just by their image number, 4433. What's that picture of, Sergeant?
That picture shows that bush that I was talking about that I don't know the name. It kind of drapes down onto the ground there. This is located right outside the back patio of Mr. Kelly's residence.
Ms. Hunley, if you can't do the matrix removal, is that you? Whatever's happening down here. Don't worry about it if you can't do it. All right. All right, don't worry about it, Ms. Hunley. I'm gonna show you the next image, 4444. I mean, 4434. I did the same thing, 4434. Sergeant, tell the jury what we're looking at.
What you're looking at there is a spent AK-47 round or 7.62
I'm
by
gonna go old
3.9
school.
round.
At least cut that. Let me just go old school. That's fine. I'll do the MO. I'll do the MO. I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit 4434. Sergeant, what are we looking at?
Again, you're looking at a spent shell casing.
And that's located what part of the house?
In that same area around that bush, right off of the patio.
And when you look at that shell casing in 4434, is that an old one, new one?
There's no weathering on it. It sort of appears new. And it's on top of the rocks.
I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit image 4435. Same type of photo?
Same type of photo, same type of shell casing.
I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit image 4436.
Again, same type of photo in empty spent shell casing.
I'm gonna have we're gonna go through every single one, but I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit image 4437. And this is a overview. I can zoom in, but there is one. There's one right there. You see that one?
That's correct. There's one down at the bottom of the page.
Oh, I can't see that much.
Yeah, you zoomed in.
I'm zooming out. Right there?
Yes, it's blocked by that what's on the bottom screen, but yes, there's one.
Okay. That's Government image 4437. Let me show you one with some placards on it. 4438.
That's correct. It indicates 8 spent shell casings that were located.
That's a standard practice to put placards next to the shell casings?
That is correct, and we placed an arrow indicating a possible north direction.
We show you image 4439. Different view.
Different view of the previous picture, yes.
Do you recognize this view?
I do.
Where's the patio in this view?
The patio, you can actually see it is right behind the prickly pear cactus.
Wouldn't that be the front of the house?
That could be on, if you look, you see the sidewalk kind of do a right L. I would say the front door to that residence is just off of that picture at the top. What you don't see just to the right, if you would continue down, there's another door that leads into the back of the residence there.
I will show you a better photo. I'm going to show you image 4440. Recognize that view?
I do.
And the image we're talking about, the back patio, do you see the patio?
I do. You can see the legs of the other detectives standing on that back patio, and then right behind them, there's a door that leads into the residence.
Just so we know, that 4439 was a view going this way, and now this is a view of a different angle of that patio, the showcase, right?
That is correct.
All right. me show you a close-up of one of the shell casings, 4442. Is that close-up of your placard 1?
That is,
Do you remember is it Detective Ainza who's taking the photographs?
I do believe it was Sergeant Flores who took the actual photographs.
And this is same kind of picture, but there's a glove and someone's manipulating we're doing something with the round. Who's that glove belong to?
That's actually my hand. It's my glove. I used a small twig that I located there on the ground. You can see some by my knuckles to put it inside the spent shell casing. So the picture indicates me starting to pick up that shell casing, and then with the assistance of Detective Ainza, we then place that one shell casing into an evidence bag.
Did you do that same procedure with
With the remaining all 8 spent shell casings, yes.
Let me show you image 4452. You were talking to the jury about some plant that was like overhanging the gravel.
That is correct.
Is that
That indicates that the plant in question that I was talking about, how it kind of drapes down onto the rocks, and that right there shows kind of the reason why I was looking in and around that plant and located one of the spent shell casings.
some of that would be difficult to see, right?
And that is correct.
We'll show you image 4454. That's a
Wait,
closer look up of a showcasing number.
so now they're admitting that it's like really hard to see things at this property because of all the prickly stuff. Cool. More reasonable doubt.
7.
That is correct.
Kind of tucked under this plant.
That is correct.
Their theory is that he shot him. He intentionally picked up his AK and went boop and shot the guy. Obviously, the defense says he didn't do it, but yeah, they're arguing he said he fired out shots and these are the shots that killed him.
When you got, was it, how many were there?
There was a total of 8 spent shell casings.
And what did you do with the 8 shell casings?
They were all submitted into evidence.
Those are normal size hand gloves. Sorry about that. I'm gonna have you open exhibit. I think one exhibit is 103 to 106. The envelope, which should show 103 to 106. I'm gonna have you open both of those, and counsel can go up there and take a look. I think they've been up there before. You can open both of them. One should be 103 to 106, and then one should be 107 to 110. Is that all right?
This is 22 JA through 25 JA.
Can you take each one of those out and to yourself, open them up and take a look?
Inside the big one, they're all individually.
Sure, but just to yourself, I want you to review them on your own.
Okay.
You done review? We're just gonna do one at a time. I don't want to cross-contaminate or cross-pollinate here. So 103 to 106, you done reviewing those shell casings?
Yes.
Are those the same shell casings you found on scene?
Yes, they are.
Can you move to admit, just so we can formally do this, Government Exhibit 103 to 106?
No objection.
103 through 106 are admitted.
Sergeant, can you just take one of those out just to remind the jury what that looks like? Just
This is a 103. It's a Spanish shell casing.
and what's the? Can you tell brand or what type of weapon that goes to?
I recognize it as a AK-47 round or 7.62 by 39 round. It's kind of hard to see with the light that we have, but I recognize the round.
All right, you can put that back in that individual envelope and put all four of those back into the bigger envelope. And I want you to mirror the same process on Government Exhibit 107 to 110.
Small gloves. These have been previously opened, and two of the spent shell casings are out of the packages. But yes, they're the same 7.62 by 39 spent shell casings that were located.
You're going to move to admit Government Exhibit 107 to 110.
No objection.
107 through 110 are admitted.
You can put those back in the envelope and put those back in the big envelope. After collecting the eight spent shell casings, did you do anything else at the house?
No, not that evening. Once we collected those, we actually departed the Kelly Ranch.
You also did, you were there for, DPS showed up to do a drone?
That is correct, on the 1st.
So the next day now.
The next day, which was Wednesday, February 1st.
To remind the jury, that's the day when you go back out with the metal detectors, right?
That is correct. We went out, we were there probably a little over an hour before DPS arrived.
And you were there when DPS, did you help DPS out?
I did. It was Trooper Reyna that arrived on scene. He's a drone operator. Upon his arrival, I walked him through the scene to show him kind of the layout and what we wanted to be photographed.
And you got firearm expertise, right?
That's correct.
And you know about ejection patterns. I'm not going to quiz you on this, but you know about ejection patterns.
Correct.
In the drone footage, there are cones. Do you know who put the cones out?
I did.
You put the cones out on the patio.
That is correct.
Based on what?
My theory of ejection patterns being that rifle is a right-handed ejection, meaning when the bullet is fired, the dispatcher grabs that spent shell casing and ejects it off to the right-hand side of that weapon system.
And so you did your best guess about where the person who shot, where the spent shell casings landed, where the shooter would have been.
That is correct.
Is that precise science?
No.
But they're not. Do you remember a gazebo?
Yes.
The ejection pattern doesn't resemble someone shooting from the gazebo, does it?
No, my knowledge of that weapon system, even though I've not shot it a lot, again, it extracts and pulls it out to the right-hand side and slightly forward. So it was my best guess of if I would be standing right here, where those shell casings were. That was just a approximate guess that I did.
You also looked at, in this case, you were tasked with looking at Border Patrol video.
That is correct.
And do you know how many discs of video that you looked at?
It was a total of 5 surveillance discs on 2 different occasions.
And did other officers, detectives, were they also tasked with their own set of discs?
That is correct.
So there's a lot of but a lot of Border Patrol surveillance videos, right?
Correct. I don't know what the total number, but yes.
Live hours?
Yes.
And do you remember the drone I keep saying drones, strike that. The Border Patrol surveillance video, you reviewed it before court today, right?
That is correct.
And the view, do you remember what the view was? What property?
Yes, it was, well, it was the desert view from wherever those cameras were located.
Sure, but do you see any property distinction, any property belonging to George Kelly?
Yes, we do. There's 2 footage that we saw. One of what's called an infrared. It's a black and white image where you see a male subject and 2 animals walking towards that pump house. I'm familiar with that pump house. The second video was in color, indicating that same image.
And do you see other people arriving on scene on the video?
That is correct. Later, you do see other deputies arriving in their marked units.
And so the videos you reviewed showed Border Patrol and SO arriving, and also George Kelly and his dogs.
That is correct.
There's a part of the video where you see someone else running, right?
Not running, he's walking.
Walking. Where are they walking towards?
They're walking on a hillside. I couldn't tell you where that image was actually located because it's kind of zoomed into that male subject in the desert around. So there's nothing in the distance to indicate where that person was.
And there's Border Patrol and SO on scene, right?
That is correct.
All right. And then did you ever see anyone running towards the border wall?
No, I did not see anybody running.
And then we're going to talk about this tree thing real quick. I'm going to show exhibit 137 and 137.1. And Sergeant, I think you could do two things at once. I'm going to ask you to open exhibit 137 and 137.1. I think they're both inside that box. As you're doing that, I'm going to ask you, at some point, someone's tasked you with the job of collecting the tree branch, right?
That is correct.
Do you remember what time of year that was?
That was in August.
August. Do you know who tasked you with that job?
We received information from the county attorney's office to go back and retrieve that branch that I originally found on the 31st. And that information came down from, I guess, one of the experts. I do not know his name, but one of the experts requested us to go back out and collect that tree.
So you go back out. Do you remember who's with you when you go back out?
It was myself, Detective Barba, and at the time, Sergeant Flores. And I can't remember if there was a deputy out there or not.
Okay. Go ahead and open that box. I want you to keep those things in the bag. There should be a clear bag in there, Sergeant. Don't pull it up. I just want you to see if you. No, don't pull it down. Do you recognize those two items?
I do.
Are those what are those?
They were cut pieces of the tree in question.
You're on move to admit government exhibit 137 and 137.1 into evidence.
No objection.
137 and 137.1 are admitted.
And Detective can move to have him do the runway showing with the jury.
Assume by that you mean publish to the jury.
I'm sorry,
You
publish
can
to the
do
jury.
that, yes. You may.
Both-
So you
both
walk
at the
down
same
and
time?
Yeah, both of them. Take both of them and just slowly walk so the jury can see the items. Thank you, Sergeant. You can put those in the box too, Sergeant. I think earlier you testified that you saw some possible animal hair on that branch, right?
Wasn't on the branch, it was actually off to the side on the ground. And there was a horse and a couple of cows at the time in the area around where that branch was located.
You know what kind? Do you remember the horse?
I remember the
looked
horse.
What it looked like?
It was an older horse. It was brownish, darker, like not dark brown, but kind of like a reddish brown in color horse, older.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
thank you. Cross-examination.
Hold on. I looked at you for a second. I'm sorry, Your Honor, just a couple follow-up before I conclude.
And I may have missed it, but did we have foundation as to when these branches were removed? If I missed it, I apologize.
I'm sorry.
August 2nd of 23. It was under search warrant 23052.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 121, my bad.
So while they're looking for that, you might have noticed, members of the jury, that it's only one lawyer from each side can examine a witness. So they look to co-counsel before they finish on either side to see if the other counsel has any questions. It's just one lawyer, one witness. We don't allow them to tag team. So that's why they're doing it the way they do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, Chad, I take a phone call there.
I'm gonna show you Government Exhibit 121, just so we can do this. Things already been admitted. We'll publish. Do you recognize that photo?
I do. It's from the drone footage.
Just to remind everyone, there's cones situated kind of dead center,
That's correct.
and those are the cones you're referring to?
That is correct.
And the casings, just so we understand, the casings are
The
where?
the casing 22JA through 29 circled in yellow are the ones that I located. The blue 1JA was the one shell casing that was recovered the previous night.
And 22J
Excuse me a second. I'm sorry. The clerk informs me that this exhibit has not been admitted.
was part of the, I'm sorry. Let's do this the right way. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Move to admit, Your Honor, Government Exhibit 121.
No objection.
121 is admitted.
So thank you, Your Honor. I assumed too much. Sorry about that, Sergeant. So the blue circle is the first shell casing 1JA,
That is correct.
and then in the yellow circle is the other ones, 22 through 29JA,
That is correct.
and those correspond with exhibits 103 to 110.
That is correct.
Those ones you just looked at, right?
Yes.
And those are the ones you put place cards on.
Yes, the one circled in yellow.
And then did you also, who's responsible for putting cones around where the victim's body was located? Do you recall?
I don't recall. I think I was with Trooper Reyna at the time. I don't remember if I did it or if Trooper Reyna did, but I was present when those cones were placed.
One of you two did it.
That is correct.
And did someone tell you where the body was at?
No, due to the stain on the ground, I was still able to locate where the decedent was laying.
Okay, based upon the physical evidence on scene, you put the cones around that, and that's where the body was.
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Just want to talk a little bit about the metal detecting that you did. You said that you went, would it be south of the body or east of the body towards the wash?
That is correct. I would say east.
Okay, towards the ravine that's on the far side of where the body was located, correct?
That is correct.
So that's moving away from the house, right?
Yes,
And then you also moved towards the house through those barbed wire fences looking for a bullet, correct?
that is correct.
And even up on the trees, all in that pathway, correct?
That is correct on both sides.
On both
Smaller
sides.
trees were harder, but the bigger trees, yes.
So that's generally an area that goes east to west, right? That's the path that you covered essentially?
Yes.
Did you cover any other paths like north, south, or search in any other directions besides those two?
Yes, I did. Behind where the decedent was back to that ravine, I did go slightly north to cover a wider swath. And again, we probably went maybe 100 yards, a little more, behind to where that ravine is, and then slightly north and then south, if you want to say south.
Yeah, you say slightly north and slightly south. Is that slightly north and south in that general east-west path that you're covering?
That is correct.
Did you ever go directly north from where the body was located, for example, or directly south?
We did. We actually went all the way to the end of where the first barbed wire fence is surrounding Mr. Kelly's ranch. And again, we covered that whole area between the paddock and then back to where the decedent was laying.
So is it fair to say then that you did sort of a radius around where the body was located? Did you search that entire radius or did you limit yourself?
No, I would say it's in the immediate area around 100 yards, again, a little more behind, further north.
In every direction then, more or
We
less?
tried, yes.
Okay. And you didn't find any evidence of any bullets in that search,
We
right?
did not find any evidence of any bullets or any spent shell casings besides the 8 that I located.
Okay. And you stood on the patio, obviously, of Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Yes,
And you were able to look through that mesquite thicket, essentially, correct?
That is
Towards
correct.
where the body was located, right?
yes,
And you also stood out where the body is located, correct?
Yes,
And you looked back towards the house also, correct?
yes.
Could you just describe that line of sight for the jury?
Again, standing from the back patio of Mr. Kelly's residence, looking out to where the decedent is, there is a covered gazebo right off the patio behind his house. From there, there's some bigger, like thicker mesquite trees. Past the first barbed wire fence in that paddock, there's some smaller mesquite trees. Some thicker areas than others, or some spaces in between. Again, this is desert, so at the time in January, everything's dead. There's no leaves on the trees. The grass is brown. There is a kind of like opening prior to where the decedent is, and the final resting of the decedent is located right near a tree.
So just to sum that up, there's a lot of stuff in between the patio and where the body is located, right?
That is correct.
There's trees, right?
I just said that, yes.
And there's different obstacles like a smoker, for example, right? Did you see a
Smoke-
smoker out on the back?
Behind the gazebo, there is I think, if you want to call it a smoker, or a fire pit or something, I guess.
And the gazebo's out there as well, right?
Yes.
And there are wood piles also, right? Did you notice those?
Those are small.
But there are wood piles out there in between?
Correct.
Okay. And you searched through that whole area with metal detectors and you didn't find any evidence of any bullets passing through that thicket, correct?
Besides that broken tree, and again, I can't confirm if that was actually broken by a bullet or by the animal. That's the only thing I located. And I looked on both sides of the trees with the metal detector on the bigger trees, giving any benefit of doubt of bullets coming towards Mr. Kelly.
Okay. So you found no evidence then of bullets going through there? Okay. Just want to talk about the shell casings that you located near the patio. You located those on the second day, or this was during the second search of the property, correct?
Correct, on the 31st.
So other investigators had been out there on the 30th and they'd searched the property, right?
I don't want to assume whatever, I wasn't there.
Okay. But those shell casings were not located until you located them on the 31st, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And those were just out in plain view, right?
Yes,
You didn't need a metal detector to find them,
no,
right?
I did not. I found them in plain view.
So you just looked on the ground and there they were, right?
Yes,
Those were next to a prickly pear cactus, correct?
they were in front, yes.
Okay. You talked about shell casing, ejection, and things like that. You put the cones where was your best guess that somebody might be standing, right?
That is correct.
But that's just a guess, right?
With my knowledge, yes, it was left of where those shell casings were located, with a little bit distance from where those cones were to where they were actually located on the ground.
And you obviously
So
know
what
that
I miss,
while shell
guys?
casings are ejected, they can bounce off of things if there are things around,
That is correct.
like that prickly pear cactus, for example, right?
Yes, that and rocks.
Right. Did you do any measurements or positioning to precisely locate all of those shell casings?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did that?
Again, I don't want to presume, but I did not do that.
And in order to basically memorialize what you found, you guys took pictures of the shell casings, right?
That is correct.
You put those placards down by each one that you found, right?
Correct.
And then that was just photographed from a number of different angles, right?
That is correct.
And then after you took those photographs, you picked up the shell casings, correct?
Yes, once they were photographed, and then again photographed as we were picking them up, we picked them up and put them in bags.
So you didn't measure the distance between each shell casing or anything like that, right?
No, I did not.
Didn't get any precise coordinates or anything to show exactly where they were, right?
I do not know if anybody else did any type of GPS.
Okay. Was anyone there who had GPS while you located and picked up these shell casings?
Again, I don't want to presume what someone else had or didn't have. I did not have, and I did not do that.
Okay. And you saw the shell casings, discovered them, and then you were there the entire time they were being photographed and then picked up, right?
That is correct.
So you observed the discovery and the documentation and the collection of the shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And you didn't observe any taking of precise measurements?
No.
Okay. I want to go back a little bit to the distance between those shell casings and where the body was eventually located. You would agree it's difficult to see a person if you're standing on the patio and that person is standing out where the body was located, right?
Difficult to see? No.
It's not difficult to see, you don't think?
Well, you got to remember, in January, there was no leaves on the tree. There was the grass that was only maybe a foot high, so you could see through those trees.
Did you have Detective Barba go stand out there at some point?
At some point, yes. I think we did take a photograph. I did not take it, but the photograph was taken.
And you were standing back by the patio and looking through to see Detective Barba, right?
That is correct.
He was wearing black, right?
Black and tan, yes, ma'am.
And he was just standing out there, just standing there, correct?
Correct. If I do remember right, he was standing where the decedent was discovered.
So he wasn't trying to hide, right?
No.
And he obviously wasn't wearing camouflage or anything, right?
That is correct.
And you say that you can see this from the patio. What about from inside the house?
I did not look from inside the house. I was on the outside looking at where the Detective Barba was. If that's what you're referring to.
Were you in the house at any point?
I was.
And so you know what the kitchen and living room area of that house looks like, right?
Vaguely.
And you'd have to look out through some windows to see out into this area, correct?
Yes, there are a couple windows on the back patio by that back door.
Did you ever attempt to look out through those windows to see if you could observe something at that distance from the house?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I do not know.
What is this? KK. I'm going to show you what's been marked as KK. It's already been admitted. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do. I think that's the smoker you were referring to.
Yes. Is this the photograph that you're saying somebody took of Detective Barba?
Yes, you can see Detective Barba standing between the trees in the back wearing the black shirt.
And this photograph is pretty zoomed in. Is that right? Fair to say?
Again, I don't want to presume. I did not take that picture to say if it was zoomed or not.
Can you just point to where you see Detective Barba here?
Point on mine will it show?
Can you? Well, here, let me help you.
Yeah,
If it hit was
something like that. No, there's a stylus. So.
Is that what you're saying? That's
I
that
just put
spot right there.
Put a yellow line by mistake, but yes, it's pointing to where the Detective Barba is.
Okay, that's where he's standing.
Correct.
Showing you basically the same photograph, just from the regular, not zoomed in angle. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And can you show us where Detective Barba is here?
I'll circle it. Well, I just covered them, but it's back there.
Can you, if you touch the upper left hand of the screen, I think it lets you draw an inner point.
Larry, why don't you clear it first? Great, thank you.
I circled
Did
where.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. It's up there, not here. Okay. Thank you. And you're saying that that is easy to see.
Well, you also have to remember the human eye can see a lot better than what that picture did, and that's a grainy picture. So when you're standing out there, you can actually see where he was standing. That doesn't depict a true, it depicts a picture of what we're looking at, but in real life, you can actually see that person standing there.
So if the jury were to go out there and stand where the decedent was located and look back towards the house, it would be a clear view?
Again, it's times have changed, but I would assume yes.
And same thing from standing on the patio looking out there, that's going to be a clear view?
Again, it's a different time of year, but you can see. But again, that's where the decedent was actually located. It doesn't mean that's where he was originally seen.
And going off of that, so give me one sec. You also reviewed some Border Patrol surveillance footage, is that right?
Yes,
And I think in that footage, you were able to locate Mr. Kelly, is that right?
that is correct.
And Mr. Kelly was walking, correct?
Yes, with his two dogs.
And you saw him near the pump house, is that right?
That's correct.
So he's near a road and he's just walking, correct?
That is correct.
He wasn't chasing anybody, right?
I saw him walking. I do not know what he was out there.
And he certainly wasn't running, right?
No, he was appeared to be just walking around the pump house, looking around.
When you're reviewing this footage, how do you orient yourself to figure out where what you're looking at is?
I mean, orient by looking through that video and saying that I know where that is. Is that what you're asking?
Right. How do you know where what you're looking at is?
It was hard, especially some of that footage was zoomed in or a close up with not a lot of background. Once you can kind of give a bigger picture of behind, you could kind of orientate yourself. A lot of those images I did not know. I'm familiar with the pump house, so I was able to orient myself at that location, being on the Kelly Ranch. And then I'm familiar with both Mr. Kelly's dogs. I saw him out there when I was out there, and then Mr. Kelly by the pump house.
Was a lot of this footage review, did it involve basically seeing, I don't know, like a cow or some animal out there and not knowing where that location is?
Correct.
So there was a lot of this footage that you just really couldn't recognize. Is that fair to say?
Well, you might want to clear that up. Recognize of location. I mean, I could see what they were looking at, but.
Right. You mentioned you saw, I think it was a person walking. Did you see that in the footage?
That is correct.
And you don't know who that person is, right?
I do not know. He was walking, stopped, continued walking, looking around. He wasn't running. Didn't look like to be hiding.
Did you know where he was?
No.
So you just saw a video of some person somewhere, right?
That is correct. And that's what I put in my report.
And what was he wearing? Were you able to see that, or is the video not that resolved?
It is pixelated. it did appear not to be wearing some type of camouflage because it kind of stood out. But to say he was wearing blue jeans, no. You could see something blue, I do believe, if I remember right. But to say it was here in the desert and exactly pinpoint, I could not do that.
Could you tell if he was carrying anything?
I don't recall that.
Okay. I think you also mentioned you saw a group of 3 people at some point. Is that what you saw? On the surveillance video, did you ever see a group of individuals?
Like, there was other deputies. I saw the other deputies. I'm not sure what you're pertaining to.
Somebody who's not law enforcement. Did you ever see a group of individuals?
I don't recall that.
Okay. So that Border Patrol footage, it also doesn't show, obviously, a body. That's correct, right?
No.
And it doesn't show somebody who's running to the end of the wall, correct?
No, I did not see any of that.
You didn't see anybody signaling at a vehicle at the end of the wall either, did you?
No, I did see vehicles but I did not see anybody trying to signal or. No.
Did you see any vehicle that was at the end of the wall?
No, I did see vehicles, but I
You
can't
didn't know
say
where they
by the
were?
end of the wall was.
Okay, and you couldn't tell where they were based on what you were looking at?
No, you could see a road. There was at one point there was a grader. And I did see some Border Patrol. There was a Border Patrol vehicle and another Border Patrol vehicle that was recognized as a camera truck, but location I do not know.
You know what the end of the wall looks like, right?
That is correct.
You've been there, you've seen it, right?
Yes,
So if you were to see that on this surveillance footage, you would recognize it, right?
that is correct.
And you didn't see any of that,
On
right?
the ones I saw, no.
Did you ever find out those Border Patrol vehicles that you mentioned? Did you ever find out who they were or where they were?
No.
And why is that? Is that just because you can't tell from the surveillance
I
footage?
could not tell I was just tasked to view and document anything I saw. And that's what I did.
And you didn't contact Border Patrol to ask them who these folks were or where they were or anything, did you?
Myself, no.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I do not know.
The tree branch that you mentioned, you collected that tree branch because somebody else asked you to do that, right?
That is correct.
And that was in August, so that's significantly after this event took place, right?
Correct.
And that was at the behest of the ballistics expert, is that right?
I know it was an expert. I don't recall the name.
Okay, but you hadn't thought to collect it earlier because why?
At that time, I couldn't tell. It was a branch that was broken. Again, there was some animal hair off to the side, not in close proximity. But again, I could not tell at that point if it was a bullet strike or an animal had broke off. It did caught my attention because it appeared to be a fresh break, which we did photograph as we found it. And then at one point, I picked up the broken branch to see if it would fit on top, in which it did. It matched. And then we moved on from there.
And Valeria, can I get the whiteboard out when you get a chance? You were on Mr. Kelly's property for quite some time, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the area, right?
Yes.
And the property he has, it's a house, right? Obviously.
Yes.
There aren't any pine trees on his property, right?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
Okay. And there's no road that goes from Mr. Kelly's property to the end of the wall. Is that right?
Not that I know of, no.
And this property you can see the border wall from this property, correct?
Correct.
But it's pretty far away. It's about 1.5 miles away from Mr. Kelly's property. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right as a crow flies. I mean, the train is up and down, but yes.
As the crow flies. So if you were to go directly from Mr. Kelly's property to the end of the wall, that would be running 1.5 miles over pretty rough terrain, right?
Yes.
And you certainly wouldn't be using a road, right?
No, there are roads out there, but no.
But not on Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Just the one that he made going down to his barn and that one by his
Right.
house.
Not one that goes to the end of the wall, correct? And when I know you've been promoted, but you are a detective, right?
That's correct.
And you've studied cases and you've worked homicides before, correct?
Correct.
And you know it's important, obviously, to evaluate witness statements when they come forward, right?
That is correct.
And you tend to see, does this statement make sense? Is it consistent with other evidence that I'm observing, right?
Correct.
And I just want to draw a picture to hopefully illustrate this.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our mid-morning break? You can draw your picture on the break. It's 5 to 10. We'll take a 30-minute break. We'll be back in court. Please be in the jury room at 10:25. We'll be in recess until 10:25.
Rise the court.
Guys, sorry, no, I was not. I was in the middle of something else here. Sorry. Sorry, we'll skip ahead.
So I just want to try to illustrate something to help us understand a little bit about the difference between what somebody who testified earlier said and the facts on the ground. So I'm just going to have you illustrate for us what the facts are on the ground when you went to this property to visit this location. So this is very crude, okay? But north, south, west, east, this is Mr. Kelly's house, okay? The body's located to the east of the house, right?
It's behind the house.
And that's in the east direction, right?
You say that, yeah.
So body is somewhere over here.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
A person. And what's the distance between the house and the body?
116 yards, 364 feet.
116 yards. And this line down here, I just drew that to symbolize the border wall, okay? The distance from the body to the border wall is about 1.5 miles as the crow flies, right?
Incorrect.
Correct, okay. So 1.5 miles. So I want to illustrate what this witness said about this house and where the witness was oriented. So if the witness says he's facing south and the house is on his left, where does that put the witness?
Well, again, yes, it's crude and it's not a correct depiction of what's going to be out
Well,
there.
where does it put him?
Well, I don't know what's.
If he says, I'm facing south and the house is to my left, where is he? Where do I draw him? I draw him over here, right? If he's facing south and the house is on his left, then he's on the west side of the house, right?
I don't know if I can answer that because again, it's hard to put them over there. And once you guys actually see the house or see an actual footage of how the house sits, where the decedent is to the wall, it doesn't line up with what you're drawing.
So let's just hypothetically say the witness says, I'm facing south and the house is to my left. That puts the witness to the west of the house, right?
Well,
If that's what he said.
If you're guessing, I don't know. I don't want to presume against what somebody else said. If that's what you're telling me, okay.
All right. If that's what he said, that's obviously not consistent with what you observed when you were out there, right?
Again, it's a total different view of what I'm thinking.
Where would you put this witness if he says, I'm facing south and the house is to my left? Would you put him up here?
Well, no. If
You wouldn't put him down here.
No, if you want to orientate a little better of what's out there, you have to kind of angle the house towards the top right corner and put north that way instead of just straight up and straight down and east and west.
So the house is at a different angle?
Yeah, it's.
Does it matter which angle the house is at?
Well, if you want to be more precise, yes.
In terms of saying, I'm facing south and the house is on my left, does it matter what shape the house is?
Well, it's going to depict a picture different, yes.
So we just rotate the house and that changes things?
From where the decedent is, I don't see how he can be on that side of the house.
Okay, that's all I'm asking is, and this is hypothetical. You didn't talk to this witness. You didn't hear this witness. But if he puts himself facing south with the house on his left, then he's over here generally, right?
If that's what he said.
And if he says he was 10 yards away from the house, more or less, when the shooting starts, that's also not consistent with what you observed, right?
Correct.
And if he says the border wall is right here, it's 2 football fields away. That's what he says, 2 football fields away. That's also not consistent with what you observed, right?
Correct.
And if he says, house is on my left, I'm facing south, the shots are coming from the right. So he's describing shots coming from his right, should be over here. That's not consistent with what you observed either, is it?
Not from where the decedent is, no.
In fact, this is the story, right? And these are the facts.
Well, you're telling me the story again. I don't know.
I know you didn't hear the story. If this is the story, they're pretty far off from the actual facts that you observed, right?
It doesn't line up from what I see.
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to project a little bit better over here. Okay. So we talked a little bit about what the witness described there also. This same witness described the victim as falling over backwards. Did you make any observations of the body in this case?
No.
Did you see any photographs of the body in this case?
Not to. Yes, but not. I don't. No. I'll say no. I don't remember how the decedent was laying.
Okay. If he was laying on his stomach, then that's obviously inconsistent with what the witness says as well, right?
If that's what you're telling me.
And that witness also described the shooter standing directly over Gabriel's body immediately following the shooting. And I know you didn't hear from that witness at all, but if that was a statement that was made, that's also not consistent with your observations of Mr. Kelly being out by the pump house with his dogs, correct?
Again, I don't want to presume something that I have no knowledge of. I mean, if you're telling me that, okay.
And I'm not asking you to presume or say that that's what the witness said. But if the witness did say, right after this shooting, Mr. Kelly was standing right over Gabriel's body, that's not consistent with what you observed on Border Patrol surveillance, correct?
On the surveillance, what I saw was him by the pump house.
Right. Do you investigate false reporting ever?
We look into it, yes,
Because that's a crime, right?
that is correct.
And sometimes people commit that crime, right?
People lie to the police.
And so what are kind of some of the red flags that you look for? What helps you determine whether something is a false report or not?
I'm not sure if this goes with what I did that day. I think you're kind of going outside that, but yes, we have looked into false reporting. Actually, we had one yesterday.
What sorts of things do you look into when there's a possibility, or what tells you that there's a possibility that something might be a false report in general?
Well, we have to look at the totality of all the circumstances and then see if that information coincides with what either the victim or suspect is talking to us.
So if you have a number of different statements, for example, you want to evaluate those statements by testing them or looking at them in conjunction with the totality of everything else that's in the case, right?
During our investigation, yeah, we have to look at everything, yes.
So you're going to take one statement and you're going to compare it to other statements, right?
Correct.
You're going to see if they are close together or if there are some discrepancies, right?
Correct.
And you're going to take that same statement and you're going to put it next to the physical evidence in the case, right?
Correct.
So if a statement, goes against or contradicts the physical evidence in the case, then that statement's obviously less reliable, right?
Well, again, we have to look at all the evidence and take it in totality.
And you're also comparing those statements to forensic evidence, correct?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
And with a scenario like this, and I know you didn't talk to this witness, I'm not saying that this is what this witness said. Hypothetically, if this witness said what we just illustrated up there, that's a pretty big red flag, right?
I don't feel comfortable guessing on what you're asking me because I had nothing to do with that.
I know you didn't have anything to do with it, but hypothetically, if a witness came forward and made a statement that was this inconsistent with the physical evidence that you observed, would you have some concerns about that witness?
If I was investigating a crime, I'm not going to say this one here. Yes, we're going to look at all the evidence and take it at face value and look into it to see if it's correct.
And I know that you were not the lead detective in this case, right?
That is correct.
You never talked to this witness or heard anything about what he said, right?
That is correct.
The lead detective is the person who is tasked with this responsibility, correct?
Yes.
So whoever the detective is, when they receive a statement like this one, they should look into that, right?
In my experience in investigating crimes, especially in the detective, because there's more than one detective, we do talk amongst each other. But that's probably a normal practice during an investigation, any investigation, even at the patrol level. You look at all the evidence, all the statements, and then take up if it's a true statement or not. Yes.
And so that should have been evaluated, correct?
Well, again, I don't want to speculate what should have done or could have done.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
I'm gonna continue on with this hypothetical with what another witness supposedly said. Okay, detective?
Yes.
All right. And you weren't there for this testimony, were you?
No.
You have not been in court?
No.
No one's talked to you about other people's testimony in court, have they?
No. And
Right.
during this investigation, I was promoted in April, so I left the detective division while this investigation was still going on.
We'll walk through this. Is that on? That's on. Is that on? Yes. Okay, good. We'll walk through this hypothetical. And on this hypothetical, defense counsel drew in red what evidently another witness testified.
That is correct.
All right. Do you know anything about, and once again, you weren't here for the testimony, right?
That's correct.
So you don't know if this witness here, stated they did not see a house when the shooting happened.
I have no knowledge.
And you also do not know that the house they referred to was on a walk earlier. You don't know that, do you?
I do not.
And so you don't know if this person here identifies a house someplace else.
That is correct.
And you also don't know, as they returned, They didn't see a house.
Objection leading.
That objection's overruled.
Can we say it again?
I mean, what's the difference? What's the difference? I mean, he doesn't know anything about what the witness said about anything, so
That's correct. I do not. I
you
don't
can
know.
lead him through that all day long, although we're not going to hear it all day long.
You have no idea what this witness talked about. When heading southbound, the shooting happened. They quote, did not see a
What the
house.
fuck are you talking
right.
about, printing?
You don't know that, right?
I do not know that.
So this could be completely false, and you don't know whether or not that's true or not, right?
That's true.
Let me show you what's been marked as government exhibit 34. And just to make sure, I want to make sure I do this right. I'm going to show you images for the officer only. Let me just show you. Officer, I'm showing you what's been marked as government exhibit 34, images 4377 and 4378. They're labeled up on top right-hand corner.
Correct.
Do you recognize those images?
Yes.
What are those images of?
Again, it's the photographs of the person taking the picture on Mr. Kelly's back porch, looking back out towards where the decedent was located.
Just out of caution, I'm going to move to admit government exhibit 34, images number 4377 and 4378.
No objection.
4377 and 4378 from Exhibit 34 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
Oh, that glare is.
Yeah.
See that image?
Yes, I do.
Can you draw a circle around Detective Barba? That's a circle?
Well, that's what it did. Want me to do it again?
All right.
Well, that's a square, but it's better.
And that's a view from what angle again?
From Mr. Kelly's back porch, looking out to where the decedent is.
And you can see Detective Barba?
Correct. Black shirt and tan pants.
He's in the distance though, right?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you a slightly zoomed in. Try to take the glare off of that. You recognize that photo?
I do.
Can you circle Detective Barba for us? Same angle?
Same angle, zoomed in.
You can see a person, right?
Yes.
And on the footage, the BP footage, recall the cross-examination question on that?
Yes.
And when you saw the defendant, George Kelly, in the footage, do you know if that was at the time of the shooting or was it sometime after the shooting?
I don't know when the shooting actually occurred. I know the time that he was located. That's what I know.
Did you see Border Patrol with Mr. Kelly on that footage?
No.
Do you know if it was, but you have no, let me back up, strike that. Did you see any footage of where the victim's body was located?
No.
And you know the terrain?
Correct.
And you know this camera, right? You got this camera?
There's several cameras out there, but yes.
And do you know, if you know, are they triggered by motion?
I don't know if it's, I do know there's some cameras out there that are triggered by motion, so it's an automatic, the camera will turn to motion. I don't know if these cameras were being live-fed or someone was actually manipulating the cameras.
So we have a couple things here. We have to have the lucky break of a camera being on the Kelly property, and then we have to have someone seeing motion, right?
That's correct.
You know there's a dead body in this case, right?
Yes.
And this is the most obvious question of all. Does a dead body move?
No.
So if the dead body's on the ground with vegetation, your testimony is a foot high, can you see that from one of those cameras that you reviewed?
No.
And when you look at those cameras,
All right, hold on a second.
I go,
I haven't stepped in. I've allowed this testimony about the cameras. Unless I'm missing something, we've had no foundation as to date and time when these images were taken. Could have happened at any time. Or any foundation as to the cameras, where they're located, what their capabilities are, but primarily, we don't even have any foundation as to date and time.
all right, I'll back up.
So unless someone's going to lay this foundation at some point, I'm going to strike the whole thing.
I'll back up, Your Honor.
He jumped in on his own, which is interesting. Normally, judges will let it happen. Oh well. He's still answering. Surprised he didn't stop him now because, well, to be fair, we haven't seen it. So presumably they're showing a camera footage, but I don't know if we are.
I'll back up. You reviewed how many discs in this case from Border Patrol?
A total of 5.
Total of 5. And did you review those discs before trial?
Yes.
Did they have a date on the image?
Yes. It's
I know he's been jumping and asking
January
questions,
30th.
but now he's getting
January 30th of what year?
of 23.
And did they give you, did you recognize items on the photo, like a pump house, a house, barn?
That is correct. And they're all timestamped that it's a running time.
Do you remember what the running time was?
If I can refer to my report, I can give you those times when I documented.
Sure. Let me make sure I get the right report number. Do you have a stack over there?
For mine should be sequence 17.
Yes.
Yes, it's one of them. Yes, it's the first one.
Does it refresh your recollection of when the footage happened, when the footage you reviewed?
It does.
What's the time?
I'm going to object as to foundation. I don't think this witness knows whether that time is accurate.
Sustained.
It's the footage from the disc, Your Honor, about what he
You
reviewed.
want me to explain this to you in open court? I will.
No, I don't, Your Honor, but
Wait, then what's your comment about it? He didn't operate the camera. He's not qualified to say that the camera is somehow
accurate.
set, tuned, or acclimated to a particular date and time, or that it's accurate. Is that correct?
that's
How,
correct.
how can you testify about the date and time of a camera if he's not the operator, he's not involved in it, taken by a different agency?
It goes to the weight. He's reviewing the images on a specific date, a specific time, and he's recognized the images on the disc. He's recognized the images. We've got date, time, and location.
He can't, there's no foundation that this witness can testify that that information is accurate. This is taken from a Border Patrol camera by a Border Patrol agency by a Border Patrol. Is that right?
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor, then.
Right.
I withdraw.
Objection sustained.
Almost done, Detective or Sergeant. Finally, on cross-examination, you were asked about taking measurements of the shell casings.
Correct.
I'm going to show you an image, RA admitted 4438. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
And you see the placards?
Yes,
Placards represent where a shell casing is located.
that is correct.
Can you tell approximately the distance between each placard?
Some 1.5 feet, some a little more, 3.5 feet. From 1 to 5, you're talking maybe 5 feet.
Let me show you Government Exhibit 4439. Different view.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
You didn't move the placards around, did you?
I did not.
You didn't move the shell casings around, did you?
Did not.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness from any members of the jury? I see a couple. All right.
They don't want I'm surprised he doesn't give them recross, given how they acted. Also, I'm surprised these jurors have their questions already written up so fast. Look at the defense's facial reactions. They seem to be okay right now. The state's losing. You'd see his reactions. Not look like it's going well. Also, real quick, going back to some of these other questions asked before about Porcelain saying a Timu AK. No, Norinco. It's the Northern China Industrial Manufacturing Concern Company or something. Chinese-made AKs, Chinese-made small arms are some of the better small arms that are out there in the Soviet communist sphere of influence. Very, very good quality, very good build quality. Chinese AK is bomb-proof. It's very, very well manufactured. They're very expensive too because of the bands, but also because of their quality. Sal is saying this guy's so evasive, he's useless. Remember, he's a cop. He's not going to answer your questions as a defense attorney. His job is to be evasive. The job well done says that 3D printer in the corner The F you mean, the F I mean about printing, Sean. Well, there's 3D printer in the corner. Like that? It's not 3D printer, it's a stack of models. And then the corner over here, well, I don't know what you're... There's like a printer. Well, there's like a printer to print paper, like to print documents. So the other printer is way out to the side. It's not running because you hear the vacuum cleaner noise. I wasn't printing. I haven't been sleeping the entire time, guys. I was in the middle of something else, but okay, whatever. Whatever you want. Make sure you have fun with it. Oh, listen, they've not made themselves look like a fool today. They've been looking like a fool the entire time. But I agree. I get what you're getting at. Yeah, and Iran is apparently launching a drone attack against Israel. So it's going to get spicy, folks.
All right, some questions from the jurors, and the lawyers may ask some follow-ups to this as well. Question number one from the first juror. You stated in your testimony that you recognize the shell casing as an AK-47 round, but a 7.62 round can be used for different weapons. If you know, is there any way, or do you believe that there's a way, or do you know if it came from, these shell casings actually came from an AK-47?
That round is designed for an AK-47. It's pretty much like a 30 caliber round.
Not true. It's also chambered in an SKS, an RPD. Multiple rounds are chambered for that. A VZ-58. Multiple firearms are chambered for 7.62 by 39. It's not just AKs.
I don't have any knowledge of that specific round utilized. No.
Now, a better question, the defense attorneys would know this, and I doubt they know this because they're not gun people. How many countries manufactured AK pattern rifles that have come into America? How many have been made? Millions and millions and millions. How many are in America? Over 1 million of them. How many people have built parts kits out of them? Millions. So there's 1 million opportunities for that. How many AKs are in Mexico? Millions.
Another gun? I don't know that. But that's that round was designed for an AK-47 round.
No, it wasn't.
Thank you.
No.
You stated in another question, you stated in your testimony that the spent rounds looked new. If the round was a week old, would you be able to tell the difference?
No.
There's a lot of variables in that. We're in a drier climate out here, especially in January. A week, probably not. Again, if it had been raining for the past days leading up to it, I don't remember the forecast. I don't believe so. There was no dents. It wasn't buried. It was actually sitting on top of the rocks, indicating that it had recently been there, didn't settle down into the dirt, if that makes sense. And there was, again, there was no weathering on the shell casing, on the 8 shell casings that I observed. They all appeared to be the same.
Another question, what was the height of the tree branch break from ground level?
Roughly 1.5 feet. We did take measurements. I'd have to refer actually to my supplement for that, but it's roughly about 1.5 feet off the ground. There's photographs out there. We used a marker to indicate it, and we did measure that when we took it, cut it in August.
Another question from another juror, Sergeant Bunting. Is metal detection certification required in order to use them for the sheriff's office?
Not for our office, no.
All right, and a sub-question, if no, do metal detectors have settings for precious metals or just for any metal?
Yes, there's different settings for different metals. If you're specifically looking for something like gold, silver, the ones that we used was we set it for all metals, so that way we could detect anything going through. A lot of the stuff that we located were actually pieces of metal that were just laying out there, markings that were buried in the ground. That was it.
All right, some question from another juror. A photo was shown of 8 shell casings that were found and that were circled in yellow on the exhibit. One spent casing was circled in blue, a few feet apart. I think the juror is asking about, concerning your testimony about the ejection pattern of the shell casings. And the question is, were all the shell casings generated by the same rifle? Looking at those ejection patterns, if you're able to say.
All the spent shell casings were all the same 7.62 by 39. They were all the same color, the same style, everything looked at it. My opinion, I don't know if I can say my opinion. The first shell casing that was located, the one that was circled in blue, to me, that would have to do a serious bounce. It could possibly, because that is rocks. You never know what's going to happen when it actually hits off the ground. To me, that was 2 different placements of shots. Just because of the plants that were in front, to me, it appeared, in my opinion, as there was a shot and then moved, and then there were 8 shots.
Question from another juror. Did officers find one HK-type rifle during the execution of the first search warrant of the residence? I don't think you were there for that one, but
No.
and then you were there as there was a second search of the residence that you did participate in, I believe.
Correct.
And an HK-type rifle was found in a bedroom during the execution of that second search warrant. And I think the question is, was it one or 2 rifles, if you know? And I think there was some confusion about that because we heard some testimony about that from other witnesses earlier in the case.
Right. I do have knowledge in both those rifles, I can say.
Any objection? No. All right, go ahead.
No. When the first rifle was collected, it was collected in a box, or I saw it in a box. I'm not going to say it was collected in a box. When I saw it the next day when I came in, we had a couple officers actually come in. I overheard both those officers, actually it was Deputy Cabrera, mention something to one of the other detectives that the rifle that we had in our possession did not match the one that she saw the previous day.
So that would have been the one from the first search warrant.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's
Sorry.
correct. She described the rifle that she observed. The one in the box that I observed appeared to be new. It didn't appear to be fired. It was still in the box when I saw it. I'm not sure if it was fired, but it appeared new. The second rifle, as you saw, was older. It was weathered. Again, she indicated that there was bluing on the barrel, which means it's been heated up. It's been aged. The wood stock of that rifle appeared to be older and darker. And she also described a flashlight with a orange button taped to the barrel. And that was the rifle that I was present on the second day and located.
All right, thank you. Those are the questions.
Those 2 rifles, 2 AK-47 rifles.
Sorry. All right, those are the questions asked by the jurors. Any other questions from any of the jurors before I turn it over to counsel for follow-up? All right, seeing none, I'll hand the questions to the clerk. And Mr. Jetty, you can ask follow-up questions to the questions from the jurors.
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Larkin.
Just real quick, do you have any idea why that rifle was not recovered on the first search?
Again, I wasn't there, so I do not know.
I don't have any other questions.
Very well. Any other questions for this witness? Very well, sir. You may step down. Thank you. Thank you. And the state can call its next witness. Oh, yeah. Detective Ainsley, you want to retrieve this? Thank you. Appreciate it.
My shoes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. If you step over here to the witness stand, have a seat, please. Right.
May I begin? Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you briefly introduce yourself to the jury for us?
Certainly. My name is Aaron Brudenell. I can spell that. It's Brudenell.
And where do you work?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist at the Arizona Department of Public Safety's Crime Laboratory in Tucson.
Mr. Brunel, may I call you Aaron?
Please.
How long have you been with Department of Public Safety / DPS?
I've been at the DPS lab and in my current function since 2007.
And walk us through a bird's eye view of your career with DPS.
Certainly. Excuse me one moment. I started in 2007 as a forensic scientist in the firearm and tool mark unit. And I've been with that unit and that laboratory for the duration of my time there. Prior to that, I worked for the Tucson City Police Department in a similar capacity at their crime laboratory.
So he's a
And I had
bullshit expert,
earlier,
guys.
career activity in firearms at the Idaho State Police.
So Idaho, Tucson, and DPS.
Correct. And I had a very brief stint at the Washington State Patrol, but I was assigned to a different unit than firearms.
And what does a forensic scientist do in the area of firearms?
So the firearm and tool mark section is largely focused on the examination of firearms, fired ammunition, such as cartridge cases or bullets. Occasionally we'll get involved in other aspects of a shooting incident, such as a reconstruction, looking at gunshot residues, things of that nature. And the tool mark aspect of it comes from the way that we're able to use tool marks from the manufacturing process of firearms to identify the fired components, such as bullets or cartridge cases, to a specific gun. And we can do that with other common types of tools and marks under the right set of circumstances as well.
And I'm just going to jump forward, but in this case, were you ever provided a projectile in this case?
No, in this case, the components I received were all fired cartridge cases or unfired ammunition.
And that just so you know, the projectile itself, when you're talking about the tool component of the forensic science, the tool component, you're able to, like a fingerprint, the bullet can be matched to a gun based upon what happens to the bullet.
It's similar to a fingerprint in that it's a pattern recognition system. It's microscopic patterns are what we focus on, and unlike fingerprints, the patterns we look at are generated through the manufacturing process of having metal tools cutting the metal parts that are made into firearm components. But it essentially works the same way. We're able to look at patterns, compare them to each other, and then compare them to the source to see if they're fired from the same origin.
But no bullet in this case, right?
That's correct. In this case, I didn't have a single bullet to examine, but there were fired cartridge cases submitted, and the technique is similar, just looking at different types of marks from different parts of the gun.
So let's go back to your experience and training. So we have Washington, Idaho, Tucson, and DPS.
Correct.
All right. Walk me through how many cases collectively have you worked on as a forensic scientist with firearms?
Certainly, in the firearm and tool mark area, I would say approximately 1,000 cases in my career. I got my training in 2000 and 2001 with the ATF's National Firearm Examiner Academy. It's a year-long course dedicated to firearm forensics, and I was fortunate to be in the second class that they've offered. And that program covers for about a year a lot of different aspects of the firearm and tool mark forensics. It's not considered sufficient on its own. You still have to continue to do training within the agency where you're working and get through all the procedures, because it's about a 2-year process to train a firearm examiner.
So over 1,000 cases you worked on?
I would say approximately 1,000, give or take.
And when you work on a case, are you given any information about the case itself?
It varies. In some cases, all I have is a request for, say, to do a function check on a firearm to see if it's operable or something else like that. In other cases where there are more involved requests or more information that is given to me because of the circumstances of my analysis, I'll have a lot more background information.
Does that background assist you in your evaluation?
It can, yes, in some cases.
In your experience with type of weapons, walk me through the type of weapons you have with cases you worked on and the training you've done with the type of weapons.
Sure. Most firearms are broken down into a couple of categories. You have handguns and long guns. So long guns would be rifles or shotguns. And handguns, there's usually semi-automatic pistols and revolvers, but there's some other odds and ends like derringers and single-shot pistols, things like that. Those are the majority of the types of cases I see. And in some cases, I'll have something as simple as just a single-fired bullet, and there might be a request to know what gun this could have come from. And in other cases, I'll have a large variety of evidence from a certain incident and be asked a number of questions based on the evidence and what's needed.
And just want to make sure I heard that correctly. Semi-automatic weapons also in your forte?
Yes, semi-automatic firearms, handguns, rifles, and other types as well.
How about an AK-47?
Sure. The AK-47 is it's kind of like Kleenex. It's a term that we use, based on the original term, but there's what I would call AK-type rifles and firearms in circulation from a variety of sources.
And when you conduct a forensic examination or test, walk us through the first step you do through the last step you do for that forensic examination.
So typically with a firearm, I'll examine the firearm for any obvious defects, any problems with it that appear to its functionality, manipulating the action, testing safeties before firing them, and looking at any other elements of that firearm's operating condition, documenting the serial number, things like that. Once I'm satisfied the firearm is safe to fire and there aren't any problems with it, I'll go ahead and usually do an initial test firing to verify that the gun's operable. In some cases, when we have fired components, such as fired cartridge cases, I may wait and examine those cartridge cases preliminarily first to see if I can select ammunition based on those cartridge cases to make the comparison aspect more successful. And what I mean by that is, there's different types of ammunition, different materials. And so if you have, for example, a brass cartridge case in evidence, it would make sense to use that same type of ammunition if possible before you're test firing. Once the test firing portion is done, those fired items, the test fires that I generated in the lab, will be compared to each other. And I do that because I want to make certain that there's enough evidence, enough information on the characteristics I can see through the microscope to compare those to each other favorably. And essentially, it's what we would call in the forensic science or other sciences, a positive control. I have knowns generated from the same firearm that I can look at each other, look and compare them to each other and see if they have enough agreement between those marks that I'm looking for before comparing them to unknowns. Once I've satisfied myself that there's enough information on the test-to-test comparisons, then I'll compare those test fires to the evidence in question, the items that are unknown, and see if I can render an opinion based on that same type of comparison.
And that opinion is geared towards identifying the same weapon or a weapon? What's the opinion based upon when you compare knowns to unknowns?
Comparing the knowns to the unknowns is to see if I can find the same type of agreement. Let me give a hypothetical. Let's assume the the test fires don't have any really relevant information or characteristics or anything I can see on the microscope that would give me the ability to make that determination, then there's really no hope in comparing them to the evidence for identification purposes. Might be a way to rule them out if there's obvious marks that are present, say, on the evidence. More typically, and in this case, there was enough characteristic evidence, characteristic features on those surfaces of the fired test fires that compared to each other to then favorably compare them to the evidence in question.
So that's walking through the forensic examination of a firearm. In your experience, have you evaluated injuries from a firearm?
Occasionally, yes. I've seen injuries from projectiles, usually from the bullets.
Any projectiles, injuries from a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, certainly.
Including the AK?
That's correct.
And when I say that, you obviously have reviewed cases where there's an entry wound?
Yes, an injury wound to an individual there is usually determined by the medical examiner in the case of fatality. And in that case, the medical examiner's opinion or report is something I might review. And that would give me information on where the first entry of that projectile was. And then, of course, the question then comes if the bullet is still in, say, a body, then that would be a penetrating gunshot wound. But if it passes completely through the body, the term is a perforating wound. And in a case like that, there's an exit wound that can be also evaluated.
Did you evaluate any injury wounds in this case?
In this case, I looked at the medical examiner's report and saw photographs of both wounds. Yes.
Can you give an opinion about the type of wound?
Looking at both the entry and the exits wounds, the projectile did not appear to be hitting in what I would call a stable configuration. And what I mean by that is a normal bullet is fired and it has a spin that stabilizes that bullet. So it points nose toward the target the whole way from the gun to where it impacts. Now, if that occurs, usually you have an entry wound that is either round or oval to a symmetrical degree. On the other hand, if a projectile loses its stability for some reason, that bullet may not be pointing nose first when it impacts, and it will have a different hole produced based on the part of the bullet that strikes and the profile as it hits. For example, if you have a rifle bullet that is roughly boat-shaped, if you looked at it from the side, it had the outline of, say, a boat with a pointy tip and kind of a flat back. That bullet could go through sideways or at an angle, producing an irregular hole in the item struck or the person or the individual.
And you saw the entry wound and exit wound in this case?
Yes, I have. Yes.
Are those consistent with an AK type weapon?
Yes, the profile I saw I would say, were consistent with the types of shapes that you see from a rifle bullet of that type.
No. It'd be consistent with a 30
cartridge
caliber
is known as
projectile.
I'm going to describe it in the metric terms.
It would be consistent with a 30 caliber projectile. You wouldn't know the exact diameter. It's the Russian version of 30 cal is 0.311. America's 0.308. There's no way you could tell the difference in those two. In the wounds. Absolute horse shit.
That it's usually given. It's a 7.62 millimeter by 39 cartridge. What that amounts to is it's a 30 caliber bullet, but it's in a cartridge case that's shorter than a typical hunting rifle. It is what we would call an intermediate cartridge, which is to say that a high-powered rifle, a rifle that would be used for killing large game or shooting at long distances, it usually has a much larger cartridge case. It might be the same caliber, but it won't have as much. It'll have more powder than what's in the intermediate cartridges. Likewise, handgun cartridges typically have a lot less power, and the cartridge cases are smaller and they have less force. So comparing the two, the intermediate rifle cartridge is more powerful than, say, a handgun cartridge or something that would be fired in a submachine gun. But it is less powerful than a rifle cartridge that might be used by a hunter or were used in the military, say, in the first half of the 20th century.
And then do you know anything about bullets themselves?
Yes, specifically?
Yeah, like explain to the jury what a full metal jacket bullet is.
Oh, yes. A fully jacketed bullet or full metal jacket bullet has whatever the core is made out of. Usually it's lead. And surrounding that is an entire jacket, which we call it, basically a coating of a harder metal, such as copper, in some cases steel. And typically the analogy for this is you have a heavy but soft lead center and a more rigid exterior. I like to think of a hard-boiled egg, for example. The jacket is the kind of the outer shell, and the core is the larger mass that's inside. It's softer and is more likely to deform than the jacket. Jacketed bullets basically have been used for over 100 years because if you take a soft metal like lead and shoot it down the barrel fast enough, the energy of the friction and from the power can eventually cause that lead to start to liquefy, start to vaporize more in the barrel of the gun. So to have higher velocities, you need to have a jacket surrounding the lead. That's typically and historically how the jacketed bullets have been formed. A fully jacketed bullet is one that usually ends at a point or a tip and doesn't have any kind of hollow point or other feature to it to cause it to expand on impact.
So let me ask you, you were asked to do an evaluation in this case, correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the case number, case name?
Not off the top of my head, I could probably refresh my notes, my recollection with my notes in this.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
There's several reports there. I just want you to refresh your recollection about the case you worked on.
Yes, each case that's assigned in our system is given a unique laboratory number, for example, or case number. This one was 2023-702-235.
And you remember is there a subject, a defendant?
Yes, defendant. Well, the name associated with our report is George Kelly.
And you reviewed some items that were sent to you, right?
Yes, several items.
And we're going to talk about the gun. You reviewed an AK-47?
Yeah, it's technically a WASR 10, WASR 10. That's the exact model number by the manufacturer, but it's basically a semi-automatic AK type rifle.
Romanian AK.
Yes.
Aaron, permission for the witness to put gloves on and take a look at Government Exhibit 101. Aaron, go ahead when you put gloves on. Come on down to the table in the center of the well.
Can do.
That big long box is Government Exhibit 101. So you want to open that lid for me? It's already been admitted. You recognize that weapon?
Yes, I recognize the firearm and also verifying that there's nothing in the chamber, there's no ammunition with it. So if I'm asking that, it would be in the same condition.
So Aaron, you mind if I talk from behind your back, dude?
Not at all.
Okay. You recognize that weapon as the weapon that you analyzed in this case?
I do. I recognize my initials on the tag through the trigger guard.
All right. And can you just take it out for me, Aaron?
Sure.
And walk us through how you do the functionality and safety evaluation. Not the functionality, that's a different question, but the safety and operability. Walk us through what you do when you look at a gun like that.
This type of firearm, this particular rifle, has one manual safety on the outside. It's a large lever that I'm touching right here. It essentially blocks the sear mechanism on the inside. There's a separate safety that is part of the internal mechanism that has to do with how the action cycles and locks up. I'm able to evaluate those in the laboratory by manipulating the action, testing the trigger with the safety in multiple positions, and observing the internal parts through the opening here that I can see, or by removing the dust cover and examining them without it. So I can see the internal operations function.
And in your evaluation of that weapon, did that gun appear to be function? You know what I'm trying to find. Is it functioning appropriately?
Yes, the firearm was functioning normally. The safety features were working. The only thing I noted was that the dust cover appeared to be a little bit loose.
We don't use
but there was
those
nothing about
currently.
that it impacted the way the firearm works.
Is there I'm gonna mess this up. Is there a P scope or a P something to do about the viewing of aiming the weapon? Does that sound familiar?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to in the scope.
Not scope, but how you aim the weapon. Can you adjust?
Oh, I think I know what you're referring to. Yeah, there's a sighting system. These rifles have a sighting system here, often called a ladder sight. It has a series of positions that if you are shooting at a farther target and you want the firearm to still hit the target, you will use a different setting on the sight so that the angle of elevation of your barrel is higher when the sights are aligned on the target. This sight has a couple of positions. Its numbers go from 1 to 10, but P is sort of the rear position. I don't know exactly what P stands for, but in these types of firearms, that's often referred to as what's called a battle sight. And it's essentially a approximately 300-yard position.
And you can put that weapon back down, Aaron, in the box. And there's a few other items in the box, Aaron. It's already been admitted is there a flashlight and duct tape?
Yes, there's a flashlight. There's some, looks like wide duct tape. This appears to come off of the front portion of the firearm at some point, prior to packaging. There's tape residue on that same portion forward of the handguard. There's also the envelope that contains the test fires that I generated during my shooting of the firearm.
That's going to be my next question. Can you go ahead and take the envelope and return to your seat? I think there's some scissors up there for you too. If you return to your seat up there. There's some scissors up there.
I found them, yes.
Before you open that, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, these are the test fires that I generated. I put them in an envelope with the markings from the firearm, and my initials appear on the package as well.
So just so we understand this, test fires you used with this weapon at the DPS lab.
That's correct. And to clarify, typically we retain test fires from ammunition that we provide to shoot the firearms. In this case, because there was a need to use the ammunition that was collected with the firearm, the fired cartridge cases, because they were originally evidence, are returned as evidence as well.
So just for you, where do those rounds come from?
These came from other ammunition that was recovered with this firearm and submitted to the laboratory.
Okay, go ahead and open. And just for the record, I think 101 collectively was admitted, but we can make a specific record. 101.1, referring to the shell casings, moved to admission the shell casings used by Aaron in his forensic review.
No objection.
All right, so what will be marked as 101.1 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it, and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Granted.
You want to take one of those out and show the jury for us?
Certainly. There are 10 inside. I'll pull one out. I'm holding it here. It's a typical 7.62 by 39 millimeter cartridge case. It's gray in color, but it is made of steel, and the gray is just a polymer coating to keep the steel from rusting. This particular one's listed as number 2. So of the series I shot, this would have been in the second one.
All right, Aaron, I'm going to put that back in the envelope so we just keep things separate. I'm going to show you Government Exhibit 103. I want you to keep those separate from each other, okay? Aaron?
Certainly.
We'll wait for a sec. On Government Exhibit 103 to 106, is that what the envelope says?
Sorry, I'm looking for exhibit number. Yes. State Exhibit 103 through 106.
Go ahead and take out, there's individual envelopes. You can take out, doesn't matter which one. Close your eyes and pick one out of there. And tell me which one you picked out.
I removed all 4. I'm just going to put 3 of them back for the time being. The one I have here is Exhibit 105.
105. Go ahead and take 105 out and put it on top of the witness stand where you're at. Just put the envelope next to it just so we don't get these confused. And then can you take one of your one of the ones that you used and put it side by side?
Yes, I can. Is that close enough?
Sure. Are they the same?
Yeah, essentially. They are the same manufacturer and have the same head stamp markings, which is how the manufacturer of the ammunition marks the individual cartridges.
Thank you, Aaron. Now let's correctly put them back in the appropriate envelopes.
And for what it's worth, when we examine these in the laboratory, we do mark the inside of the cartridge case as well with a scribe that we can see under a microscope. So if the table gets knocked over, we can sort out what was taken from which envelope.
Can you put the 103, 106, can you put those together so I can take those away from you so we don't
Yes.
cross?
Thank you.
Just so I have it on the record, you still have 101.1 up there.
I do, and it has not been marked such. So
Yeah, this hasn't been marked yet. All right. Also, you looked at the safety of the weapon, the functionality of the weapon, and now we're talking about the operation, the operability of the weapon, right?
yes, and once you've cycled the firearm sufficiently in the laboratory to see how it's functioning without ammunition, the next step is to actually load ammunition and test fire it. Because the firearm was working in all respects, and just to clarify the sequence, I also knew that I was going to be asked to do a certain type of testing for the ejection pattern to evaluate where those cartridge cases go when they come out of the gun. I decided to combine the efforts. That's why I have 10 test fires, and they were test fired at a range where I can record their locations after they came out of the gun, where they landed. And then I use those test fires for my comparison purposes as well.
And when you receive the test ammo, did you receive that did you receive just 10 or did you receive a package?
I believe I received a package that had several magazines loaded with ammunition.
And you tested, you fired the weapon, right?
Yes, and because part of my goal was to take note of where the cartridge cases landed after they were fired, I had some assistance. I stood at a flat range, fired from my shoulder height, which is approximately 5 feet, to a distance, level distance at a range. And for each shot fired, the cartridge case was subsequently marked, and its location where it first impacted and where it bounced was documented as well.
All right, we're gonna go over that in a sec, but I'm
Sure.
gonna show you Government Exhibit 135, permission to approach, Your Honor.
Ready.
Can you go ahead and cut that open for me?
Sure.
Do you recognize any writing on top of that box?
I believe so. I think I see mine. No, I'm not sure if I see my initials. There they are.
Can you go ahead and open it? I'm not looking to publish, but go ahead and open it and see what's inside. You recognize what's inside?
I do.
What's inside?
Several magazines for this particular rifle, or that would fit this particular rifle. I could see on them, there are my initials and numbers for those magazines as I designated them when I inventoried them in the laboratory.
Is that the same type of magazine that you use to test fire this weapon?
Yes, I use one of these for that purpose as well.
You're gonna move to admit Exhibit 135, which is item 5JA into record. What happens to me?
Could we go on the headset real quick, Judge?
Depleted uranium. There's no depleted uranium in the ammo.
Right? In the box there, you got one of those magazines, right?
Sorry, would you repeat that?
One of those magazines in the box was used to test fire the weapon?
That's correct. There was I used the smallest one. It
Okay.
contained 10 rounds, and I removed them and then used it for my testifying purposes.
Do you have it? Is it visible inside that box?
I could certainly get it out. I might have to open the inner package, and the ammunition had been returned to it. So if you wanted me to use it, I may need to unload it first.
Yeah, can you unwrap that bag inside there and take out the one that you actually used?
I can do that.
Okay.
That 10-round
Based
magazine
on
came with
conversation
the
with defense
gun.
counsel in the court, I'm gonna move to admit that one magazine Your Honor, that he used, the small one. We'll call it
Actually, the smallest
135.1,
one ever. I wish George had drum magazines for that thing.
and we'll rebox it in a different box.
All right, so assuming he identifies it, after he identifies it, you can move for its submission.
Actually, unfortunately, this particular magazine does not have any ammunition in it right now. It's completely empty, and it's the one that I used.
Okay, well, so go ahead and, you have it out?
I do. I have
You
it.
recognize it?
I do.
Move to admit Government Exhibit 135.1.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, 135.1, it's anticipated it'll be marked with that number. 135.1 is admitted.
Yeah, put the rest in there, and just so you can put the flaps down stuff, and you can move that out of your way. So do you have the small magazine still out?
I do. It's right here.
Oh, you want to publish it for the jury?
I can do that. This is a 10-round magazine for that particular type of rifle, and I also recognize my initials and the.
Yes, 7.62 millimeter is a specific diameter, but in Russia, 7.62. It's like you can't take 7.62 millimeter bullets out of Russian ammunition and load it into American casings. Why? In Russia, 7.62 millimeters is 0.311 inches. In America, it's 0.308 inches. Okay, so there are differences in this. It's not exactly the same, but it's pretty damn close.
Number 7. There were a total of 7 magazines in the package. One was from a pistol. The other 6 were varying sizes and types for the rifle, and this is one of them. And this is the one that I used.
And the spent shell casings that you use from that magazine, do they match the same manufacturer and type from
This is a
the ones,
California mag.
shell casings that were recovered on
Silicon
site?
import.
That is correct.
Let's talk about the gun operability. So when you tested that weapon, walk us through, like, is it a firing range inside the DPS facility? Walk us through.
We do have a facility like that, but as I mentioned earlier, because I wanted to capture the ejection pattern, I had to do it at an outdoor facility where there was much more room, and we have one available to us. And so that range, I basically positioned myself at a fixed location that I could mark and then do measurements from. I fired the gun at my shoulder height level, into the berm at approximately 100 some yards, and then keeping the same point of impact and recording the location of the fired cartridge cases as they came out of the gun, first where they initially hit and then where they came to rest after bouncing. That was how I was able to collect all 10 of the cartridge cases and collect their information on where they landed.
And so do you fire at targets?
Not specifically target, but I picked a spot on the berm that I could reliably aim at consistently.
Right. Can I retrieve the reports I handed to you up there?
Yes.
The reports. And I'm just gonna do some housekeeping real quick. Can you place 135.1 in that bag?
This magazine?
Yeah. Is there a pin up there for you?
I do not see one.
No, you have a shot. You missed out 135.1 on that.
Russian 7.62 millimeter goes back to the 1890s. Okay. And that's because the Russian system of measurements wasn't even imperial, wasn't metric, was this really fucking weird setup. So no, the Russian 7.62 millimeters situation, it's been 0.311 for over 135 years now. It's not a NATO thing.
We'll have Detective Ian seal it up when we're done here.
Okay. All I did is put 135.1 and I put my initials right after that.
Okay. Oh, I was going to click the report.
Would you like me to seal this now or wait for later?
You take-
I do not.
We can do it. You guys are getting stuff ready here.
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you. I have tape sealed the item and put my initials and ID number on across the tape.
Thank you. I'm going to show you with some of the photographs from your report. I'm just going to show you the photographs. I'm going to show Defense Counsel what's been marked as Government Exhibit 12.1. Just look.
Well, I'm guessing that you're about to go into kind of the details of his findings. So maybe it's better we start that after lunch. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to break for lunch. I'm going to stay here and talk to the lawyers about some issues in the case. We'll have you back after lunch. I'll excuse you for lunch. We'll take a break from now until 1:30. We'll recommence with the testimony at 1:30. And I'll excuse the jury and I'll stay in the courtroom.
Rise before.
You can have a seat. The records show the absence of the jurors' counsel and the defendant are present. All right, just before we break for lunch, just want to talk a little bit about the planned proposed visit to the alleged crime scene. We're about 48 hours away from when that'll happen, if it's going to happen. Is there some kind of, well, you mentioned that there are 12 locations that the parties have agreed to at the residence where you've agreed the jurors will go and live. You know, like a key that you would have a map that's associated with a map that would I could see so that I know what the 12 things are and how you've labeled them.
Sure, we haven't created that yet, but we were just going to do number 1, label, number 2, label,
Right.
and that was it.
All right, if you just do, anything like that in any format, I don't care, just so I know what the 12 things are. And is that all? There were some, you were still, had some areas of disagreement. I didn't think they were very major, but has that all been resolved as to them?
I don't think we had a disagreement.
I don't think there's any disagreement about the 12 placards.
Okay. And in terms of the visit to the border, Deputy Martinez has gone out there and looked at what would be involved in transporting the jurors to the border. It can be done As we've heard throughout the testimony, there's no road directly from the ranch to the border, but he says there are obviously a spider web of roads out there, and it took about 15 or 16 minutes from the residence. Yeah, so he tracked out a route that would involve us taking the jurors on a drive about 15 or 16 minutes to the border using some of these roads. Is there any problem with that?
No objection, Your Honor.
No.
Finally, we I try to anticipate things, and we heard and we saw some photographs that were taken, and Detective Bunting testified to about Detective Barba in the distance. It would not surprise me if when we're out there, the jurors would tell us, although I don't really anticipate having any dialogue with them, but it would not surprise me if the jurors would tell us that they want to try to recreate something like that. And I'm sure that wasn't part of the 12. That wasn't one of the 12 locations of having someone stand there, right? Anyway, think about that because, it wouldn't surprise me if that came up. And I'd like to have some discussion about it before we go out there so that we have a plan to deal with that eventuality if it happens. Fair enough. And if there's anything else you can think of that might come up, let's try to anticipate it and deal with it ahead of time. Okay? All right. In the meantime, we are internally here working on some of the logistics of this, but I'm hoping that all that works out. But if it works out, the plan would be Thursday afternoon, after lunch, we gather the jurors up. There's a special van, and they'll be transported separately there, and we do it at that time. All right?
Sounds good.
Just to clarify, we're going to have morning court on Thursday.
Correct. Okay. Well, talk to your lawyers.
Judge, I
Your
volunteer.
client's raising his hand, so I don't want him to say something unless he talks to you first.
I just wanted to volunteer the skeleton if we put camo on him. Sorry.
Well, as long as you all agree.
Yeah.
That's fucking based. She's a based fucking attorney.
That's all we have here.
Okay. All right, great. We're in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Judge, he just wanted to apologize for the phone going off. He wasn't expecting that.
That is hilariousness. That is hilariousness. They should totally have done that. They should totally have done that and laid out a camo skeleton. Also, guys, the drones are... Okay, fine. That was fucking hilarious with this camo skeleton comment. Absolutely hilarious. Oh my god. The fact they laughed and the judge laughed says a lot. The judge laughing says a lot. That was hilarious. What exactly did you do wrong? He talked to the fucking police is what he did. Also, like a dumb shit, he fired warning shots. Because now he's admitted he's fired his gun and now there's a dead body on his property. That causes problems. Because people are inferring now, and reasonably inferring, he killed this guy. That's why you don't fire warning shots like that. Especially if you're like blindly firing them. I think it was stupid for him to do it that way, but well, whatever. So here we go.
Everyone's here.
I guess the Iranian drone assault on Israel is in full swing. Tons and tons of the shaheeds are coming down.
Right.
Good afternoon, Aaron.
Good afternoon.
You ready? You want to get some water?
I'm all set. Thank you.
Aaron, we left off before lunch break about the ammunition. So essentially, we've got 3 sets of ammunition. We've got casings found at the scene. Those are State's Evidence 103 to 110. You recall that?
I do.
And we have the casings that you shot, which is Government Exhibit 101.1.
Correct. Those are the fired items that I took from one of our submitted items, the collection of magazines that had ammunition with it.
And then we also have rounds that were in Government Exhibit 135.1. The exhibit was 135 and the small magazine 135.1.
I believe so. That this is the one that we looked at earlier. Correct. Yes.
All 3 sets, are they all from the same manufacturer?
Yes, all the ammunition that I encountered in all my exhibits associated with this case were Wolf manufactured ammunition.
And the ammunition that was in government exhibit, that is government exhibit 101.1, the shell casings that you used versus the shell casings found on scene. Could you tell if they were fired from the same gun?
You mean the fired ones that were found at the scene?
And yours fired ones?
Yes, they were all fired from the same gun. And for the record, let me correct one thing. There was one magazine for handgun with different handgun ammunition. I'm excluding that when I say everything else was the same.
Okay. We're going to talk about ejection patterns. And I forgot to grab a photo. So we're shifting off to ejection patterns. Did you conduct an ejection pattern test in this case?
Yes, I fired a total of 10 rounds at an outdoor range with ample room to show where the cartridge cases would come to rest after they were fired.
And this is where we left off. I made a copy for counsel. Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor?
Granted.
This is going to be newly marked state 12.5. What I did, Aaron, is from your report, I culled out of there the photographs relating to the ejection pattern. You recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do. I took these photographs at the range the day I did the ejection pattern testing.
You remember when you did the ejection pattern testing?
I don't recall the exact date. I apologize.
Would your report help you refresh?
It may, yeah. Thank you.
I've got 4 other reports here. Do you want them all?
Actually, I was just looking at the chain of custody. All this work was done approximately at the same time. It would have been last summer. I'm just not sure if I can pinpoint the exact date I went to the range and fired these specific specimens.
Summertime of 2023?
Correct, yes.
All right. Move to admit government exhibit 12.5, which is the photographs from his report.
No objection.
12.5 is admitted.
Thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Granted.
I'm going to first show you government exhibit 34. Image 4438. You recognize that photo? This has already been admitted. You recognize that photo, Aaron?
I believe I've seen that before. It was a photo from the scene showing the location of recovered cartridge cases.
Would that be, when you say recovered cartridges, would that be like indicative of an ejection pattern seen on scene?
It would be related to that, possibly, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you government exhibit 12.5. I'm going to show you first image, 12.5. I'm going to mark it as 12.5A. You recognize what that is?
Yes, this is a photograph showing the initial setup of the grid I was attempting to use for my ejection pattern testing. The red cone that you can see on the left edge of that image would be directly where I was standing for the test firing. The line formed between the green and the yellow, between the red, that line is essentially the line of which I was aiming the rifle for all of the shots I fired. If you look at the top of the image, you can see the berm that was, can't recall the exact range, but it was about 100 yards or more. And so I picked a spot on that berm for a consistent aiming point for the duration of the test firing. Cartridge cases that were ejected from the rifle would have gone to the right and slightly forward, and later photos that I think we're about to see document those locations as well.
And you can draw on that screen.
Oh.
So can you just circle where you were standing?
Perfect. Yes, I would have been standing here and firing in this direction, and the cartridge cases were, generally speaking, landing here. And this is a line formed by a scale that I had set out before we started shooting so that I could have some measurements to work from.
And you can clear the bottom left will clear.
Thank you.
Show you the next photo. Is that a close-up photo?
Yes, this is, again, the same area, and it was before the test firing began.
What's the yellow object in there?
The yellow object, there's actually two. There's a second measuring tape, which is sort of this item here, and that's to do the vertical, or if I should say vertical, the other axis measurement. So how far forward or back the cartridge cases would go. There's already measuring tape on the ground here. And then this is a container that has what we call placards. These are markers that basically have numbers on them. For each shot that I fired, I used a numbered marker to show where the cartridge case initially impacted, and then the second numbered marker to show where it came to rest after final bounce. The idea being I can have 2 pieces of data for every shot that show the bounce on the hard surface and the locations of those cartridge cases and where they landed. The reason that would be relevant is if, for example, the scene had cartridge cases landing on grass or beach sand or someplace where they wouldn't bounce, the first set of data would be more relevant versus a hard surface where the second set of data is more relevant.
You got someone with you, right?
Correct. I had an assistant as well.
And do you remember what that surface is?
It's basically a kind of a hard packed earth, fairly solid.
Show you the next photo, photo number 3. What are we looking at there?
Sorry, I'm clearing this. This is essentially after the test firing has begun and the individual cartridge cases have landed in the area denoted by the individual white placards that I was just describing. Now, you can't see them very clearly in this image, but I took close-ups showing those photos of the various impact sites. And for example, the first shot I fired, number 1 would indicate where it first hit, and number 2 would indicate where it came to rest. So I have a series of photos I took showing 1 and 2, then 3 and 4, 5 and 6, and so on, and collecting that information on a chart so that I could plot this later.
And that's the berm in the back you're talking about.
Correct, yes.
Image number 4.
This is a close-up of where those placards are as a cluster. Doesn't show the origin point in the photo.
But we can start seeing ones, we can start seeing numbers in there, right?
Correct. I think this is 13 if I'm reading the image correctly on the screen. I think there's
number 1.
I believe that's number 1, I believe.
Does this picture dictate where number 2 is at?
Don't believe so, but one of the reasons is the second set of numbers. So number 2 would be facing 90 degrees. I did that intentionally so I could take the photos from different perspectives and show the cluster in a different light. So right now we're seeing the initial impact. That's why these are all odd numbers.
Odd numbers show initial impact and facing the camera view on this.
Correct. I think I've got another image.
That's a close-up?
Yep, this is a close-up showing again all the odd numbers. The even numbers would be ones like this one here, where the placard's 90 degrees, so you can't see the number on the placard at this point, but a photo taken from a different perspective would show it.
So each of the 10 rounds have got 2 numbers associated with them, right?
Correct.
Initial impact and resting spot.
Yes, that's correct.
Initial impact is odds, resting spot's even.
Correct.
What are we looking at?
This would be from the perspective of where I was shooting, but because it's a 90-degree angle, now you're seeing the even numbers. Here's 14, for example.
Can you see the number 2 now?
Number 12. I believe that's number 2, but it's a little fuzzy on the screen. I have other images that'll probably show it more clearly.
Another view of that?
Basically, the similar photo.
That's a close-up. Closer up.
Correct.
And
Showing
now
all
you
the
can see-
evens.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, showing all the even numbers.
And now you can see number 2 on there?
Yeah, number 2 appears to be right there.
Can you tell, do you remember where number 1's at?
I don't recall, but I do have this diagrammed on a chart we could look at if we needed to. So here we see number 1 and number 2 relative to each other.
I'm done messing with it.
So for the first shot fired, it would have initially hit here and then bounced to that location and come to rest. It may have bounced once or twice or rolled, but at some point it first impacted the ground at the site where number 1 is, and it came to rest where number 2 is.
And this is not a memorization test. You fire one time and then someone measures.
Correct.
And you fire again and you measure again.
And I have these listed in my notes too. I took notes of these locations.
No shot?
Yeah, so here would be 3 and 4, and that's the series of photos we're looking at now are all like that. So 3 has the initial impact, 4 has the final bounce position. And you'll see a trend for the most part is the cartridge case is moving one direction. Even when it hits and bounces, it normally continues that other direction before it comes to rest. There's always going to be the possibility for exceptions. If there was a big rock and the thing bounced into it, it might bounce a different direction. And there is some forward and backwards as well.
Can you recall State Exhibit 101, the AK-47?
The rifle?
The rifle?
Yes.
Right, and which direction does the ejection happen on that rifle?
Essentially, it comes to the right and slightly forward. So as you're shooting the rifle, the cartridge cases will go anywhere between 10 and 30 feet to the right and approximately 5 feet forward as a group. But individual cartridges are going to land where they land. It's a not perfectly reproducible experiment.
And does it matter?
Yeah,
if,
it is.
Right-handed shooter versus left-handed shooter with that AK-47, the ejection?
I don't believe so, unless for
No.
some reason the left-handed shooter is holding
No.
the gun in such a way that maybe their right arm
This
is
is such
blocking the path
fucking
of the cartridges.
bullshit about
It's unlikely.
ejection patterns.
That's a close-up of 5 and 6?
Correct. And again, 5 and 6 are fairly close. It didn't bounce very far in this case.
But that's not necessarily true with every single one. This is a random hit and rest spot thing going on.
Correct. And random's as good a description of this. I mean, it's going to have a pattern over time. If I did 20 or 30 or 40 shots, we might have a better picture. But essentially, this is a rough way to determine where the cartridge cases are going to go from where the gun is fired. Normally, we only do this for the purposes of finding out if the cartridge cases are where in the general vicinity where they should be, or in some cases, if say the shooter's moving, you're going to see a different pattern that distinguishes itself from a stationary pattern like this.
And another shot with different numbers, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think 7 and 8, they're right there in the corner, and there's a few others maybe visible as well, 19 and 20.
9 and 10?
9 and 10. And you can see that cartridge case number 2 is visible. These were all left in sight, and then they were collected and marked as they were recovered.
Can you see the cartridge in number 10?
It's not as easy to see, but it's right there. It's lined up against it.
Same thing. I'm going to go through these quick now. 11 and 12?
Correct.
13, 14?
Yep.
15, 16?
Yep. And again, there's nothing at 15 because that's the initial impact, and 16 is where it came to rest. So you can see a cartridge case sitting right there by the placard.
We kind of double dip 19, 20 there too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
17, 18?
Correct.
And finally 19, 20.
Yep.
Last two images. What are we looking at on second to last image on Government Exhibit 12.5?
So as those cartridge cases were collected from the ground, I marked them 1 through 10 with a Sharpie on the outside of the cartridge case and collected them as one unit.
And those are the ones that are found in Government Exhibit 101.1, the gun case?
Correct.
This is all fucking
Oh, wait,
nonsense.
those are the ones that were packaged with the gun. Sorry, I understand.
And that's the a real rear photo of the round?
I've never had to deal with a guy like this before, but there's all kinds of questions you could ask him. All kinds of questions you could ask him. But no, I've never had to deal with this. I've had to deal with a tool mark person before, and I got them to admit the tool mark person was involved with the extraction marks. And he had to admit that, yes, this is a mass-produced weapon. Do you understand how these things made by piecework? He's like, no, they're all made in factories out of he's like, they take a bunch of parts and put them all together. So every, and he had to admit it could be any gun that was made on the assembly line with it at the same time. I didn't change a lot for my guy because he got caught on camera doing what he was doing. But yes, there's ways you could fuck with them. It doesn't take much. They know more than a juror and the attorneys know about guns. But if you know more than they know, you could do a lot.
Right?
Yeah, these were all the same type. It's the Wolf brand of ammunition, and this is the nomenclature for the ammunition type, the cartridge, the 7.62 by 39 millimeter.
And looking at the ejection pattern, you earlier talked about finding agreement. You remember that your goal is to find agreement?
Yeah, and or to look for disagreement if that's the case, just to see if there's a significant difference in the pattern shown by the actual cartridge cases and the pattern demonstrated at the scene from where they were recovered.
All right, I'm gonna do two photos, interchange them so we can talk about them real quick. Government Exhibit 34, image 4438. Recall that photo?
I do.
And we're gonna take a look at your Exhibit 12.5 as an out view image of the ejection pattern.
Yes,
Are these two, in your opinion, consistent?
they are, or more to the sense, they're not inconsistent with each other. You might see differences in where, some of these are. I fired 10, there were, I believe, 8 in that last photo. But whatever the case, the patterns are not distinct from each other. I can't look at one and say it rules out the possibility of the other, for example. Now, if there was a whole line of cartridge cases that stretched out for 50 yards, that would be a distinction worth noting, and that would indicate something else, like perhaps the shooter was moving at the time the shots were fired.
And there are variables that go into the ejection pattern as you review it, right?
Yes, there are several. Yeah.
Like, what are some of the key variables that will change if I'm looking at the scene, the photo of the scene versus your testing? What are some of the variables that can change, like on the periphery, change some of the ejection results?
I would say maybe the biggest change would be a difference in ammunition type, and that still may or may not show a change that you can detect by doing different patterns. Something changing about the gun, if there was some alteration to the firearm, a spring replaced, something significant, that could be an issue. What's not likely to be an issue is using a different magazine. The magazine typically only affects the feeding portion of the
There's
cycle
no
of fire,
relevance on
whereas the extraction and ejection
points.
portion doesn't involve the magazine in most guns most of the time. So there's going to be some things that could produce variables, but for the most part, we're looking at it. It's not a precise type of measurement. It's just showing generic patterns of where these things show up under circumstances. Another big variable would be if the firearm was, say, rotated 90 degrees so that the ejection port, instead of facing the right, is facing straight up. Now that would change the pattern significantly. It's an unusual way to hold a firearm like that, but that's a significant difference that you can see sometimes.
Would also the topography, the landscape change how bullets bounce and come to rest?
Certainly. I mean, obviously, the surface of the range is its own specific surface. Other surfaces are going to be similar or different, but for the most part, no two surfaces are going to be identical.
And for the ejection pattern and for your testing, are you using generally accepted scientific methods?
Yes, and this is the kind of thing that we teach regularly, in addition to using it in casework. When doing shooting reconstruction classes, which is one of the things I occupy my time with when I can, we try to demonstrate this to classes of students. That's one of the reasons we know about changes in those angles. If I hold the gun in a 90-degree orientation so that the ejection port is facing a totally different direction, that's going to make a significant change. If I were to change the inclination angle of, say, a firearm, that could change things a little bit, but it's less significant. So when we're doing these classes, we try to demonstrate big changes that are obvious. So someone holding a handgun, for example, pointing it straight ahead in this orientation is going to get one ejection pattern, whereas if they were to hold it sideways, it's going to get a different pattern.
All right, we're moving away from the gun now and the ejection pattern. You also did some testing on a jacket.
That's correct.
What kind of testing did you do on a jacket?
I was looking at the jacket to do two things. One, look for any of the presence of gunshot residues that would be indicative of the shot fired close to the garment, so at close range. And these are gunshot residues that are visible under the right set of circumstances, either particles of powder that you can see either visually or microscopically, or in some cases, actual residues of chemicals such as lead that will show up in large format when you can do a lead test on them. The second thing is to compare the defects seen on the jacket that are in consistent locations with the wounds described by the medical examiner, and to look for lead residues that are present as the bullet passes through. To be specific, bullets typically pick up a lead residue every time they're fired down the barrel, and the first target they impact, if it goes through that surface, it will usually leave that residue behind. The term we use for this is called bullet wipe, and it's usually called that because if a person's wearing clothing and a bullet goes straight from the gun to hit them in the clothing, there will be this ring of this residue around the bullet hole that can be visible and can also be detected with the lead test that we use. So essentially, I was looking for both corroboration of the entry and exit point with these two holes to see if I could find a lead residue on the entry point, and also looking for any evidence of close range discharge around either of those bullet holes, such as particles of powder or visible residues or any of that lead residue that would have come out as a cloud.
So we have basically two things. When I fire a weapon, there's a cloud, like a mist, like a sneeze from the gun.
The sneeze is an excellent way to describe it. It's a collection of residues that will come out fairly close to the firearm and be deposited on objects or targets nearby. But then there's also residues that stick to the bullet and that are wiped off as soon as that bullet hits its first target. And that can happen in any range. And most commonly, if we had a clean garment that we shot at a long distance, I would have a nice round hole with this bullet wipe on one side indicating the entry side, and I would have a hole on the other side that doesn't have those residues, and that would be the exit side. And if it was at close range, there might also be residues around that entry hole as well.
Your permission, Your Honor, for Detective Ianza to come and open Government Exhibit 112.1, which has already been admitted. I'm going to approach Aaron on your report 4.1. You recall that image on 12.1?
I do, yes.
It's just a black and white, like a clip art with some red dots on it.
Yeah, it's a diagram of the front and back of a shirt or jacket meant to simulate the garment that I was looking at. And it had the locations of the defects that were consistent with bullet holes, both in the garment itself and also matching the locations of the injuries in the autopsy.
Here, I'm going to use it for demonstrative purposes only. That's this one image. Let me show counsel. May I publish for demonstrative purposes? Right. All right, I'm going to show you the little diagram. That's a diagram of what?
This is the diagram of the jacket I produced for my notes. One of the defects is here, kind of on the right side on the back, and the other defect is on the front side, just to the left of midline. And as I indicate in the summary of my results, I found no visible powder particles or residues. And the test, it's called sodium rhodizonate test for lead, was negative. So I found no traces of lead. So the way I interpret that combination basically is that it's inconclusive. That is to say, I can't confirm that those two holes are from a bullet hole because I don't have residues that indicate that directly. In the context, though, they appear to be bullet holes, and I have no independent way to corroborate or disagree with the medical examiner's assessment of entry versus exit.
But the question I've got for you is, we've got two categories, bullet wipe and bullet sneeze.
Sure.
Is there any bullet sneeze on the coat that you found?
No, I found no indications of close range residue at all.
And when you say close range, what are we talking about?
It's going to vary from gun to gun, but let's say in a simple example, if you're 2 to 3 feet away, those residues are going to come out and produce a pattern. And it's going to vary based on the combination of firearm and ammunition, velocities, other factors. But at those distances, you might likely see particles of powder. And if it's even closer, you might actually see residues that are visible, like sooting, other indications of close range discharge. If you're 20 feet away, it's unlikely you'll see any of that.
You're on permission for Detective Ian to take out 112.1 and lay it on the table. And Detective, can you lay it with the backside up? Permission for the witness to step down to identify. Aaron, you want to step on down? And since Detective's got the gloves on, Aaron, you want to identify, is this the same coat that you analyzed in your GSR testing?
Yes, I recognize it.
You do recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Nope.
Yes, I recognize it.
Can you help identify, Detective Anza, help him identify where the bullet hole?
I can point to it. and
Sure. Would you help him point to it? And
Right,
Detective Anza will help
I'll
out.
use a flashlight and light it up. There's a spot there. You can see the defect in the garment. Right there. And it's indicative of where it's marked on the actual diagram as well.
All right. And you want to identify on the front side for me? You want to hold it up?
Doing the same, I'm lighting up where the location of that bullet hole is here on the front left side, just left of midline.
Thank you. And you can take a seat again. Appreciate it. You can put that back in the bag. Thank you, Detective. And on that jacket and your results from the GSR, no bullet sneeze, but was there bullet wipe?
I didn't see any on either bullet wipe or bullet sneeze, as you called it.
What's that indicative of if there's no bullet wipe?
The lack of bullet wipe means, to me, in combination with the irregular size and shape of the holes, as well as the similarly irregular size and shape of the wounds photographed during the autopsy, it suggests to me that that bullet wipe was intercepted by some intermediate object. So that bullet struck one thing at least before hitting the actual garment and then the victim.
And now I'm shifting over a few more questions, shifting over to, and you testified you were not provided a bullet in this case to review.
That is correct.
If you know, was a bullet recovered in this case?
To the best of my knowledge, no bullet was recovered. That's not terribly unusual given an outdoor scene and a perforating gunshot wound that goes through the person.
That's not uncommon?
Under those circumstances, no.
And if there was a bullet enter and exit, but then recovered, are you able to determine if there is any DNA on there or match it to a gun?
I personally wouldn't be able to do a DNA analysis on it, but it's possible that a bullet that was recovered could contain DNA on its exterior surface from the person or whoever, whatever it passed through. Likewise, if the markings were of sufficient quality and were reproducing on the bullet, it's conceivable I could identify a fired and recovered bullet to the firearm, but neither is guaranteed.
And if outdoor setting, if a bullet hits the ground, does it impact the ability to do either one of those testings?
I can't speak directly to DNA, although I would assume a bullet striking the ground at sufficient velocity could have removed that DNA in that impact. But I can tell you the impact of that on the ability to identify a firearm could be significant. The effect of a bullet going through soil, for example, produces what's kind of resembles a sandblasting effect to the exterior of the bullet. Doesn't mean it can't be identified, but it would make it a little more challenging at least.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
Okay. If I'm too quiet, let me
This'll
know.
be good.
I've been told. Okay. I just want to talk, first of all, about some of these factors that can influence the shell casing distribution while you're testing. Okay.
Sure.
Is one of those factors, you mentioned ammunition type, right? That's a factor that can influence the way shell casings are distributed.
It can, and I guess when I would say that is, if you had two different brands of ammunition with two different types of charges or power levels, those are things that could possibly cause a difference in the ejection patterns. Also possible that they wouldn't, but there's no way to know without actually doing the testing on the two variables.
And the position that the weapon's held when it's being fired, that can influence where the shell casings are distributed, right?
That is correct.
Along with the movement of the weapon during firing, if there's any movement during firing, right?
Yes, and if the movement is subtle, like a few feet here or there, in a case of ejection pattern like we've seen today, I don't think you would notice anything. The movement would have to be substantial enough to change the pattern significantly. So if the pattern is a distribution of, say, 20 feet by, say, 10 feet, which is approximately right, you would have to have movement that exceeds those types of numbers before you'd ever start to see it in an ejection pattern.
Another factor would be how tightly the weapon is held during firing, right?
I'm not certain that it's a possibility, but it would probably depend on the firearm. Some firearms, I think, are more susceptible to movement in the hand than others. A rifle, especially a heavy rifle that's gas operated like this one, I think is less likely to have that effect, but it is a possibility.
And certainly the type of terrain where the shooting occurs can influence shell casing distribution as well, right?
Yes, that would say is a very significant factor, because whether or not the cartridge cases bounce at all, and if so, how far, and depending on the type of terrain, it could change their directions dramatically in terms of which direction they go. They may not always continue to bounce in the same direction they were headed. They could bounce in a totally different direction.
And so different kinds of surfaces are going to have different types of shell casing distributions on them, correct?
It's certainly possible, yes.
So concrete surface is going to be very different than wet grass, for example,
Absolutely.
because things won't bounce off of the wet grass, but they will bounce off of concrete.
I use grass and beach sand as the type of surfaces that typically you wouldn't expect any kind of bounce, because it's the first initial landing is cushioned by the stuff that it's hitting. And like you said, a really rigid, solid, non-yielding surface like asphalt or something, or pavement, is likely to cause a bounce.
And certainly the presence of obstacles in the area is going to potentially affect distribution as well, right?
That's very correct.
So if there's foliage or rocks or other things that the shell casings can bounce off of, that could change things, right?
Certainly. And other objects too, like a wall or any large object that a cartridge case will hit and bounce off of.
What about the stance of the shooter? Does that have any effect on the shell casing distribution?
Without getting more specific, I would say usually not. The height of the shooter could be a factor. And if the person were, say, crouching versus standing, that could also have some impact.
So that's what I'm getting at. I think you said that you fired this rifle yourself, correct?
Correct.
And so you were standing when you fired it, right?
Yes,
And so you bring it up to your shoulder height, right?
correct. And I measured that at approximately 5 feet.
But a different person who's taller or shorter, that weapon will be at a different height, correct?
Correct. And the cartridge cases would start from a different height in that circumstance. Correct.
And certainly if the shooter were in the prone position, the weapon's very low to the ground in that case, right?
That's correct also.
Versus standing versus kneeling or sitting, right?
In a tree, on a roof, there's lots of variables that could affect that. And height is one of them, yes.
How does height affect the shell casing distribution?
Again, it would be probably the magnitude of the height. I think someone who's a foot taller or shorter, you're going to see a negligible change. If someone were, say, standing on a 2-story building versus standing on the ground, that's the kind of change I would expect to maybe see a difference. And I say maybe because even then, without doing the experiment, there's no way to be certain. It could be that the patterns would be similar.
What about prone versus standing? Is that negligible, or is that something that you would expect to see a difference?
I think it's probably between the two. Standing, if you're 5 feet versus prone and you're right off the ground, that could show a difference. But again, without doing the experiment, it's hard to know for sure.
And so if you were to test something like that, or if you had a question, was this weapon fired in the prone position versus standing, for example, would you basically just fire the weapon a whole bunch of times from a certain height and then fire it again from a lower height and see what differences there are in shell casing distribution?
That's exactly how I would test that question. And whatever my expectations, I would measure them against the data. But if there was a difference that I could measure or reliably distinguish between the two, then I would say it's determinable. I wouldn't expect it to in that specific example necessarily. But again, without doing the test, I can't be certain.
What background information were you given about this case prior to doing testing, if any?
Not a whole lot, mostly that it was an outdoor scene. I got no information specifically about the orientation of the rifle, just the number of shots that were fired. And I don't believe I saw the pattern of cartridge cases before I did my testing. It didn't really require that I have foreknowledge of that. I think I only compared the two after the fact.
And when you fired this weapon, you only did one test, is that correct?
That is correct. I only fired 10 shots for that purpose.
Okay, and those were the photographs we saw. That's where the shell casings bounced on that one occasion where you fired 10 shots, correct?
Correct.
And so you only tried that one magazine, right?
That's correct.
You didn't try other magazines to see if that would make a difference, right?
No, but based on my knowledge of the firearm mechanics, the magazine's not likely to be a variable in this case.
Is that true even if the magazine's made out of a different material? For example, plastic versus metal? That
God, they don't know what they're talking about. Magazines have no bearing on the ejection pattern, because by the point the ejection pattern happens, the magazine is not exerting any pressure on the cartridge. It's all in the bolt and the extractor and the ejector. The magazine has no there could be no magazine in the gun, and that's not the issue. Did you weigh each bullet? Yeah, you could. So, anyways. Well, what the hell just happened? What the fuck just happened there? God damn StreamYard.
other magazines to see if that would make a difference, right?
No, but based on my knowledge of the firearm mechanics, the magazine's not likely to be a variable in this case.
Is that true even if the magazine's made out of a different material? For example, plastic versus metal, that doesn't make a difference?
I would say no. And in this case, the real factor is the mechanics of the firearm. As that extraction and ejection part of the cycle of fire is occurring, the magazine's really not involved. Now, there are some exceptions. I've seen examples of at least one handgun I can think off the top of my head where the magazine's presence does interact with the cartridge case during that part. But most firearms don't do it. To the best of my knowledge, the AK and this particular firearm does not involve that.
And you didn't receive any information about any witness statements in this case, right?
I don't recall any witness statements, at least not when I was doing my work. I may have heard talk about them after the fact.
Okay. And you weren't told, for example, you know, one person in this case claims that he was firing shots in an upward direction. You weren't told that, right?
Not that I know of, no, not that I can recall.
And you weren't asked to do any testing with this rifle aimed in an upward direction, right?
That is definitely correct.
Okay. But what you're saying also is that you can do that testing, right?
It's possible, and it would depend on the angle in question and having some knowledge of that. For example, if I was told the rifle was fired, say, at a 30-degree angle because the shots that were fired were hitting a certain place and somebody measured that angle, that would give me some specificity to test. But without that kind of information or a request for something specific, I would have to know, I guess I would have to have some reason to test it at a different angle and know what that would be.
So if somebody were to tell you in this case, we have a dispute. One person says this weapon was aimed straight and another person says this weapon was aimed in an upward direction. Could you help us out? Could you tell us, you know, could you do some testing to try to determine if you can come to an opinion about that?
Possibly. It would be possible to do testing at a different angle and compare the data set from the work that we've already seen and that new data set at a different angle. I would have to do it under conditions that were specified, so I'd have to have an idea what angle to test and keep that angle consistent. There's some logistical difficulties too, because on a flat range, if I'm shooting level, I can shoot into the berm without any risk of bullets leaving the range. If on the other hand, I'm shooting at some upward angle, I would have to have a facility or a set of circumstances that would make that safe. But theoretically, it could be tested. Then the other question would be, if I did that testing and had the data sets, would they be different enough from each other to make a distinction? I suspect not, depending on the scenario, but without testing, I can't be certain.
And they could be different enough to be able to make an opinion. That's a possibility, right?
It's possible. And they would have to be different enough in the test conditions to be distinguishable. And then once that determination, if it could be made, was made, then we would have to consider the variables of the scene and where things were located. So even if I could do it in a test environment, I might not be able to turn around, look at the scene and make that distinction in a practical scenario.
Sure. But if you were provided that information, you'd be able to do those tests, right?
Yes, I believe so.
And that would involve probably firing a number of shots at a straight angle, right? Seeing one pattern and maybe replicating that to get multiple data points. Does that make sense?
Well, essentially, that's what I did in the testing that we've talked about today. If you wanted me to test, say, a different angle, I would have to know what that angle is. I'd have to have a question with that angle in mind. I'd have to devise a circumstance where I could do that angle safely and collect the data, and then look at that data.
Okay. And nobody asked you to do that test, obviously, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You mentioned doing some testing of clothing, specifically the coat that we looked at. Did anybody ask you to test a backpack?
No.
Did anybody mention a backpack to you?
Not at any point during the testing and the work I was doing, no.
I just want to be clear. You talked about that, I'm not sure if it was bullet wipe or bullet sneeze. I don't think that's the technical term, but I guess sort of dust or residue that comes out of a weapon when it's fired that will stop after a short range.
Yeah, I would say close range gunshot residues that are indicative of the muzzle being very close to the target. And very close is a non-specific term because every gun and ammo combination can be different. And then there's the residues that are present on the bullet that will interact with that first thing hit by that bullet.
I was just going to ask you what very close means. Can you give us an estimate or a ballpark? What does it mean to be very close?
Again, I think the example I tried to use earlier was about 2 feet is close enough to start to look for residues and expect to see them. But again, that varies from gun and ammunition combinations. Typically, rifles will throw residues a little farther because the velocities are a little higher. But again, there's high-speed handguns too. So, but at distances, say 10 or 20 feet, I wouldn't expect to see residues of that type.
So basically anything from 10 feet away or further with a rifle, you're not expecting to see that kind of residue.
That's a reasonable summation, yeah.
So if there is no residue, your logical conclusion is this shot was fired from at least 10 feet away or possibly further, right?
That is a reasonable conclusion, although, to be fair, any intermediate object could intercept those residues. So it's hypothetically possible the shot was fired close, but the residues were intercepted by an intermediate object. And I don't mean anything substantial, something that a bullet can make its way through, but that those residues can't pass through.
Like a backpack, for example.
Possibly, yes.
So you could see residue on a backpack, but not on the clothing that's underneath the backpack.
I would think possibly, yes.
And if somebody were wearing a backpack when they got shot in the general area where the backpack is, you'd probably want to test the backpack, right?
Certainly for the same purposes, I might want to at least look at the backpack for any defects. And then if there's a defect, proceed as I did with the garment to see if there's any residues.
But nobody asked you to do that, right?
That's right.
I think you were asked a couple of questions about the wound that you observed in this case. Do you remember that testimony?
I believe so, yes.
And I believe you stated that the wound is irregular, which indicates that the bullet is not stable when it impacts the person, right?
Correct.
And you believe that could possibly be due to an intervening object or the bullet hitting an intervening object before hitting the person, right?
That scenario would explain the bullet instability and also the lack of a bullet wipe on the entry side.
That's one scenario, right?
Correct.
And then could another scenario be that the weapon that fired the shot that hit this person, when the bullet leaves that weapon, it is in yaw?
It's possible. It's an uncommon phenomenon for a bullet not to a firearm not to successfully stabilize the bullet, but it does happen in some cases, either with a mismatch of ammunition or a firearm that has some kind of defect to it. But that wouldn't explain the lack of bullet wipe, and the bullet wipe not being present basically means the most likely scenario is that this bullet struck something on its way between the gun and hitting the garment.
Is there always bullet wipe the first time a bullet impacts an object?
I don't want to ever say always because there's probably some exceptions that I'm not thinking of, but in most cases it is.
The first time a bullet impacts an object, I'm just trying to understand the extent of the bullet wipe scenario. So if it hits an object, could there still possibly be that residue on the bullet even after it hits an intervening object? In other words, could a bullet leave bullet wipe in more than one place?
It is possible. The most likely scenario for that to occur is usually when you have a bullet that is not jacketed. And what I mean by that is the bullet wipe is a residue, a dark residue that consists mostly of lead and material of that type that's basically coating the inside of that gun barrel shot after shot. A lead bullet, though, it will move through multiple objects, and that initial bullet wipe might be from the residue, but subsequent bullet wipes would be from the lead itself just being scraped off. So it's an experiment we do sometimes to show the difference. But even in that case, that lead wipe residue from a lead bullet, for example, would show up on the inside of the garment, not the outside usually.
Just going back to the wound real quick, I believe you said that the wound that you observed could be consistent with an AK-47, right?
Certainly, a 30 caliber rifle bullet, it looks consistent with that.
And could it be consistent with other types of weapons?
Yes, this is not an exact measurement. In most cases, you can't really determine caliber directly from a bullet wound. The skin is elastic and has those other properties that don't reproduce the exact dimensions of the bullet. But based on what I saw, size and shape, it did seem to fit what a bullet in yaw from a 30 caliber rifle would produce.
And what other types of weapons could produce the wound that you saw?
I would say any 30 caliber rifle or something close.
What about handguns?
I don't want to say no. It certainly are handgun combinations that probably could produce that type of wound. I would say it's consistent with what we saw, but it could be consistent with a large number of other possibilities, rifles and handguns too.
Got it. Do you know if the AK-47 or AK style rifle, I think you called it because it encompasses more than just actual AK-47s, is that a common type of rifle?
Yes, very common.
How common is very common?
I guess I'll contextualize it to the Southwest. I would say if I walk into a gun shop, I'm likely to see one or more available for sale.
And same question about the ammunition. Is that a common type of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
We talked about the bullet in yaw. Can that be caused by just a weapon that's dirty or has some wear and tear on it?
I wouldn't say dirty. You would have to have significant wear and tear to the point that it's, I would say, semi-permanently altered, so that's no longer doing the job of stabilizing the bullet. Most likely scenario would be some kind of damage or defect at the muzzle. But even in cases like that, they don't always produce that sort of bullet and yaw.
Did you do any testing on this rifle regarding the point of aim or point of impact? Did you do anything with that?
I didn't personally do that, although I did aim the rifle during my testing, and I saw it more or less shooting the point of impact at the ranges of the berm.
And what's the range of the berm?
I don't recall specifically. It's approximately 100 to 200 yards, maybe somewhere in between. I apologize, I didn't prepare that measurement.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was going to ask about the scene. You just saw photographs of the scene. Is that right? The shell casings on the scene?
That's correct.
Did you receive any specific measurements with respect to those shell casings?
Not that I recall. To the extent that I evaluated them, I looked at the pattern and their approximate displacement, but I didn't do anything really rigorous, if that's what you're asking.
So I guess my question is, how do you figure out whether or not the shell casing distribution at the scene is consistent with what you observed when you tested the rifle, if all you have of the scene is just a photograph?
Well, the photographs do have the same type of placards that we use, so there's a certain amount of standardization there. I don't recall specifically what measurements I did see that were part of the photograph or where things were, but this is not a precise type of measurement. This is not the kind of thing where if one pattern was 8.5 feet and the other was 9.5 feet, I would consider that a significant difference. There's enough variability in the data that I'm looking for something that's fairly obvious at quick glance because you're seeing big differences. It's a fair question, but to the extent that I'm trying to decipher a difference from the ejection pattern that I have and the ejection pattern at the scene, I'm looking for significant differences that show something like a source of the shooter moving or a completely different pattern.
And so you basically just do a visual comparison then?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And you kind of looked at these two distributions and you said it's pretty close. It's seemingly close enough that they're consistent with each other?
Correct. And to be fair, if I reproduced my experiment, those 10 shots 5 times over, I would expect to see some variation between even just trying my best to duplicate the results. I would expect just based on the variation of shot to shot, that pattern to pattern, you're going to see some variation. The kind of thing that the measurements might look different, but not be substantial.
And just to be clear, observing a shell casing distribution, even after you've done the testing of the rifle, and let's say you know which rifle it is that left these shells there, that'll just give you an approximate distance for where the shooter was standing. Is that right?
That's correct.
So from shell casings, you can tell the shooter's standing X distance away from these shell casings, right?
And I would use the word approximately at any point during that
Right.
description, yeah.
And then that approximate distance could be any radius around those shell casings, right?
Yes, and I think I understand the nature of your question. If I have a pattern of cartridge cases in one location, there's theoretically a circle around that if you're pointing in the correct direction, you can produce a similar pattern.
And you can't tell from a shell casing distribution alone which direction a person is firing, for example.
That is correct.
And you can't tell without doing specific testing whether they're aiming upward or straight. Is that right?
That's also correct.
One moment, Your Honor. We talked a little bit about left-handed versus right-handed shooters. I think you said that sometimes with a left-handed shooter, that can affect distribution if shell casings are hitting the person in the arm, right?
It's theoretically possible, and I think I've seen it on 1 or 2 occasions, but they would have to be the right combination. The ejection pattern would have to be throwing them directly into the shooter's arm. So if I'm shooting left-handed, I might be holding my arm like this, but unless the cartridge cases are going directly into the path of where my arm is,
It wouldn't
really
interfere on an
affect me.
AK platform.
Well, you probably don't want your arm to get hit by shell casings, right? They're
Correct.
hot. They're hot when they come out, right?
True.
So it doesn't feel good, especially if you're not wearing sleeves, for them to land on your arm,
That's
right?
completely fair, yes.
Do left-handed shooters make any adjustments to account for that? For example, do they tilt anything to try to make sure their arm doesn't get in the way?
No,
It's possible.
not
I
on
think it
an
really
AK. You
depends
wouldn't have to do any
on
of
if the
that.
need is there. And I guess when I naturally think of shooting in left-handed position, my arm is typically holding the front of the gun in such a way that it's bent at the elbow. So there's a natural path for cartridge cases to go through. Now, if I was holding the gun in a different orientation, farther out, maybe stiff-armed, these are circumstances that they're a little less common and less natural, but those are more likely to produce that type of impact.
And you weren't ever told in this case that we're dealing with a left-handed shooter, right?
I don't recall.
Just check my notes for 1 minute, Your Honor.
This is people who don't understand guns all around. Left-handed shooters who fire AKs don't have to do anything different.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Real quick, Aaron, on the backpack, you recall you weren't asked to do anything on the backpack, right?
No, that's correct.
Someone else made a decision not to submit that to you. you would assume, right?
Of course, yes.
Let's talk about direction. So if I have, I'm gonna step out just a little bit. If I have a shooter who is shooting straight ahead, I've got an ejection pattern.
Yes.
And if my shooter aims a gun up a little bit to shoot over someone's head, would that ejection pattern be similar?
Using the term a little bit, I would expect it to be similar, and I'd be hard pressed to give you a circumstance that I could define where it definitely would be different. Maybe straight up in the air, that would change things enough to see a difference, but I wouldn't assert that without doing a test first to see if that's the case.
So if I have a scenario 115 yards away, a shot straight versus a shot 100 yards ahead above their head, would that result in a significant change in ejection pattern?
I wouldn't expect it to.
What?
And on cross, you
Yes, it would.
testified that, I just want to make sure I understood that right.
Would
If someone is
100%
a foot
change.
difference in height, it wouldn't result in a significant change in the ejection pattern.
Same answer. I really wouldn't expect it to. That's a subtler difference than what we're usually seeing.
And as far as the jacket goes, the GSR testing, do you remember Detective Barba being present?
Yes, I do.
And who is Detective Barba, if you remember?
I apologize. I'm really bad with names.
Detective Barba was one of the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's officers who brought the items up to you?
Correct. There were, I believe, 2 that day that handled the evidence and did the collection of the gunshot residue.
And how they collect the gunshot residue?
There's kits provided that have essentially a metal, it's called a stub. It's basically a device that goes into an electron microscope, and it's got a sort of a sticky tape or sticky material on one end of it. You essentially hold it and dab it against the surface to try to collect any of these residues. Now, these are not residues that I typically would analyze. These are analyzed by a third party, and they're primer residues that show up if they're close to a gunshot being fired.
And did Barba do the dabbing?
Correct. Yeah, around the garment, and also what's called I'm trying to use the term best, a collection blank, which means one of those stubs was opened and left open during the entire process, so that if there was any contamination in the environment where it was being done, that would show up in that blank.
Do you know, were you there if Detective Barba then took those samples and mailed them off to somebody?
Yes, I was present to observe and advise on the collection of those samples, and to the best of my knowledge, they were sent to RJ Lee Group.
And last question I have is, I just want to make sure I understand I want to clarify. The ammunition, the spent shell casings found on scene match the shell casings you used to demonstrate the effectiveness of the weapon and the ejection pattern of the weapon.
So use the term match. I want to
I'm sorry.
clarify. No, that's fine. What I want to say is 2 parts. One, they're the same type of ammunition. So it's the same Wolf brand and style of ammunition. But the microscopic comparisons I did to the items collected at the scene do match to an identification level that I can say those cartridge cases were fired from that particular firearm based on my microscopic analysis.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Questions for this witness from members of the jury? See at least one.
Let's fast forward through this. Inspector Gadget.
This was from juror number, a little clarification, juror number 6. Who's 6? This gentleman here. Okay. The question was, can you find bullet wipe or gunshot residue in an object without damaging what? The object? That's what I thought. I just want to be sure. Okay, thanks. Just want to be sure we understand. All right, so one of the questions from the juror is, can you find bullet wipe or gunshot residue on or in an object without damaging the object that you're examining?
I would say yes in most cases. Usually it's on the exterior of that surface. So as the bullet passes through that first barrier, first item, whether it's a big thick chunk of wood or a single stack of papers, it's going to leave that bullet wipe on the exterior. The sampling technique essentially uses a mild acid similar to vinegar to basically extract trace levels of the lead and reveal them with a chemical test. Not only is that test reproducible, that you can test the same area over and over again without losing results, but the testing is pretty mild as far as the surface. It's unlikely to damage that surface. The only weird scenario I can think of where it might have to damage the object is if, let's say, the bullet hole was inside like a hole in the knot of a tree and I couldn't get access to it or something like that. I might have to actually physically expose that first area where the residues are to get at it, but that's an unusual set of circumstances.
Does that answer your question, sir? Good. All right, a couple more questions from another juror. And this juror says this juror is trying to determine the possibility of a ricochet and whether a ricochet is possible from about 115 yards and achieve the same trajectory that you described through the body. Now, wait, I say would. So the question was, could, and if you know, if you're not qualified to testify to this, then that's your answer, okay? But would you agree that the caliber bullet and the distance where the shooter was alleged to have been correlates with a ricochet to the irregular entrance wound? If there was a ricochet, and looking at the trajectory, the bullet actually took through this body.
That's nonsense. No.
I think I do, and it'll take a little bit of explaining because there's sort of three different possibilities to consider. The first is a ricochet, and a ricochet is a very specific technical term that we refer to. That's when a bullet strikes an object, and in that interaction, leaves that object at a different angle than the one it came in at, possibly, or at least departs at another angle. The relationship between the angle on the way in and the angle on the way out is not direct.
You wouldn't know a
So I could
ricochet
have,
unless you
depending
knew
on
what
the
a
surface,
ricocheted
shot
off
fired from a
of.
variety of angles that would ricochet off at a very shallow angle or ricochet off at a somewhat steeper angle. The former example is a shallow angle, is what we call departure angle from a ricochet, occurs usually when it's what we call a non-yielding surface, so a big slab of concrete, a chunk of steel, something that's the bullet is not going to interact with except just to bounce off of it. And in a case like that, the departure angle is fairly shallow, but you still will lose stability. Now, in something soft like the soil or ground or even like pieces of wood, things like that, if you have a ricochet, a yielding surface typically gives you a much steeper departure angle. So the way I would answer that question relative to a ricochet would be, it's possible at a long range that the ricochet could have happened close. So a shot fired into a non-yielding surface fairly close to the shooter, but by the time it gets out there, you've got an ascending trajectory. Even though it's a low angle, once you get to 100 yards, it's still going to be at a height that might produce that wound and trajectory. Or a shot that ricochets off of the soil relatively close to the person who was struck, and then you'd produce a different angle, but at close range would give you that same trajectory. There are, though, two other possibilities. One possibility is the shot was fired and did not ricochet. It struck and went through something, lost its stability, but was still traveling in the same direction. And another possibility, I guess those are the two main ones that I would focus on. There is something called deflection, so a bullet could have gone through an object and then changed direction on its way through. Again, these are all relatively hypothetical, and it's without having a second impact site to work with. It's all speculation on my part which of these could have happened and how likely any of them are.
All right, and this next question again, if you don't have a basis to give an opinion on this, then just tell us. But have you taken into account that the deceased might have been lying in a prone position when the deceased was shot?
I would say that's one of many possibilities. The human body has a lot of variability in its position and movement, and that's one of the reasons trajectories through bodies are difficult to diagnose. Sometimes you can limit those practically. Like if a person's sitting in a car, you have a realistic expectation of where their feet and legs and body is, or might be, but there are going to variables within that. So with a person standing outside or lying outside in an outdoor scene, it'd be almost impossible to know for sure.
All right, there's one more question, and juror number 10, can't read one word in your writing, so you're gonna have to help me out. Can a makeshift single shot something leave GSR consistent with an AK? I can't read that word. Tube? That's what I thought. Okay, can a makeshift? Just want to be sure. Can a makeshift single shot through a tube leave gunshot revenue?
No, my God, no! You don't want the.
I would say it's theoretically possible. It would really depend on the
Oh my
construction
God, you would
and how close a fit
object
the
to
tube and the
relevance on these
projectile are.
questions. Stop that.
And then in a
being
case like
asked.
that, it would be the equivalent of a different gun. If I wanted to evaluate a distance in the presence of those residues, I would have to have something
Nobody's
to work
running
with.
around making bang.
The only thing I'm
sticks.
thinking that would change that is if you're talking about a tube that's never had any exposure to lead whatsoever. So there's no buildup of
A
lead like on the
tube,
inside
no,
of a
it's
rifle
going to have to be
barrel.
rifled and everything.
That's a question I'm not really sure how to answer, because there is going to be lead residue coming from the primer of the shot that's being fired and maybe the exposed base of the bullet. We never see guns that haven't been at least test fired. And that first test firing is usually enough to put enough lead in to give you the bullet wipe. So if it was the first shot fired from this hypothetical tube, I would say it's possible, but I don't really have an experimental basis to draw from.
All right, yeah, good. Oh, we have another question. Okay. Before we go to the lawyers, let's get this question asked. Jose?
That question should not have been asked. Okay. Also, there's some other questions here. So conclusion is opinions based on suppositions. Yeah. Now, vodka drip. You're saying are AK rounds designed to tumble? Not like you mean while they're fired through the air. No.
Could bullet wipe be left on a soft surface like a backpack without causing physical damage to the backpack?
Yeah. Well, I couldn't.
I want to say it's theoretically possible. The problem I see is if the bullet were to say strike a backpack under normal circumstances, that bullet wipe would be deposited on that backpack as it's going through the pack material. The only thing I can think of would be if it came as sort of a glancing blow to the backpack and didn't go through it. And at that point, I would expect it would only remove bullet wipe on one side of the bullet. There would probably still be some left behind. Now, it may or may not have been, if that were to have happened, it may or may not have been
One
deposited
side of the
on
bullet, the
garment,
bullet's
because once you lose
rotating
your
as
bullet
it's
stability,
going
if the inside
by.
of that bullet, say, hit and made the
Whoa,
hole,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
guess it's
whoa,
theoretically
whoa,
possible.
whoa,
There's a lot of
whoa, whoa. How's it only the bullet in flight is spinning. It's rotating. So when it encounters an object and it's rotating, it's gonna basically wipe the whole fucking thing off. It's only gonna touch one side. It doesn't just go straight, it's spinning.
variables.
I think the question, and if I could,
Sure.
would it leave gunshot residue if it passed by the backpack or close to the backpack? I don't think the question is if it went through the backpack. Is that right? So if the question wasn't, will it leave gunshot residue if it goes through the backpack, but if it passes by the backpack?
So I think,
If the projectile passes by the backpack.
sure, I think the projectile passing by the backpack isn't likely to deposit any residues on it without contact. Now there might be residues if the backpack was there and the shot was fired close to that backpack. It might intercept some of those residues, but without the bullet going through it, I don't think it would intercept all of them. That's kind of my best answer.
Did I state your question correctly? Good. All right. Any other questions? Seeing none. All right, Mr. Jetty, follow-up questions to the questions from the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor. On the backpack.
Okay, we got to get to some of this though. The AK bullet, are you asking Vodka like when you fire it, is it tumbling? No. There's no way it would be at all reaccurate. You couldn't use it out to 300-400 yards if it's tumbling. When it hits a body, doesn't just start tumbling. The problem is a bullet, like the projectile in an AK cartridge, is going 2,400 feet a second. That's like 1,600 miles an hour. When you're going that fast, hitting a tree branch, a leaf, anything at all can really deflect you. Think about it. Like if you ever watch the videos of the high-speed boats going back and like when they're trying to set speed records, or even somebody setting a speed record like at the Salt Flats, a little rock. You hit a little rock going at 900 miles an hour, blow up. You hit a little wave going 500 miles an hour, done. You know, the human body, we're like mostly water. So if you ever watch these videos on YouTube where they shoot ballistic gel or water, yeah, bullets can take off and do all kinds of things, but it's not designed for that. Bullets meant to go straight and straight through. So I hope that answers your question. Hope that answers your question there. And Chad was saying, I'm sure the Japanese PM didn't think a bang stick would work. Yes, and it's one thing when you make a primitive shotgun and you shoot at like 15 feet. It's another thing to make this idea of just, because the jury's not even thinking of like a rifled barrel. They're just thinking of a tube in .30 caliber that you can use and shoot somebody 100 yards away with. It's fucking insane. They've let all kinds of bullshit into the argument because they don't know any better.
I just want to make sure I got this correct. No bullet GSR is going to be left unless there is contact with bullet and backpacks.
No bullet transfer, correct. There might be close range residue on a backpack if it's close to a shot fired, but that doesn't really relate to the bullet itself.
We're talking about the bullet wipe.
Correct.
And there is just, well, we want to make sure the testimony, there is no GSR residue found, is redundant. No GSR found anywhere in this case, right?
To the best of my knowledge, none of my testing or the other testing done by the third party detected GSR.
My last question is, you tested, just answering the juror's question about the trajectory through a body is complicated. You said something that the trajectory through a body is difficult to diagnose. I think your response to a juror question was, it was in the response you said, trajectory of a bullet through a body is difficult to diagnose.
It can be. I would say I typically defer to the medical examiner if we're looking for entry or exit wound in a case of a decedent.
Okay, and then you understand about deflection. Can a human bone cause deflection of a bullet when it enters the body?
Yeah, a deflection event could occur going through a body. That is possible.
One more question, Sean.
Ms. Larkin?
Real quick, you mentioned ricochets. A ricochet is something that will specifically change the angle of a bullet. Is that right?
It is one possibility, yeah. And just to clarify, since we didn't really go into it in too much detail, a ricochet is what I would describe as an impact that changes the direction of a bullet, but does not go through the object. Whereas you can have an object that is shot through, and that interaction can cause deflection, causing that to change as well. Okay. So both are possible.
And you mentioned like hard surfaces, like rocks, I think would be more likely to cause a ricochet because a bullet won't go through a rock, right?
The phrase we typically categorize these as yielding and unyielding surfaces. Those are the two most common. But a rock is usually an unyielding surface, but it might be an irregular one. So it's difficult to pick exactly how you would characterize a rock.
A tree branch or wood would be a yielding surface generally,
Correct.
right?
Wood, yeah.
So it's softer, and that means the bullet can either go through it or
Either
kind
go
of-
through it, or in the case of a ricochet, go into it somewhat, and then its path is altered by that interaction.
What about dirt? Would that be yielding or unyielding?
Most of the time, dirt and soil are yielding surfaces. You'll get a little trough in a trench, and it's produced. And then if you've ever fired a gun at a range and you can see where someone missed a target, you can see a linear cut into the ground. That's usually a yielding surface in soil.
So the sand moves out of the way of the bullet.
Correct.
You were asked a question about the prone position, and could this person have been shot in the prone position? Prone is on the stomach, right?
Yeah, typically mean prone is face and belly down. The reverse is called supine. So if you're lying on your back facing upward, that's the supine position.
And knowing where the entry wound and the exit wound are, if this person were shot in the prone position, then the bullet would be probably in the dirt underneath the person, right?
In that circumstance, I would expect it to be if they were still in that prone position after they were shot and didn't move.
Do you know how much deflection, how easy are these bullets that we're talking about, the full metal jacket bullets that you tested, how easy are those to be deflected?
I don't have a specific answer for that. It really
Very
depends on the
easy.
surface they're hitting. I fired this type of
deflect them.
ammunition through vehicles, through other objects on a range doing testing. But I would say it really varies more on the surface that it hits than the actual projectile itself.
If it hits a piece of wood or branch, for example, is that likely to deflect it significantly or not significantly?
I really think there's so much specific to that. It'd be hard to say
Again,
the clean
you don't
answer to
know,
your
though.
question, because a branch could be larger or smaller in diameter. The shot could hit closer to the edge versus the center. I would expect a shot through a branch that's a few inches thick. If it hits dead center, it's likely to keep going through. Your chance of deflection goes up if it hits sort of on the edge as a glancing part. But it probably also varies on the exact velocity and the type of wood and things of that I haven't really tested.
So you'd have to do more testing to make a long story short, basically.
Right. And the testing would probably have to be tied to something that we would find specific, like, oh, there's a bullet impact in this space in between that could very well be the source of the deflection. I'd like to have something specific to compare the two.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right. Any other questions for this witness? Very well. Seeing none, it's time for our afternoon break. It's 10 to 3. We'll take a 30-minute break. We'll be back at 3:20, and we'll take the state's next witness when that happens. We'll be on recess until 3:20 p.m.
All right, guys. I can't show you gun stuff because YouTube's gonna nuke me. But whiskey vodka. You're asking about our vodka shrimp lasagna here. You were saying you thought that the M16 platform ammunition was meant to tumble. No. You can an AR-15 M16 platform. Here in America, in Ohio, there's a place called Camp Perry. The NRA does the national match championships for it. They shoot out to 600 yards with that thing. You could do like 800 yards, 800 meters roughly, with a .223 projectile. No, they go when they're fired. Hold on here. This is good because you can see the sides of it because it's got the little thingy on here. When you fire it, it's rotating and it's good. And it keeps going that way and it keeps flying like that. It doesn't all of a sudden slow down and then go. Because if you think about it, that's a separate action. That's a separate physical action. You're flying straight, then all of a sudden you need to start tumbling. And to start tumbling, now you're unstable. Now when it hits, it's going faster. It's going faster than an AK bullet. Yeah, it might break apart and destabilize, but generally speaking, it goes right through. Its job is to fly straight. I mean, there's ideas about wounding and all that, and that's a lot of FUD lore. No, its job is to fly straight, and it flies straight very well. So yeah, it doesn't start tumbling until it hits something, and even then, it might just right through. It's still a problem though because you're dealing with something hitting a body. Like if one of those hits you in the head, it's a piece of metal traveling 2,500 miles an hour, hits you in the head. Guess what? Your head goes. So, I hope that explains it for you. I hope that explains it. AP saying Sandy just stop bullets all the time. Yes, but if it hits at an angle, it could still bounce off and skip off. You could skip rounds off the ground if they're shot up on flat angles. Just read up on it. As a bullet loses momentum, since they're oblong, do rifle bullets do tumble? No, they don't. they're being stabilized by spin. If they're out too far, they keep spinning and eventually, because when you think about the force of gravity, because that's always acting on a bullet. And I wish I could show you a bullet, but it doesn't work because actually here. So I can show this because it's dummy cartridge. Here, this will help because I can color one side of this so you can see what's going on here. Okay. So this is a round of ammunition, and this pretends it's a big bullet, and it's spinning along, and it's going. Okay. As it flies through the air, its path is. Are you sure it's a dummy round? I'm pretty sure it's a dummy round. Okay. When it flies through the air, the force of gravity is always pulling down on it. And unlike an airplane, it can't generate any more speed. By the time it leaves a barrel, it's at full speed. And from there, its speed is always slowing down. Now, keep in mind, though, when I'm going 3,000 feet a second, 1 second, boom, I've gone 3,000 feet. But I've also started to drop. Remember, it's going to, the way gravity's pulling down the whole time. So that's why when you shoot a bullet, here's what it looks like if you were to look at it from the side. It goes shh. Okay? It's just like that. Now, let's see if I can put it up to something where we can show this. I need kind of a blank spot on a page. Okay, here, we'll use this. All right. So a bullet just doesn't go straight forever. What it does is it goes like that. Why? Because gravity's working on it. So it's never, that's what'll happen to a bullet. A bullet just doesn't go flying straight along, and then all of a sudden, oh, I lost enough speed, so I'm like, tumble. That requires a second. Remember, you're dealing with a object in travel. You need to do something to cause it to change that path of travel. So you need another force to operate on it. If it starts slowing down, it's slowing down, and it might go off course a little bit, but for it to just start tumbling at a set distance, you would need an outside force acting on it. And I hope that makes sense to you. Like I said, I hope that made sense. Bullet trajectories are super flat parabolas. Yes, but that's a gross exaggeration of things, but God, physics is cringe. Math is objectively superior. Well, physics is based on math, so. Yes, bullets are spinning like a well-thrown football. I hope, and listen, if you didn't understand that, let me know. We can explain a little more, but I'm in trouble because I can't show you with like actual components because YouTube will kill me. So let's move on to the next part of the day. All right, here we go.
Yes.
And you were a sergeant at the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
Almost 6 years.
6 years? Give us your experience. What did you do before that immediately, and then your experience within the Sheriff's Department?
My career started almost 26 years ago. I began with the Nogales Police Department in June of 1998. I then attended the Central Arizona Regional Office Training Academy, which is in Casa Grande. After completing the academy, I underwent additional training with the Nogales Police Department. Within my, I would say, 5 years as a patrol officer, I was promoted to corporal. I remained a corporal for patrol division for approximately 4 years. And then I was reassigned to the criminal investigation division within the Nogales Police Department. There, I remained for approximately 7 years doing investigative work. And then I was reassigned to the HIDTA Task Force, which is under the Homeland Security umbrella. I was cross-designated to work federal and state cases. Once I hit my 20 years in June 2018, I applied at the sheriff's office and I was hired in July 2018.
And what did you do at the sheriff's department when you first got hired?
When I first got hired, I again underwent a couple of weeks of in-house training. And then once I successfully completed that training, I was placed on patrol, and within a couple of months or weeks, I was promoted to corporal for the patrol division.
Eventually, you migrated into becoming a detective?
Yes, in April of 2022, I was promoted to sergeant. I remained in the patrol division, and that same year, in December of 2022, I was reassigned to the criminal investigation division as the sergeant.
So you're the sergeant of, can I just use the abbreviation CID?
Yes,
And that stands for Criminal Investigative Unit Division?
division.
How many detectives work at the CID?
Right now, it's 4 and myself.
So a total of 5 individuals?
Yes,
Is that a big department, small department?
it's a small department.
And in your 26 years of police experience, dating back to Nogales Police Department, how many homicides have you been involved in? Approximately.
Off my head, I can say over 8. I don't keep track.
And how many serious violent crime investigations have you been involved in?
Only 8 homicides in a border town? That's
That
not
would
that
be
many.
over 15.
And as your role as sergeant at CID, what does that position entail?
It's to supervise the criminal investigation division. Make sure that policy procedures are followed. Make sure that everything within the criminal investigation goes smoothly.
You're the immediate supervisor of Detective Ainza?
Yes.
Who else is in that unit?
Right now, it's kind of a fresh unit, so it's Detective Ainza, Detective Puerta, Detective Barba, and Detective Muskis.
And what's the role of CID versus a patrol officer? Explain to the jury the difference between the two.
Patrol officers, they respond, I would say, the initial call for service. Once it's considered to be a major crime, the scene is secured by them, and then us as CID, we respond and continue with the investigation, any follow-ups, any collection of evidence, just continue with the investigation.
Would it be fair to say that patrol responds first to a scene and then followed by you?
Yes.
You meaning CID?
Yes, CID.
Were you called on to help assist on this case?
I was.
And do you know what case that was?
Yes, the case out on Willow Circle.
What?
The case on 100 Willow?
100. Well, do you know, I've got your reports in case you need to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
Non-memorization test.
Okay.
Do you know when that was?
Yes, January 29th. Oh, correction, 30th, 2023.
January 30th of 2023.
Yes.
And you gave the address out there on Willow? Do
Yes.
you know who the subject was?
Can you,
The defendant.
the defendant, Mr. Kelly?
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out for us and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, he's got glasses on, brown vest, blue shirt, gray hair.
You're going to let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
So ordered.
And I want to say, just so we have a clear record, Willow Circle is obviously in Santa Cruz County?
Correct.
And what was your job? Explain to us how you got a call. When did you get a call to go out there?
Detective Barba and I were at my son's soccer game. It was his senior night. Detective Barba received a call like around 7 p.m. As soon as he received the call, I walked over to him and he told me that he had been briefed on what was going on at 100 Willow Cross Circle. After that, I just told Detective Barba, you know what, start heading towards the office. I'm going to have Detective Ainza get over there to assist you with whatever you need, and I'll be heading over to the scene to assess the situation.
Why did Detective Barba need assistance?
He had barely been assigned to CID. I believe he had like 2 weeks.
So Barba was new to the unit.
Yes.
So you had Detective Ainza also assigned.
Yes.
And do you know what time approximately you got to scene?
The time it took for me to go get my assigned unit and just drive out to the scene.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sergeant Flores, those are just your reports. I think it's exhibits 1.9, 1.15, and 1.35. So like I said, non-memorization test. So if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know and you can use your reports to refresh yourself, okay?
Okay.
In the reports, can you find out what time you arrived on scene?
It doesn't specify. It just says that Detective Barba received the call and then I headed over there.
Okay, so approximately what time?
I would say about 30 minutes later,
What time is that in the evening?
7 p.m., 7:30.
7:30. When you got to scene, explain to the jury explain to the jury the scene where you park and who's there.
Once I arrived on scene, I parked by the Kelly residence and I met up with Sergeant Rodriguez.
And who is Sergeant Rodriguez?
He's Sergeant Omar Rodriguez, assigned to the Patrol Division with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your meeting with Sergeant Rodriguez about?
He briefed me on the information that he had gathered, briefed me on what was going on.
What information did he brief you on?
He told me that the homeowner had stated that he had struck something and that the homeowner escorted them towards where a body was located. Once he saw that body, that he had noticed that the body had a gunshot wound to the back.
All right, and this is an example of, we're gonna give you a limiting instruction. And we talked about hearsay. This witness is, the information that he just testified to about what somebody else told him is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. But just to explain the subsequent steps, the next steps that this witness took in his investigation. Okay.
There you go. So after hearing that information, what was the next step you did?
I asked that Mr. and Mrs. Kelly be transported to the office for interviewing.
Did you talk to anyone at Border Patrol or dispatch?
No.
So you asked Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly to be transported.
Yes.
Is Mr. Kelly under arrest at this point?
No.
He's not under arrest at this point?
Objection foundation.
Overruled. Answer.
Once he's transported to our facility, he's considered to be detained under us.
Okay. Are you aware that he was put in, if you know, were you aware he was put in handcuffs to be transported?
Yes.
Would that be detained?
Yes.
And after Miss Kelly did Miss Kelly, was she placed in handcuffs?
No.
So Mr. Kelly and Mrs. Kelly were transported to CID. And where is CID?
It's at our office here on Congress Drive.
Just right next door to the courthouse?
Yes.
And what was your next step after telling the officers to transport both Mr. and Mrs. Kelly to CID?
I asked Sergeant Rodriguez to escort me towards where the body was at.
And you went out there?
Yes.
What route? Do you remember the route you took to get out there?
Yes, we continued walking down the path where we were standing, and then we went past the gate, and then we walked towards the east of that gate where we came to the body.
And what was your job when you got to the body? What was your job?
To take photographs of the body.
All right. So I'm going to show you just for you. Most of these have been admitted, but I'm going to show you because I want to talk about these photographs. I'm going to show you State Exhibit 116.
Okay.
If my driver, if somebody's going to drive for me. And just for you and the attorneys. Is it up? Oh, I'm sorry. Can you scroll through those, Ms. Hunley, for the sergeant? Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I took those photographs.
Specifically, can you go to, Ms. Hunley, can you go to photo number 23? Do you recognize photo number 23?
Yes.
And can you go to photograph number 49? Do you recognize 49, Sergeant?
Yes.
And finally, can you go to photograph number 82? Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Those are the photographs you took on scene on January 30th where the body's located, right?
Correct.
And those photographs are in sequence with all the other ones. I think there's a total of 82.
Correct.
You know, I think there was an admission for all the photographs except for those three, and I moved to admit 23, 49, and 82 as well.
No objection.
23, 49, and 82 are admitted.
All right, so let's go through. Can we publish? Your Honor, may we publish? Can we go number 1 for the jury? And that is a very nighttime photo, right, Sergeant?
Yes.
All right, let's go to photo number 2. And do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
All right, we're not going to spend, the jury has seen a lot of these photographs. So, Ms. Hunley, can you go through them? Not so fast, not so fast. Hold on. What's that a photograph of?
That's the photograph of the victim lying face down.
Lying face down?
Yes.
Continue on, Ms. Hunley. Right there. What's that a photograph of?
Same, just different angle.
Ms. Hunley, what image is that? That's image 28 for the record. And if you can continue on. You can continue. How tall was that grass? If she's going through that, how tall is that grass, Sergeant?
I would say it was about 2.5 feet. That's pretty tall.
Pretty tall.
Yes.
Did you see, pause right there, Ms. Hunley. Do you see any signs of, when you were taking photographs, any signs of struggle?
No.
Did you see any signs of dragging?
No.
And you're the one taking the photographs?
Yes.
You want to continue, Ms. Hunley? And there's a stop right there, Ms. Hunley. You see that backpack?
Yes.
Did you see any discernible damage to the backpack, like a bullet damage?
No.
you want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? You can continue. The jury has seen these photographs. Can you go to image 49, just so the jury, because the jury didn't see that before? And that, do you know what that is?
That's my flash not working properly.
Okay. If you want to continue, Ms. Hunley. I'm gonna pause right there. What's that picture of? Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the backpack.
That's a pocket of the backpack?
Yes,
You want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? Hold on. Do you know what that is? Do
it's the same backpack.
you know what's in there?
Yes, food.
Food. And when you were on scene, was Mr. Kelly on scene
Momentarily,
momentarily? Do you recall, if you know, did he have his dogs with him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Continue on, Ms. Hunley. You can continue. I'm gonna pause. Is that a picture of the fanny pack?
Yes,
And do you know what that's inside the fanny pack?
it's food.
You want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? And we're seeing shots, pictures of the wounds, right?
Correct.
And you recall taking pictures of the entry wound and exit wound?
Yes,
I want to continue on, Ms. Hunley. You can go through. You can go through. All right, I'm gonna pause. This is the wallet you saw, right?
right.
And was there currency in that wallet?
I don't remember.
Do the next photo, Ms. Hunley. You see that?
Yes,
Does that refresh your recollection?
yes.
What kind of currency is that?
It's Mexican pesos.
Okay, you want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? Continue on. Continue on. And that's a picture, is this a picture where the body's been removed?
Yes,
And do you know from looking at this photo which direction, what direction the body was laying?
yes. If you're looking at the photo, his head was towards the left, where you can see the cap.
You can circle on the screen if you want.
His head was right there.
All right, and you can press the left bottom corner to clear it. You want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? Pause right there. Is this when the body's been rolled over?
Yes,
And that's the position you found the victim in?
yes.
Where's his right hand located?
By his chest.
Do you know where the exit wound is found?
Yes,
Where?
just a little bit on top of where his hand is, by the chest.
You want to continue, Ms. Hunley? You can go through it. You can continue. You can go faster, Ms. Hunley. All right, I'm gonna pause right here. You see, what's this a photo of?
That's a photo of the victim's footprint.
Footprint. And did you look around to find out about footprints in the area to photograph?
Yes,
And if there were a lot of footprints, would you have taken photographs?
yes.
Were there?
Just that one that I took a photograph of.
Maybe we're gonna see it. You want to continue on, Ms. Hunley? Is that?
Yes,
And are we towards the end, Ms. Hunley? Oh, that's the end. After you've done the photographs, are you there when Gabriel's body is put into a bag to be shipped to the coroner's office?
no.
No, you're not there.
No.
So what do you do after taking the photographs?
I asked Deputy Felix to remain with the victim there, and I went back to my truck.
And what are you doing? What are you doing at your truck?
Waiting for the search warrant to be approved and executed.
Are you contacting Detective Ienza about a search warrant?
I am,
And so you guys are having discussion about the affidavit, what will go in the search warrant.
correct.
And then eventually you get notice that the search warrant has been approved and you go in and serve the search warrant.
Correct.
All right, let's walk through how officers serve a search warrant. Walk us through what the normal process or the process you did in this case. I'm going to strike that. Did you follow normal procedures when serving the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
All right, what is that procedure?
Procedures, once the warrant is granted, photographs are taken of the exterior of the house or the item that we're going to see when we search, vehicle or house. And then once the exterior photographs are taken, then we start lettering the rooms that we're going to search with A through Z, as many rooms that there is. We have photos of the interior are taken prior to us searching it. And then once it's searched, we do exit photos to show how we left the house afterwards.
And I think there's been some indication from a juror or a question. When you do a search warrant, are you like taking drawers out and dumping stuff on the ground?
No.
How do you treat that?
Yes, you
scene?
do that.
We treat it with respect as if it was our own house. We don't want to leave it with things all broken and messy.
And you searched the whole house, right?
I assisted.
You assisted in searching the house. What was your responsibility in the search warrant?
During that search warrant, my responsibility was to scribe, which is just noting down the items that were being taken as evidence.
Do you know if there was an AK-47 found on the first search warrant, the evening search warrant?
There was.
I just want to make sure we understand there's an evening search warrant, early morning, I should say, early morning of the 31st, right? This is after midnight.
Correct.
And then we have a daytime search warrant, right?
Correct.
2. So on this first one, late night, early morning, you found an AK-47?
Yes.
Do you recall the conditions and what it was?
It was fairly new
Was it in something?
in the box.
Were you briefed on by Sergeant Rodriguez about a weapon that was possibly used in this case before that moment?
No, I wasn't.
The AK-47 was taken?
Yes.
Did Detective Rodriguez also talk to you about the body orientation that he found the body in?
Yes.
And which direction was the body facing? The head. Which direction was the head facing?
The head was southwest.
And which direction was the Kelly home? From, if the body's facing southwest, what direction is the Kelly residence?
It was north.
Would it be to the right of the body? We'll show up 116 if you want.
Yes, to the right of the body.
All right. And at that scene, when you're taking photographs of the scene, we're talking about a rural area, right?
Yes.
There are apartments nearby?
No.
Homes nearby?
No.
Streets nearby?
No.
Do we need to quarantine off an area to prevent contamination from people wandering by?
No.
Were you told anything about the condition of the victim when you arrived to take photographs?
Yes.
What were you told?
That the victim's hands were cold and his torso was still warm.
Did you help remove the backpack?
No.
Who removed the backpack?
Sergeant Rodriguez.
Did you see him remove the backpack?
Wait, we haven't heard
How
that
do you remove
before,
it?
that he was still
He had to
warm.
cut the straps.
What straps are we talking about?
The backpack straps.
All right, some backpacks have 2 and some backpacks have 3. The 2 shoulder ones, and then some of them have a waist one. Okay?
Yes.
Which ones did he cut?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you guys looked in, obviously the photos show it, you looked in the backpack, right?
Yes.
And what was in the backpack?
Just miscellaneous clothes and food. Water bottle, I believe.
And in your taking photographs and looking at the area, did you find any weapons around?
No.
Handguns?
No.
Rifles?
No.
Did you find any large backpacks?
No.
Any small backpacks other than the victims?
No.
Did you find any drugs around?
No.
Did someone make a determination of looking at the scene, looking at the body, whether or not this was a homicide?
Yes,
Who made that determination?
I did.
And how long did it take you to complete that first search warrant, the late night, early morning one?
I would have to look at my report.
Sure, I'm looking for approximate too. I'm not looking for an exact time.
At approximately 2:33 a.m., we cleared the house.
2:30,
33
2:33
a.m.
a.m. you leave the house.
Yes.
Do you know if Miss Wanda Kelly's allowed to come back to the house?
She is.
And did she?
Yes.
What'd you do after you cleared the house? What did you do?
All the items that were collected that night were taken over to the sheriff's office or to our facility and secured.
And that to conclude your, I mean, this is now, I would think about 3 o'clock in the morning. What did you do after that?
Correct. Just went home.
Did you get some sleep?
Somewhat.
And then what was the next thing you did then?
We started the following day early. Well, not early in the morning, but early mornings, like around 8, 9.
Were you debriefed on anything relating to the actual AK-47 found on that first search warrant?
Yes.
What were you told?
That the AK that we found wasn't the one that we were looking for.
And then were you also apprised of the situation to seek a second search warrant to look at other structures on the property?
Yes.
All right. So a second search warrant is applied for and you guys go out to the scene to serve the second search warrant.
Correct.
You know what approximate time that is?
Around noon.
And you go to the scene and just walk us through. What was the first thing you did when you went to the scene? What areas did you search first?
We searched the barn, the additional buildings that were within the property, a barn, a water pump shed, And then we searched the area where the victim was located.
I'm gonna pause right there. So we did pump house, whatever that was, in
Yes.
a barn, right?
Right.
And then you went to where the victim's body was.
Correct.
What were you doing around where the victim was? What were you doing?
We're looking for additional evidence.
Did you guys like visual look?
No, there's
No,
a
we
second
use metal
AK
detectors.
chat.
Did you find anything using metal detectors of significance?
No,
And how big of an area? So if my body is here, if I have a radius of a circle, how far out am I going?
I would say a good 30 to 50 yards.
And after doing that metal detector work where the victim's body was at, what'd you do after that?
We checked the house again, the main house,
Why'd you guys check the house again?
because I wasn't okay with not finding that rifle that we were missing.
So someone had indicated this is not the same AK-47 seen with Mr. Kelly the day before, right?
Correct,
So you go back into the house and you search the house again.
correct.
Walk us through that.
Well, we all went inside the house doing a secondary search, trying to locate that additional.
Notice
AK.
we've never heard anything about a second gun
After
before.
everyone was in there, I was thinking to myself, we need to find that rifle. So I started looking
I
into
was
the,
thinking of those
I was into the
meals.
bedroom myself. At that time, I stood by the doorway to that bedroom where we found the other AK, and I was just looking inside and thinking, what did we miss? What could it be? So the door was open. So I told myself, I'm gonna check behind the door. I'm pretty sure they did, but I'm gonna check again. So I moved the door to check behind it, and I heard a thump. So then I said, oh, something fell on the ground, thinking it was the rifle. So I looked towards the floor, and there's nothing there. So I'm like, okay, I'm sure I heard a thump. So I again move the door, and I hear that second thump again. And now I redirect my eyesight towards the thump, and I located the rifle hanging on a door hook, covered with a green shirt.
Hmm.
Looks like I wrote down the wrong exhibit number here. Ms. Hunley, I'm looking for the photograph of the search warrant. I have image 4247. I don't know.
No, this
Yeah,
is the
time
first
ago,
time we're
so-
hearing about this.
Let me walk through. So
Secret,
behind, you
secret
you're in the
gun.
house and you go to
Ooh,
a bedroom,
spooky.
which on the first search warrant was already searched.
Correct.
And you open the door.
The door was open.
Okay. And you look inside that room again.
Oh, yeah, I was standing by the door frame.
And then just, why'd you open it? Why'd you touch the door again?
I just wanted to make sure that the behind the door was checked out.
Okay. And you did that. And that's when you heard the thump.
Correct.
And you walk around and see what's on the other side.
The AK rifle was hanging by the door,
Hanging by the door or hanging on the door?
hanging on the door on a door hook.
So like a coat hook on top of the door,
Correct.
right? And then it's hanging by what?
The sling.
What's holding it up?
The sleeve or
With a green strap? Would that be?
yeah, the gray
Okay.
strap.
And was there anything? And you said there was something over that AK-47.
Yes, it was covered with a green shirt.
All right. So you take that gun into possession, right?
Right.
And then you take it for processing, which means you take it back to CID.
Correct.
Was that gun identified by anyone?
Yes, it was by one of the officers who responded to the scene prior to us.
What about the other gun? What happened to that one?
Can you just show that witness for me? You see 4429 on the screen? You see it up there? You see it up there?
Yes,
Does that picture look familiar to you?
yes,
Is that the picture of the AK-47 hanging on the back of the door?
yes.
The same condition as you saw it on the second search warrant?
Well, it was more covered.
You have a picture, the other picture? I think it's 4247. Do you see that photo?
Yes,
Is that the same photo? Or
Yes.
not same photo, but the photo that you're talking about?
yes,
You recognize the condition, the position of that gun
yes,
with the sweatshirt?
yes.
Move to admit, I believe it's Government Exhibit 46, images 4429 and 4247.
I just want some foundation on this image that we're looking at. My understanding is this was taken during the first search. So if we could get that foundation, then I wouldn't.
Hold on, let me back up. Sergeant, looking at, I just want to show you one image. Council's right. So I want to look at one image only. 4247. You see 4247?
Yes,
Is that the one with the green sweatshirt
yes,
over the gun?
yes,
Is that how you saw the gun on the second search warrant?
yes.
Move to admit just Exhibit 46, image 4247.
And I'm object on foundation again, just because I believe this photograph was taken during the first search.
Well, that objection's overruled. This witness, I don't know when it was taken, but this witness, we talked about this with photographs, right? This witness has testified that he recognizes this image and this is the way it appeared to him at the time he found it. So when it was taken, who first found it, it's a different question. He said this is what it looked like at the time that he saw it during the second search warrant, and that's sufficient foundation, so that objection is overruled.
Move to publish, Your Honor?
And that is Exhibit 46, page 4247. Yes.
Correct. Is that the condition, the view that you had of the gun as you opened that back door and heard the thump?
Yes,
And that's the green sweatshirt, right?
right,
And it's draped over that AK-47.
correct.
I'm sorry. I'm going to change that. Your Honor.
Correction, then it's from Exhibit 34, page 4247 is admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henley. And that gun, just to repeat, that gun was taken back for processing and identified as the weapon that someone had seen on January 30th with the defendant.
Correct.
Anything distinguishable about that weapon?
Yes,
What?
the green sling?
And did you take that weapon and give it to somebody?
No,
Who took possession of that weapon?
Detective Ayenza.
Detective Ayenza?
Yes,
All right. There were also some mentions of some shell casings in this case. Did you involve yourself with the visual and the collection of shell casings?
I photographed the shell casings.
You recall where that was relating to the property?
Yes, by the back porch area.
And who was with you in the photographs as you were taking the photographs?
Detective or Sergeant Bunting.
I did the same thing too, so. Just 1 second, Your Honor. Did you do anything else on that second search warrant?
No,
Did you go back on February 1st?
I did.
And what you do? What was the reason going back on February 1st?
We went back to assist DPS. They were going to use their drone and also to, again, search the area where the victim was found.
Search it with what?
The metal detectors.
And was it a more extensive search this time?
Yes,
First time was a radius of 50 yards. February 1st, you went further out.
yes, we did.
You find anything?
No,
And we'll get into this later. I just want to make sure we understand. You also reviewed some Border Patrol surveillance videos, right?
correct.
And how many discs did you review?
2. I'm going to have to look at my notes on my report.
Do you have your notes right there?
Yes,
Do you want to take a look?
sure. I counted 5.
5?
Yes,
Okay. And there's a whole bunch of surveillance disc DVDs you reviewed, right?
correct.
And I just want to make sure, because we're not going to get into it, but I want to make sure, do you remember how many DVD discs were provided to you from Border Patrol?
Well, it was way more than 5 because all of us split some. So
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So you had 5. Who else was assisting in reviewing other DVDs?
Sergeant Bunting and Detective Barba.
And why were you guys reviewing these BP surveillance DVDs?
To see if someone else was out there that day.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
If we could leave that picture up for just a second. While this is in front of you, I just wanted to ask real quick. I see something in black in the corner there. Did this photograph come from the first search or the second search, if you know?
Detective Ayenza would be able to answer that.
So he'd be able to say this was the first or the second search. My question is, this photograph, you can clearly see part of the AK sticking out from underneath that green shirt. Is that right?
Right.
And somebody obviously was looking right at it and they took this photograph, right?
Right.
And is it a possibility that this happened on the first search since the photograph also contains that black object there?
It's possible.
In other words, when you saw this AK on the second search, when you were there, do you recall seeing that black object there?
I don't.
Okay, you don't recall?
No.
Okay. So I want to go back to the beginning. Back to January 30th, you were on your way out to the scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you had some background information before you got there. Is that also correct?
Correct.
Were you told that the homeowner had reported that he had struck something?
Yes,
So that was in your mind when you're going out to the scene, correct?
correct.
And do you know where that information came from?
No,
So you don't know if it came from Border Patrol, or if it came from dispatch, or if it came from somewhere else?
no.
But you heard it through dispatch, correct?
I heard it through Sergeant Lodi, yes.
Okay, but he didn't tell you where he got that information.
No,
And it informs your view, I guess, to have background information before you get to the scene, correct?
correct.
It tells you what you're likely to be looking at when you get there, right?
Right.
And so it's important that that background information that you get is accurate, or as accurate as it can be, right?
Right.
Because that might change the way that you view the scene when you arrive, right?
Right.
Did you ever learn in this case that that initial information that you received was incorrect?
No,
So you never learned that the homeowner actually reported to Border Patrol, not that he struck something, but that something may have been struck.
no,
And that would have made a difference to you had you had that information, correct?
correct.
Because it's obviously different saying something may have been struck versus I struck something, right?
Right.
So that might have changed the way that you looked at the scene on the way there, right?
Somewhat.
Okay. When you got out there, I think you talk about observing the body with Sergeant Rodriguez, is that right?
Right.
And he let you know that he didn't touch or move the body, correct?
He did check for vitals.
Vitals, but other than that, he didn't touch or move the body, correct?
Correct.
And so you started photographing the body, including the backpack, right?
Right.
And you tried to photograph all of that before you moved anything, right?
Right.
And before you even opened up the backpack, you take photographs to show precisely how it was in the state that you found it, correct?
Correct.
And that's important because that's the only way that you really have to document and preserve the scene, right?
Right.
So you don't move anything and you photograph everything, right?
Right.
You saw the body and it was face down on the stomach when you arrived, correct?
Correct.
Not on his back, obviously, right?
Right.
And he was also in possession of a radio, correct?
A radio was beside him.
It was clipped onto his belt, right?
Right.
So it wasn't just lying next to him, it was attached to him, right?
Right.
And he was also in possession of a fanny pack, correct?
Correct.
That fanny pack was not really attached to him, right?
That I don't remember.
Do you recall it sort of dangling by his side?
Yes.
So it wasn't wrapped around him, right?
Right.
And it wasn't across his chest or anything, right?
Right.
It was out from the body and next to the body, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever learn that this person carried his fanny pack in the front across his chest?
No.
And if he did carry his fanny pack in front across his chest, then it would be unusual to see it at the side. Is that correct?
You're asking me to speculate?
I'm at, look, assume for a moment that he carries his fanny pack across his chest. And I know you don't know that, but assume that he does. You would consider it to be strange if you found him with his fanny pack across, like next to him, instead of across him where it normally is, right?
No.
You wouldn't think that that was strange?
No.
Would you, based on just viewing this person who's there, did you believe that this person was engaged in criminal activity?
No.
Before he died, you did not believe he was engaged in criminal activity?
No.
Why not?
I don't know his background.
Did you learn that he was not a citizen of the United States?
No.
You didn't look at his identification that was right there with him?
I did.
And that identification did not indicate that he was a United States citizen, correct?
No.
And he's carrying pesos, correct?
Correct.
He's not carrying any American currency, right?
Right.
And he's carrying this radio with him, right?
Right.
And he's wearing a camouflage shirt, right?
No.
He's not wearing a camouflage shirt
He had a green jacket on.
underneath his jacket.
Okay. Yes.
He was wearing a camouflage shirt, right?
Right.
And he was on Mr. Kelly's property, right?
Right.
Mr. Kelly had no idea who this person was, as far as you knew, right?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay. The information that was provided to you did not include any sort of information indicating Mr. Kelly knew who this person was, right?
Right.
Given all of that information, you would not suspect that this person was engaged in criminal activity?
No.
Is it a crime to trespass?
Yes.
Could this person possibly be trespassing?
Yes.
That would be criminal activity, right?
Right.
Is it a crime to enter the United States illegally?
Not under state law.
Okay, under federal law, it is?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a crime to engage in human smuggling?
Yes.
Drug smuggling is a crime too, right?
Yes.
And based on the fact that this person is probably not a citizen, there's no evidence that he is, has no reason to be on Mr. Kelly's property, and is carrying a radio, you don't think he's
And
engaged in any kind
camouflage.
of criminal activity?
Besides the trespassing, no.
What does the radio tell you?
Tells me that he has communication.
He had a phone with him too, right?
Right.
Most people communicate with their phones, right?
Again, I would have to guess.
I mean, you use a phone to communicate, right? It's a communication device, correct?
Correct.
And you don't think the radio has any significance?
Well, there's no signal out there, so a radio might be necessary.
If you're on somebody else's property and you need to talk to somebody, you need a radio for that?
You don't need it, but it can be used for that.
So you don't think this guy's engaged in any kind of criminal activity based on what you observed, right?
Right.
The fanny pack that was next to him, were you aware that the buckle on that fanny pack was broken?
No.
You weren't aware of that? You didn't examine the fanny pack?
No.
And you weren't aware of the fact that there's blood on the fanny pack as well?
No.
And so looking at that fanny pack and looking at how it is next to this person, were you at all ever suspicious that this person might have been robbed?
No.
When you photographed the backpack, did you notice that the backpack was unzipped?
No.
I'm going to show you, I forget the number of your photographs, but I'm just going to show you a picture of the backpack, okay? And it's already been admitted into evidence. Give me one moment, Valeria. Page 38. Okay, so I'm showing you a photograph of the person with the backpack, and this has already been admitted. This is one of the photographs that you took, correct?
Correct.
And that shows the backpack over this person's head, correct?
Correct.
And can you see that the backpack is unzipped?
Yes.
So now knowing that the backpack is unzipped, does that cause you to be suspicious that this person might have been stolen from prior to you arriving there?
No.
Why do people unzip backpacks?
For many reasons.
To get into them is one of them, right?
Right.
And typically if somebody's walking carrying a backpack, they don't want things to fall out of it, right?
Right.
And so normally if you're carrying a backpack, it's zipped, right?
Isn't this
It's-
all in the nature of argument? He said he didn't notice it, and he didn't think that that's indication of robbery.
All right.
The rest is argument. Let's move on.
Okay. You mentioned finding in this backpack a water bottle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that water bottle had water in it, correct?
I don't remember.
Let's see. Give me one moment. Let me try reading. Just going to go to a different page in the same exhibit. Is that a photograph of the water bottle that you can see?
Yes.
And can you tell from that photograph if there's water in the water bottle?
Yes.
It looks like there is water in the water bottle, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. When you first arrived, did you notice a lot of blood around the body?
No.
Did you see any blood around the body?
Just on his back.
And when you say his back, which area do you mean specifically?
It was the right side.
Was it sort of under the armpit in that general area?
Yes.
And so you saw that after you approached the body, that little spot right there, right?
Right.
And then it wasn't until after you guys turned the body over that you saw more blood, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took, let me jump again, same exhibit. Hope that's right. Okay. Is that a picture of the track that you took?
A footprint.
Footprint track. Okay. And you took that picture because, did you believe this matched the sole of the victim's shoes?
Correct.
And do you recall where that footprint was?
Yes.
Where was it?
It was by the 2-track, approximately southeast of the victim, or correction, northeast of the victim.
When you say the 2-track, are you talking about that dirt path that was near where the body was found?
Yes.
And where on that, was this on that dirt path or near it?
It was at the edge of the dirt track.
Okay. You didn't see any other tracks in the area?
No.
Only this one?
Yes.
That dirt path, I'm assuming you could see this track because there's dirt, right?
Right.
There's no grass. So this is a clear impression, right?
Right.
Do you recall which direction this track was pointed, if you recall?
It was towards the direction of the victim.
So
East.
it was pointing east.
Yes.
Okay. And did you document that in your report anywhere?
No.
You didn't see any other footprints besides this one, correct?
Correct.
You were present. Well, let me back up a little bit. You said that you asked somebody to transport Mr. and Mrs. Kelly to the station. Is that correct?
Correct.
Why did you do that?
Based on everything that was relayed to me, based on the fact that there was a dead body on the property, based on that there were the only 2 persons present, there were persons of interest,
Both of them?
both of them.
So you thought basically anybody who's present is a person of interest, right?
Correct, correct.
Okay. So when you tell them to transport Mr. Kelly to the station, you didn't ask Mr. Kelly's permission to take him to the station, correct?
I didn't make the arrangements.
Who did you direct to take Mr. Kelly to the station?
I asked Sergeant
It
Rodriguez to
really
make the
goes to
arrangements.
the point.
And you communicated to him, just make the arrangements to take Mr. Kelly to the station, right?
I just told them, have them transported over there.
So in other words, you didn't offer them a choice, correct?
I didn't talk to them.
Mr. Kelly was not given the choice of whether he was going to go to the station or not, was he?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Okay. You're aware that he was placed in handcuffs before he was taken to the station, correct?
Correct.
What about Mrs. Kelly?
What about Ms. Kelly?
Were you aware that she was detained in the back of a police car before she was taken to the station?
I was aware that she was sitting inside a police car.
She didn't have a choice about that either, did she?
I wouldn't be able to answer you.
Well, when you direct Omar Rodriguez, that's who we're talking about, right? Sergeant Rodriguez?
Right.
You directed him, take these two people to the station, right?
Right.
You didn't tell him unless they say they don't want to go.
No.
Okay. And when you tell Sergeant Rodriguez to do something, you figure he's going to do it, correct?
Correct.
One moment, Your Honor. Oh, yes. You received some information from Sergeant Rodriguez on the scene about the body, correct?
Correct.
He told you that the torso was still warm, right?
Right.
But the hands were cold, right?
Right.
This is in January, right?
Right.
It was cold outside, right?
Right.
And if we heard from a medical examiner that once a person dies, the body basically cools to ambient temperature pretty quickly, you would not argue with that, right?
Right.
So did you at any time pass along any of this information to a medical examiner?
I myself didn't.
Do you know if anybody passed this information about the body to the medical examiner?
I'm not aware.
Have you reviewed additional evidence in this case? Or was your involvement pretty much limited to
No,
showing
no,
up on the
you
scene
know,
and then doing those searches?
It was limited.
It was limited. So you're not responsible for taking in witness statements and evaluating
Wasn't
them,
me.
right?
Someone else's job.
But you did testify that anybody who is at the scene is a person of interest, right?
Right.
So presumably if witnesses came forward and said, I was at the scene, that would be a person of interest, right?
Right.
And if a witness comes forward and makes a statement, you would hope anyway that your detectives will evaluate that statement, right?
Right.
And they'll try to match that statement with other statements that have been made in the case, right?
Right.
And see if they match up or if they don't match up, right?
Correct.
And they'll try to evaluate that statement next to physical evidence that they've observed in the case also, right?
Right.
And see if those match up, right?
Right.
Because if a witness statement is very much contradicted by the physical evidence, then that might be a problem, right?
Right.
That might indicate a false report, right?
Right.
Before you arrived on the scene to take these photographs and to preserve the crime scene, other than just checking the vitals to make sure that this person is deceased, any sort of movement or manipulation of the body would be inappropriate, right?
Well, it depends on the situation.
Crime scene protection is very important, right?
Right.
Obviously, checking for vitals is a #1 priority, right?
Right.
You got to make sure that this person has actually passed away, right?
Right.
Once you know that this person has actually passed away, then the best practice is to not move or touch anything, right?
Right.
Until you guys can come and photograph and preserve the scene, right?
Right.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Be direct? You got it.
Sergeant, let me go back to one of the earlier questions on cross was, when you saw the victim, did you make any assumptions of who this person was when you saw him?
No.
About a U.S. citizen, a Mexican citizen?
No.
Did that matter to you when you came across this person?
It does not.
In your determination, any hesitation to say this was a homicide?
No.
And do you know what kind of cell phone the victim had on him? What brand?
No.
You don't know if it's an Apple or a brand from Mexico or anything like that, do you?
No.
So you couldn't testify if it's even operable in the United States?
Correct.
And you were showed a picture of the backpack, the unzipping of the backpack. Do you recall if the entire backpack was unzipped or just a portion of the backpack was unzipped?
Just a portion.
When you took a photo to look inside in the pockets, did you have to unzip this backpack?
Sergeant Rodriguez unzipped it.
So you had to unzip. So I just want to make sure we understand. You saw the backpack and you took photos.
Correct.
They cut the backpack off and then you unzipped it and took photos within it.
Correct.
So the questions I had, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, any questions? I think we do. Yes, okay, at least one for this juror. All right, for this witness, excuse me.
Yes, they would rather appear dumb. Yes, we've seen this repeatedly. Their job is to lie and help the state. They are not going to admit they've screwed up or done anything wrong. They will never, never, ever, ever, ever. So let's skip ahead here.
Common
Oh, there
practice.
we go.
But to see if they could get a response.
That I know of, no.
Did anyone attempt to get on the radio to see if they could get a response from whoever might be on the other end of the radio?
No, that's not common practice.
Were there any fingerprints on the radio to your knowledge other than the victims? If you know.
No, that answer would have to be answered by Detective Ainsa.
All right, very well. Any other questions from the jurors? Follow-up questions from the state?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, very well, sir. Thank you. You can step down and your excuse. And ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:30. We're going to have our evening recess. Remember the admonition of the court. It's as important today as it was in the beginning of the trial. We will resume the trial at 8:30 tomorrow morning with the next witness. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning punctually. I'll stay here in the courtroom with the lawyers. I'll give the question to the clerk.
He also didn't understand or tried to obfuscate. Why would a backpack be open? It could be open for a lot of reasons.
Thanks. You can have a seat. Just talk. The record show the absence of the jurors. Let's talk scheduling. Let me just hear from the state, first of all, more or less, where you are in your case.
We were just talking about that. So we have tomorrow. We're planning on several witnesses. Detective Barba, Castaneda, real brief. Monreal, real brief. And Heredia, real brief. And then BP agent Tercy, the BP video surveillance, and Heredia and Ainsa. So Liz Huerta. So we're looking tomorrow. We've got 5 or so witnesses, and hopefully we can start with Ainsa in the afternoon as our final witness. And so we're hoping to see him show his face up on the stand on late Wednesday afternoon. That's our hope.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So that being the case, and then we'll come back Thursday morning and take additional testimony. And we're going to go out to the scene on Thursday afternoon. Now, what I think we're going to do is we'll have the jurors, when they go to the scene, bring notebooks with them or something. So if they have questions, I'm going to have them write them down. We're not going to answer them there, but at least that way we'll have them when we come back on Friday morning. We'll also have them on Thursday afternoon. So if there is a witness or witnesses that might be the witness to respond to those questions that arise in the scene, you can have somebody available if you want. All right. Now, that being the case, we anticipate the state will rest. There's a good possibility the state will rest either Wednesday or Thursday morning. All right. So that being the case, the defense should be ready to present any evidence on Friday if you have any that you wish to present.
We do, Judge, and we did tell our witnesses Friday morning. I just want to make sure we're not coming back to court on Thursday afternoon after the jury visit. Okay.
All right. So Friday, the defense should be prepared to start presenting a case on Friday. All right. All right. And then we'll go from there. Enough. Okay. Very well. Then we'll recess for yes, Mr. Jenny.
There's just one issue with the jury view. We have a right, in case we rest on Thursday morning, we can recall Detective Ainsa to answer any juror questions if there are any.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I liked your idea, just wondering if you thought about it more, if we had a stationary person standing at the location of the body, so it could be observed from the kitchen window, the patio.
Well, I wasn't my idea to do that or not do that. One way or another, when I heard that testimony and saw those pictures, I figured they're going to go out there and there's a possibility, they being the jurors, will go out there and there's a possibility they're going to want to restage something like that. So I brought it to your attention just trying to anticipate a possible issue that could arise on the scene and ask you folks to think about it. You obviously like the idea.
I do. I think it would be, it's easy to stand there and look back at the house. They could decide whether they could see the house or not. But from the inside of the house and then standing out on the patio, unless there's something there, they would have no way of reflecting.
They would have no way of.
To reflect whether or not that was visible or not, to
All right.
ponder that.
What's the state's thoughts on that?
Your Honor, if there's anything to recreate, it would probably be someone walking, people walking, whether they could see that or not. So not just someone stationary. I think that's kind of the only issue. Because I think movement's easier to see when you're moving through that sort of brush. So I think we should probably discuss that with the defense, and then maybe we could talk to the court about that in the morning.
That's fair enough. Like I said, I didn't mean to say I was for or against it one way or another. I'm just trying to anticipate the issue, bring it to your collective attention, have you discuss it, and if you're able to come to some agreement, then that's what we'll do.
Thank you.
And if you decide to do that, obviously, who's going to do it, their size and what they're going to wear and things like that. Okay? Thanks for bringing it up. Very well. We're adjourned for the evening. We'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Well, that's interesting.
Was there anything, and
Sorry,
you
I
said
don't
there,
know why we did that right there. So April 9th p.m. We got April 10th is the next day. All right. Why does this not let me click on it? There we go. April 10th. See, guys, we're chugging along here. We might be able to get caught up and just have one day for tomorrow and have a short day tomorrow. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do a short day tomorrow. We're going to get this going. That's going to be our plan. So here we go.
Once more into the breach.
Which is funny because this was the shooting case.
Oh, it's already up there. Oh, for the rest of it. Okay. All right. That's good. Am I going to get the key sometime of the 12?
I emailed it yesterday.
Okay. Thank you.
And we emailed back edits to council this morning. I didn't realize she'd already forwarded it to Jose. I didn't realize he was on that email. So I just responded to Brenna this morning.
Is there something you wanted to talk about, or does that have to do with the other thing?
The other thing.
All right. Morning. All right. This is a recall of a witness. This is perfectly permissible. Sometimes things come up, and council can recall a witness. So you recognize this gentleman. He's still under oath, and he'll testify again whenever you're ready, Ms. Hunley.
Not a whole lot's
morning,
happened
Deputy.
today, except the state's case is just more
Could
and
you
more.
just remind the jury
bullshit.
of your name, please?
Good morning. My name is David Monreal, last of an X of Monreal.
And Deputy Monreal, we're taking you first this morning because I understand you just got off duty this morning. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I want to follow up with you with respect to some statements you indicated you took from Wanda Kelly. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell the jury, when you spoke to Wanda Kelly, when you responded to the Kelly residents, could you tell the jury what Wanda Kelly told you?
Apologies.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is proper impeachment as substantive evidence of Ms. Kelly's testimony.
All right. Overruled.
When I went over to Ms. Wanda Kelly back at the residence, it was myself and Deputy Cabrera that went to speak with her. When I was speaking with her, I asked her if she had the phone number or if she could call her husband Kelly so we could try to locate him. After several attempts trying to call him via telephone, it was unsuccessful. At that moment, that's when I asked her what happened. She just stated she observed 5 subjects through her living room window carrying backpacks and rifles. I then asked her what she had heard. She did state that she had possibly heard 4 shots, but she couldn't remember due to being startled.
And can you tell me, did she say anything about what she observed of her husband before she heard the gunshots?
Can we just interrupt? I know this is a recall, but maybe a little bit more just the foundation as to the date and time, because there's so many officers visiting, at various times.
Sure, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Monreal, let's just back up a little bit. On January 30th of 2023, did you respond to the Kelly residence?
Yes, I did.
And when you were at the Kelly residence, did you meet up with other officers, other deputies, and some Border Patrol agents?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall about what time it was that you were at the Kelly residence?
It was approximately 22 hours.
And I'm sorry, what time is that?
Approximately 22 hours, which is 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you think, would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at your report for the actual time?
Yes, it would.
Come on, this is so damn slow. Can deaf people serve on a jury? No, I think that, I mean, as much as they have the right to, how would you make everything available for them?
Hours, which is 2 in the afternoon, 2:47.
And is that when you arrived or is that when you were dispatched?
That was a call when I was dispatched.
And so do you remember where you were before you drove to the Kelly residence?
I was at the sheriff's office.
And so you had to drive from the sheriff's office to the Kelly residence, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you got to the Kelly residence, did you do a search before you went in to talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you were referring to as the cursory search when you testified earlier in this case?
Yes, I did.
So after that cursory search, you said you and Deputy Cabrera went into the speak with Mrs. Kelly to try to get a hold of Mr. Kelly. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, is that sufficient foundation?
Thank you. Yes.
So when you came into the house to talk to Mrs. Kelly after all those other things had occurred, what is it that Mrs. Kelly told you?
Spoke with Ms. Kelly. That's when she told me she had seen the 5 subjects through her living room window carrying rifles and backpacks. She also stated that she had observed her husband grab the rifle and walk outside and then started walking south.
And did she tell you what she heard after her husband went outside?
Then she stated that she heard approximately 4 shots. She could not remember due to being startled.
That's all I had for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just a little confused. Is this encounter with Miss Wanda the next day on January 31st?
No, it's not.
When you went back to the house to look for the rifle, because you're the one that knew what it looked like, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you made contact with Wanda then, didn't you?
I did not make contact with Wanda on the 31st.
Well, do you mind looking at your page? I guess it's noted as 3. Do you have your report in front of you still?
Madam.
At the last paragraph, would you look on, it's the second page, but it says 3 on top.
Yes.
Okay. So it says at 11 o'clock on the 31st is the paragraph above that on Tuesday, January 31st. And I'm taking it that's when you made contact, that she approached you trying to figure out how to get a hold of her husband, right?
On the 31st, that's what happened.
And so you wrote in your report your contact with Wanda before that?
Yes, what I was speaking about earlier was on the day of the 30th.
Okay. So now the number 5 was used a lot as far as how many people were out there by Alan. Is it possible that was the reference to what he said, 5?
No,
How do you know?
so I recall.
How do you know what she was
I
thinking?
just gotta let him answer the question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's what she told me. That she saw 5 subjects through the living room window.
Okay. How about they saw 5 subjects?
No, Wanda stated she saw 5 subjects.
Mhm. So when she went and told the detective 2, then she all of a sudden remembered the right number later at the police station?
I do not know what she stated to the detective.
Okay. And she clearly did not know how many gunshots she heard, right?
She did not recall, other than stating that she had heard 4, but she does not recall due to being startled.
So she really didn't know. She threw a number at you.
She threw a number at that time.
Okay. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Now I'm a little confused. So let's go back. The statements you talked about Wanda making to you, which date were those on?
Those statements were made on the 30th.
So on January 31st, during your earlier testimony, you talked about returning to the residence to assist with the second search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And when you responded on January 31st of 2023 for that second search warrant, did you have any conversations with Wanda Kelly on that day?
The only conversation I had with Wanda Kelly on that day was on her how to make contact with her husband that was currently in jail.
Okay. So nothing about the
Nothing.
statements from the day before.
Correct, nothing about the case or what was going on.
While you were out there doing your search, did you ever see any backpacks or life rifles laying around?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any Any questions for this witness about this testimony from any of the jurors?
Yeah,
Very well.
imagine that.
Seeing none,
Criminals
sir,
would
please
police
step
up
down.
weapons and
Thank you.
equipment.
You bet. And the state calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent Heredia.
Good thing they passed on this guy. There's nothing to gain from him.
Morning again. This is a recall as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir, and you can have a seat. And just a reminder, as I do every witness who comes back for a second time, that you're still under oath. Yes, sir. All right, thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent Heredia.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you just remind the jury of your full name, please?
My name is Agent Roberto, middle initial E, last name of Heredia, Heredia.
Agent Heredia, when you testified earlier in the week or last week, I'm not sure when it was, we asked you some questions about some statements that Wanda Kelly made to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
And just to recap and get us back to when those statements occurred, were you the first officer on scene that day?
That is correct.
Were you by yourself when you made that initial contact with Mrs. Kelly?
I was by myself.
And was that just after you arrived at the location?
That is correct.
Was that before any of the other officers had joined you?
That is correct.
And could you just tell us, and was that on January 30th of 2023, sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock?
Yes, it was.
And could you tell us what Mrs. Kelly told you when you made contact with her that day?
When I made contact with her that day, she stated that 10 to 15 minutes prior to my arrival, her husband and her had seen approximately 5 armed individuals that were carrying bundles of narcotics on the south end of their property. And she also stated that Mr. Kelly had taken off walking after the subjects.
And did she tell you which direction or point in which direction she observed her husband?
Correct. And she pointed in gestures such as the one I'm doing, direction south of her house.
And when she gestured south, did she gesture towards anything? For instance, did she gesture to the hills, to a wash, to a road? Was there anything she gestured toward?
Well, she gestured towards the direction where Mr. Kelly had taken off, which is the road up there. There's a wash, so that's the direction.
So towards the road and the wash?
Correct.
That's all I had for this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
While you were out there looking around, did you ever see any rifles or backpacks laying around anywhere while you were there that day?
No, I did not.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Let's just get this. I don't see any rifles and backpacks in the immediate area. Rifles have value, don't they?
Value as far as what, ma'am?
They carry money value, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And a lot of law-abiding, but also non-law-abiding people want to get their hands on weapons, don't they?
I would imagine.
It's a commodity that people, they're commonly stolen from. Is that right? Guns?
I think they're stolen. I don't know if they're commonly stolen. I've never invested.
Oh, holy shit. Yes, you know they're commonly stolen. And their guns are in such need, they smuggle them from America. Criminals routinely try to retain weapons. Losing weapons is not a good thing because that's an asset you've lost.
Investigated such things, or
Okay. But you're aware that people would want them, and there are stolen guns out there. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Matter of fact, if they come across the border back into Mexico, it would be a crime, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
So if you get it around the fence and into Mexico, it would be one way to avoid getting caught, possibly, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And drugs. Drugs carry value in the underground world, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not something that you would want to leave behind if it has value. It might make some person above you get very irritated if you lose your drugs, right?
They're not my drugs, but yes, we're trained to intercept narcotics.
Okay. But with narcotics, there's someone bigger that's selling larger amounts. And then it drops down to the individual seller. But there's a chain of command that goes with that as far as people that buy in bulk and then disperse it, correct?
Correct.
And any amount of drugs, if there's a pound of fentanyl or something would have such a great value, it's not something you want to just leave behind. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And if you knew you got it from someone, you wouldn't want to go back and answer to why you lost it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you did, you wouldn't want to make sure you have a great explanation how you were robbed or something, correct?
Correct.
You got to save your life, right?
Correct. I'd be speculating, but correct, yeah.
Yeah. And I know we're hypothetically right now, but this is what is actually could be out there, correct?
It could, yes.
Yes. And we have names for these organizations in Mexico where these drugs are coming from. We all have heard about it, correct?
Correct.
And it's coming over our borders, even in Nogales as we speak, potentially, correct?
Potentially correct.
Okay. And if you take it through the main border control locations, you're subject to search. And unless it's hidden so well, it may get confiscated. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to think your Border Patrol have a good eye for where to look for drugs that could be hidden, correct? You've seen everything, I'm sure, right?
Correct, but we're not in charge of the ports of entry, though.
You're not, but you're aware of it.
I am aware.
Okay, it falls under the big umbrella that you're working for, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so I get it. You're out more on the patrol aspect of everything, right? You're protecting the borders and within your jurisdiction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but there's different arms to your department, and you're aware what's happening at one point. Therefore, if they're getting busted there, what's a better place to do this than to go around the wall and walk through property? Isn't that possible?
That is possible.
There hopefully is no one there, and if the camera spots them, they can go into these ravines and get out of sight of the cameras, can't they?
They could, yes.
And so it's very hard to track these people and to stop and detain them because of the terrain, correct?
It is hard sometimes, yes.
So if I'm going to abandon some money or drugs or guns, you think I'm going to just leave it on that property?
You could or you could not, yes.
Right. Well, then you better be accountable for the loss of the financial aspect of it all, correct?
I imagine you would be accountable for it, but I'm just speculating again.
Well, and I understand. The problem with this case, and you can agree, is there's a lot of guessing to do in this case, isn't there?
Ma'am, I'm only aware of what I testified about this case. I'm not
Okay.
aware of anything else.
Okay. And that's fine. It keeps you to what you know.
Correct.
But I'm going to go to your knowledge also, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And matter of fact, for demonstrative purposes, I would like to mark this. Do I need to mark demonstrative, Judge?
No.
Okay. Can I just show the witness?
Sure.
You ever seen anything like this before?
Yes, I have.
What is this?
They're called carpet booties.
Okay, carpet booties. Why are they used?
They're used to try to confuse us, not leaving signs on the dirt.
So lack of footprints. Might I publish it in front of the jurors?
Yes.
Lack of footprints can result from could result from these shoes, correct?
Yes, but if you're trained, you will be able to pick the sign. But yes,
Right. And you have trained personnel in the Border Patrol, don't you?
yes,
And you're aware of what this might look like?
yes.
Okay. When you expanded your search to look for guns and drugs or money, how far did you expand it?
I never searched for drugs or money. When we did a hasty perimeter check, is that what you are referring to?
To anything, because you've been asked, did you find any? And you're saying I wasn't looking for it.
When are you referring to the call of Mr. Kelly at the ranch that particular day?
For Mr. Kelly's
Yes.
at his home, yes.
Yes, when we did the search, I was specifically looking for Mr. Kelly, make sure he was safe or any potential armed individuals. I was not tracking the dirt action.
So you spread out to look at one person that might be walking on his own property?
Again, I stated we spread out to look for Mr. Kelly, look for any potential armed individuals that were an immediate danger to the area there. But I
Okay.
was not tracking actually groups or individuals at that time.
Thank you. And so, but you know that people could be hiding behind different kinds of terrain or plants or whatever, and that's what you were looking for.
Again, I was looking for the safety of Mr. Kelly, looking for any armed individuals. Yeah, if they were hiding, then
Right. That's why you spread out to look for it, right?
correct.
Okay. Unless Mr. Kelly's laying in the ground, which is possible, you were looking for him and anyone else that could have caused the one bullet, the one shot that Mr. Kelly reported hearing, correct?
Correct.
All right. And at this time, you have no knowledge that he shot up in the air.
I
later.
had no knowledge.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, I want to illustrate something else. I'm going to use the prosecutor's desk as the house. Okay.
Correct.
And what you learned between Mrs. Kelly and Mr. Kelly, from what you gathered, that 5 individuals, 2 or 5 or whatever number it was, ran across their vision through their window. They were able to track it, right?
I didn't know they had looked through the window. Like I said, when I got there, she stated that she had seen 5 individuals, that they had seen 5 individuals with bundles of narcotics and long arms in their property.
Okay, well then you didn't listen to the whole story, so maybe that's what's confusing to everybody. Okay, so we have learned in this courtroom that these people came across their window view while they were in the house. Can you follow me on that much?
I am following right now. Correct.
Okay. And this is the house.
Correct.
And this is one of their doors that later became the exit door, okay, to my left. And my back is to the prosecutors right now.
Okay.
And I'm also helping to make a record, okay?
Okay.
All right. And so we've learned that Mr. Kelly exited because of these 5 people that ran across the vision of the window. Okay, you following me?
I am following.
All right, the windows are of course on the house. And now
Correct.
I have turned my body looking at these people, and they're heading in the direction of this road that leads to their barn. Okay.
Okay.
South.
Correct.
Okay. East is towards the judge. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Directly from the house out there over let's see, 50, 60, 70 yards out there.
Okay.
Over a football field down. Straight east is where the body's found. Okay.
Okay.
And you guys comb those areas between the bob wires that you testified to. Okay. But the subjects ran south. So my question is, why would Mr. Kelly shoot at someone so far out there that you might not be able to see? We'll learn that later. Versus the people that was alarming with the backpacks and the rifles that he believes the shot could have come from.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
So you don't have the whole story to know any of that part, correct?
Correct.
Mrs. Kelly was in her house, wasn't she?
When I got there, she was outside her house.
Did someone bring her out by then?
I have no clue. She was outside when I first initially met with her.
Like she steps outside the door?
She was outside the door, correct.
Like she was waiting on you?
I don't know. She was waiting for law enforcement, I believe.
Okay. Was she by her door?
She was right next to her door.
Okay. So she might have seen you.
She might have seen me arrive, correct.
Okay. So she was probably pretty distraught about what's going on.
And when I first
Objection,
initially,
Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled. He can testify to his observations.
when I first met with her, she didn't seem agitated to me. She seemed calm.
She seemed calm.
Yes, ma'am.
5 people with guns just ran by. Her husband's out there, and you're saying she's calm right now?
To me, my opinion, personal opinion, she seemed calm. She
Ask
said
the
that
witness.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify, you said you weren't out there looking for guns and backpacks, you were looking for people. But if you had seen them, would you have noted it?
Yes, I would have noted, of course,
And why is that?
because it's important. If it's part of a crime, like there are 5 armed individuals, that's a crime. I would have noted any special details. If I would have encountered guns, narcotics, yes.
And Ms. Lothrop asked you some questions about Mr. Kelly shooting his AK-47.
Correct.
Were you aware of that at that time?
No, I was not.
And you spoke to Mr. Kelly, correct?
I did speak to Mr. Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, did he ever tell you that he discharged his gun?
He did not tell me.
Do you recall, Ms. Lothrop showed you these carpet booties. If you had seen sign of carpet booties, would you have noted that?
I would have noted that, but it would have been a specific concern of mine at that time. My concern was the armed individuals. So carpet booty was the last thing, and would have been the last thing in my mind.
If groups are wearing carpet booties, do they generally all have carpet booties on or just some of them?
It depends. I've seen some with and some without, yes, like
Okay.
mixed.
Now, Ms. Lothrop asked you to speculate about whether this indicated that these were drug traffickers. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
Is it equally likely that this could be migrants?
yes, it is.
And when you encounter people with backpacks that have drugs in them, if Border Patrol makes contact with them, what do they generally do with those backpacks?
They drop him and they run.
And can you tell me, do we have drugs coming through the ports every single day?
Like I said, I don't work at the port,
Yes,
but it's a
we
possibility.
do.
They could be coming every day.
So you don't know what we have coming through the port?
I do not know exactly.
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have questions for this witness from the jurors.
Yes, there are all kinds of shit coming through the border. It has to be patrolled. That's why we have a thing called the Border Patrol. And Meemaw's shark is gone from the courtroom. Wait, unless that's her behind the defense team, I can't tell. Doesn't look like her.
A couple questions from the jurors. Agent Heredia, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, do migrants, and again, all these are if you know, if you have a basis on your personal knowledge or through training and experience, but Agent Heredia, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, do migrants crossing illegally typically pay all cash at the border wall, or is the transaction done differently? Example, one half paid up front and one half paid some other ways, such as Western Union wires transfers.
Members of the jury, I do not know specifically. I know there's monetary involvement. I don't know how it is paid, how the arrangements are made. That I don't have any information as to that. But I know they do pay to cross illegally.
Another question from the same juror. Is it typical for migrants here illegally in the desert to drink from cattle troughs in the winter when they're only 2 hours in and carrying clean water with them?
From my experience, I've seen them in the winter. I've seen them drink water from ponds or cattle ponds in the summer. You have to remember that not every individual is in the same physical fitness. You could have heavier set guys that require more water, people that are shaved that require more water, and they'll drink that water within the first 30 minutes. Again, this is my speculation, but I have seen both during winter and during summer that they drink water from those areas.
All right, question from another juror. All right, well, let me ask the juror for a little bit of clarification on this, and I don't see the juror number. Was it number 3? Did you ask him? You asked about the tracking? I thought I recognized you, Henry. All right, your question was about seeing tracks in the area. So which area are you referring to?
The area in question where the incident took place. In other words, he was the first responder.
Mm-hmm.
Border Patrol agent was trying to visualize and look for tracks or anything that's not belonging there.
All right, so you're talking about when he went out, when the agent testified, Mr. Kelly, when he went out walking that way. All right, does that clarify, or do you want to talk some more?
Yes, but could he refresh where that, I'm sorry, I apologize. Can he refresh where that location was that he was at?
Sure, and you can cover this.
Yes, I can ask.
Parties can cover this if they wish to. Okay, thank you. So we'll ask the question. When you were doing what you did and looking for Mr. Kelly and walking through this area, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, did you see any tracks of the 5 people around this area, whether they were, crossers, smugglers, or possible thieves? Any tracks at all?
I did not.
Now, I think there's another question from the same jurors. Did the Border Patrol surveillance cameras detect 5 people in the area about the time of the incident? Foundationally, have you ever reviewed the results of the camera recordings that Border Patrol took at the time?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, so juror number 3, when we were on the headsets, I was informed by the parties that the state does intend to call as a witness the Border Patrol person who operated the cameras, and they might have more information about that. So he never saw the result of the camera. This witness never saw the results of the surveillance cameras. So
I don't mean to be rude, Your Honor, but it is my understanding.
well, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. So we can't have you kind of give information that would be like testimonial. So, but your question will be, this particular question, I think, will be answered or addressed by another state witness that's going to be called. And then you can ask those questions again at that time. Very well. Appreciate your understanding. I'll give these, I don't know what that is. We'll give these questions to the clerk, and we can have follow-up questions to the jurors' questions of this witness. We'll start with the state.
Agent Heredia, can you just remind the jury what parts of the property you walked when you initially arrived?
Yes. Is there an ability to put up a map so I can
Sure.
show them?
Can you turn off my screen for a minute for the jury? I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 115. Could you just show the jury where you initially, if I remember your testimony from earlier, you indicated you did a cursory search around the house looking for danger, is that right?
Correct. Well, all of us did a hasty perimeter search, correct?
So could you just show the jury briefly where that area was that you looked?
Yes, the particular area where I personally looked with my partner was around this area. We never made it to the east side of the house. I'm gonna draw a circle That's the immediate area that was searched in conjunction with sheriffs. I don't know particularly or exactly where each sheriff went, but we kind of saw him branch out this way. We branched out in this direction, kind of bushwhacked, and then ended up here where we met Mr. Kelly, somewhere there on the road.
And when you did that initial perimeter search, did you see any foot sign of 5 individuals?
No, I did not.
When you headed south and you bushwhacked and you crossed that wash and you crossed that other area up to the second pump house, did you see any sign of 5 individuals?
No, I did not.
That's all I had for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so when you first were just checking immediately close to the house, you were not on the
Hey,
east
Helen,
side
how
of the
you doing?
house. That's what you just said, correct?
Correct.
But you did contribute to this fanning out cursory search, as you worded it. And there are, let's go by, this is not a close enough photo to really get a feel for it. Do you remember the barbed wire fences on the property that separate the house from the paddock to the extra area that leads into the wash?
I know there's some fences there. I don't know exact location of those fences. I don't remember.
So you never had to go around or through or over a barbed wire fence in your search?
If I did, I went over a barbed wire fence. I didn't
You
go
don't
around.
know?
If I did go through a barbed wire fence, I went over it. I didn't go around it.
Do you know how high up it is?
I know how high barbed wire fences are.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how you managed to go over it. Okay, so my question is, and you said if I did, so you don't recall going through any fencing?
I could have, or I could have not. I do not remember that. Yes.
So perhaps you were on the side of the house that had nothing to do with these activities. Is that possible?
Again, I don't know where the activities took place in relation to the house. I don't.
Well, let's go to the east side on the other, according to testimony we've heard, on the other side of the first barbed wire fence,
Okay.
running southward in the paddock.
Okay. Can you point out the direction?
Well, you're not on the
Okay.
east side of this at all, are you?
No, I'm not on the east side. No, correct.
Okay, so you aren't there where the crime scenes are potentially located. Is that possible?
Again, I do not know where the crime scene is or where the body was found, so I do not know.
Okay. And there's actually, the terrain is very sandy, isn't it?
It's sandy down in the wash. It is.
And it's kind of dirt and sandy on top, right? Mixed with this grass, straw-like foliage that's on the ground, correct?
Again, there's grass and the sand is on the wash parts.
But we're talking about that straw-like grass, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sure there's a name for it. And you're more on the south side of the house.
Correct.
So if the 5 subjects ran on the inside, in the paddock, in between the 2 fence lines of the barbed wire, and closer to the barbed wire that's closest to the house, you probably weren't even there in that area, were you?
Probably not.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, first I just want to clarify, the circle you drew with the arrows pointing out, just to clarify, who are you indicating did those searches?
It was, so I'm going to put an X. Correct.
You want me to just clear that for you?
Yes, please. So Border Patrol, my partner and I were kind of responsible for this area. Sheriff's Department officers kind of fanned out in different directions. We only searched kind of like this area. And then as stated earlier, we bushwhacked and met Mr. Kelly somewhere over here.
So 2 questions about that. First
Yes.
question, do you know exactly where the deputies searched and in which directions they fanned out?
I have no idea.
So you saw them, but you didn't, you know they were in that direction, but that's all you know.
Correct.
And then when you say you headed south, is that the direction Mrs. Kelly pointed that she said that's where the individuals went and her husband followed them?
Correct.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Very well. Seeing none, thank you again for coming back, sir.
Thank you,
Step
Your Honor.
down and your excuse. State calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Castaneda. Again, this is a recall.
Morning. Come on up. Yes, sir. And just to remind you, as I remind all witnesses, you're still under oath, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. You can go ahead, Ms. Owen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Would you please remind the jury of your full name?
Good morning. My full name is Deputy Cristobal Castaneda, Batch 144.
Deputy Castaneda, I want to talk about some testimony, something that we didn't talk about last time, but some testimony related to what we talked about before. So just to sort of orient us on what time I want to talk about, I understand that you arrived at the Kelly residence in the early afternoon. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived at the Kelly residence, you met with some other deputies and some Border Patrol agents, correct?
Correct.
And after that, you did sort of a cursory search around the house?
Yes.
After you did that cursory search, what other deputy were you with
After
after you did your cursory search?
we went back to the house, or
Correct. When you went back to the house, who was with you?
Sergeant Garcia?
Were you with Deputy Monreal and Deputy Cabrera at all at that time, or was it just you and Sergeant Garcia?
At the residence, it was just myself and Sergeant Garcia.
And when you and Sergeant Garcia went to the residence, did you talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
And when you talked to Mrs. Kelly, could you tell the jury what Mrs. Kelly told you?
Yes. Miss Kelly told me that she was sitting by the at the living room, and that she observed approximately 5 subjects running south through the living room window.
What did she tell you she observed of those 5 subjects when she saw them running?
That they were carrying backpacks and rifles.
Did you ask her if they were all carrying rifles?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
She said no.
What specifically did she say? So you asked her, were they all carrying rifles? And she said no?
Correct.
And that was it?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she heard any gunshots?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at your report?
Yes.
Did you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And could you tell me, did Mrs. Kelly tell you whether she heard any shots?
Yes, she did.
What specifically did she tell you?
She told me that she had heard shots.
And where did she tell you she heard them?
She didn't tell me where.
Could you take a look at your report and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Well, maybe ask another question. Where
Sure.
is your question? Where was she, or where did she hear the shots coming from?
Where did she hear the shots coming from? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay, I will. She did. She told me that she heard shots outside.
Did she tell you how many shots, and did she say anything else, or did you make any other observations of her when she was telling you about the shots she heard outside?
She appeared to be a bit confused at the time to me.
When y'all were out at the Kelly residence and you said you did some searching of the property, is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever observe any backpacks just thrown to the side?
No.
Did you see any backpacks at all while you
No.
were out there?
No.
Did you see any drugs laying around anywhere?
No.
Did you see any rifles laying around anywhere?
No.
While you were searching, did you see any signs of a large group, maybe 5 people passing through?
No.
That's all I had for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. This conversation that you had with Wanda was not recorded, correct?
Correct.
And you were with Deputy or Sergeant Garcia at the time, correct?
Correct.
And I remember we looked at both your report and her report, right?
Correct.
And they were not exactly the same. Is that right?
I haven't
Objection,
looked-
Your Honor.
What's just a yes or no question at this time? So that's a question that calls for yes or no answer.
They were not exactly the same, those 2 reports, correct?
For your information.
Well, you actually looked at that report when you testified here previously, correct?
No.
You looked at Deputy or Sergeant Garcia's report, right?
No.
Would it help to take a look at her report?
Yes.
Give me one moment. Can we just put that so the witness can see? So I am showing you Deputy Garcia's report. Does that look like her report? Do you want me to scroll up?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
And do we have an exhibit number, counsel?
That would be Defense Exhibit D. So that's Deputy Garcia's report, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Garcia.
Sergeant, I'm sorry. I keep doing that. It's not intentional. So I'm just going to scroll down to page 2. Do you see that part that's highlighted there?
Yes,
And do you see where it reports that Mrs. Kelly states she never heard gunshots?
I do.
And that's different from your recollection of this conversation that you had with Mrs. Kelly, correct?
That is different.
You recall that she stated she did hear gunshots, right?
Yes,
And so the two of you who have this conversation with Mrs. Kelly, you hear the same thing from Mrs. Kelly, right?
I heard what she was telling me.
But you both document it differently, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, if this conversation were recorded, then we would know what was correct, right?
Correct.
You also state that Mrs. Kelly seems confused, right?
Yes.
Why did you describe her as being confused?
Her demeanor while she was talking to me, she appeared. It's kind of hard to explain. She just seemed confused when she was giving me her answers.
Why do you say that? Why do you use that word? Just can you describe what she was doing that prompted you to describe that as being confused?
She was standing right in front of me. She looked a bit confused, distressed. She was looking to the sides while she was giving the answers.
So fair to say you use the word distressed, right?
Yes.
Agitated,
Yes.
maybe scared.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Whenever somebody's in that kind of state where they seem confused, it's helpful to do some follow-up questioning with them. Is that right?
I don't think I understand.
Would it be helpful to try to bring some clarity to her statement?
Yes.
And would it be helpful for you to maybe say to her, let's take this one step at a time, show me where you were when you first saw people, right? That might be helpful, right?
Could be.
Did you do that?
No.
And it might be helpful to say, okay, point to me where specifically you saw them. We're looking out your windows. Show me the area that you saw these people, right? That might be helpful, right?
It could be.
But you didn't do that either, right?
No.
And so now we're just left with your recollection of her statements when she was in a confused and agitated state, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Deputy Castaneda, these were the witnesses you had that day, correct?
Yes.
After they gave you the information they gave you, did you do the follow-up you could do based on what you had?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Was there any other follow-up you could do based on what the witnesses told you that day?
In reference,
Like, was there anything else you could do to determine whether a crime had occurred on the Kelly residence that day based on the information you had from the Kellys?
no.
If the Kellys had told you that Mr. Kelly fired his AK-47 multiple times, would that have changed what you did?
Yes.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any more questions for this witness from any of the members of the jury? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
The state can call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Liz Huerta.
What was that again?
Liz Huerta,
Huerta?
Huerta.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you. If you please come over here to the witness stand and have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your name and your occupation?
My name is Elizabeth Huerta, and I am a dispatch supervisor for the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked for the Sheriff's Department?
A total of 6 years.
As the dispatch supervisor, is one of your duties as the custodian of records for the dispatch recordings?
Yes.
Did you provide a thumb drive with the dispatch recordings related to the George Allen Kelly case to the county attorney's office?
Yes.
And did those dispatch recordings include a call from a dispatcher to Mr. Kelly on January 30th at 5:58 p.m.?
Yes.
And did you listen to a CD provided by the county attorney's office to determine whether that was an accurate recording of that call with Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
I'm showing you what have been marked as States Exhibits 21 and 56. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Starting with Exhibit 56, could you tell us what that is?
It's a verbatim CD that includes recordings from the call.
Was that the call we just described between the dispatcher and Mr. Kelly on
Yes.
January 30th at 5:58 p.m.?
Yes.
And was that the call in its entirety according to the records that you have?
Yes.
Did you recognize one of the voices on the recording?
Yes.
And who was the voice?
Ivana Cañas.
And was she the dispatcher at the time?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission of Exhibit 56.
No objection.
56 is admitted.
Did you also take a look at Exhibit 21?
Yes.
And is that the transcript of that 911 call?
Yes.
And did that transcript appear to be accurate
Yes.
based on the recording you listened to?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission of States Exhibit 21.
Can I see?
Well, transcripts are usually not received or admitted in evidence. The evidence is the CD.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll just distribute the transcript when we play it for the jury. But I just want to make sure it's accurate.
Right. So we have the testimony about the transcript and its accuracy. It's not admitted, but it can be used for demonstrative purposes. And when you use it, I'll give another instruction to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to play that with a different witness.
Okay.
Thank you. That's
All
all I
right,
have
so-
for this witness.
Oh, okay. So obviously there's a recording. It's been admitted as Exhibit 56. Exhibit 21 is a transcript. Apparently that's going to be played through another witness, so you will hear that. The evidence, when we have a recording, is always the recording itself. The transcript is another one of these demonstrative exhibits. So just in case I forget to give this instruction to you at the time, when you hear the recording, you'll have a transcript. If what you hear on the recording is different from what's on the transcript, the recording is the evidence, and that's what you control your recollection of the evidence. Okay, and that's true of any recording and any transcript. Okay, you said that's all the questions you had of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Okay, let's go back to what you do in this department. What is your job?
I'm a dispatch supervisor, so I supervise, I should be supervising 10 dispatchers. Currently, I supervise 8.
Do you actually also participate in calls?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you also participate in taking in calls?
Yes.
Okay. And were you working on this date,
Yes.
January 30th, 23?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your shift?
I worked, I believe, 6 to 18 that day.
6 p.m.?
$1,800. 6 in the morning. to
6 in the morning. Oh,
1800.
600.
Mhm.
To what?
$1,800.
Okay. So you have long days.
At the time I did, yes.
All right. So did part of this call roll off of onto someone else's shift?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there aware of the 2 times that there was a dispatch?
Can you repeat the question?
Were you aware of 2 dispatches as a result of the call at the same address?
Yes.
Now, explain for jurors how calls come in. If it's a 911 call, how does it come in? And who takes it? And then what happens to it from there?
A 911 call comes in through our next generation Vesta system. And there is no protocol on if someone's just taking 911. It's whoever takes the call, whoever's able to get to it first.
Okay. So you answer a call. Do you also contact the officers to dispatch them out to the scene of the call? Or who does that?
Yes, normally we dispatch the call on the radio.
How do you take a call? Let's say you're on like a phone line, right? Of some sort of headset, maybe. What do you have?
We have a headset.
Okay. So you get an incoming call and pretend that you're the first one to take it. So you pick up on that caller. You determine that they need an officer at their location. Do you actually type in, or how do you get the call to an officer if you're talking with the person on the phone?
We take the call information in our CAD system. We add the call. The deputy as well has the CAD system. They're able to view what we input, and then we give it on the radio.
do you do that while you're on the phone with someone, or do you tell them to hold on, or is it go to another person?
It depends on the situation of the call.
Well, give me an idea what's the majority of the time. A call comes in, you're on the phone, I'm a caller, I'm upset, I'm trying to give you a description of someone that just assaulted me and how they're running and which direction. Now I'm following them. How do you communicate to your deputies the location, the descriptions? How is that happening while you're talking to me?
We have a dispatcher on the call. There should be another dispatcher listening to that call to assist with putting out information on the radio to the deputies.
Is that person called a different name as far as job task, or that they're just the same person like you? Take away your supervisory role, okay? But if you were taken in the call, automatically someone else has to join your call?
They don't have to, but that's in our dispatch center. We work as a team, and that's what we do. If we're not on another call, we'll listen into someone else's call, see if it's an emergency call, and verify we have to start helping with radio traffic.
On this date, on this call, this was an emergency call. We got a shooter, correct? That's high priority in it.
It was unknown if there was a shooter.
Well, wait, the call that you received was not directly from a 911, correct? It came from Border Patrol, right?
Yes.
And then Border Patrol says there was a shot heard and there might be shooting back or something to that, whatever the communication was. Isn't that a priority call? We got a possible shooter going on. You doubting it?
No.
Okay, it's not your job to doubt it, is it?
No.
All right, you're not law enforcement, are you?
No.
Okay, all right, I'm not trying to make this too complicated, but I'm now you got a call where possible shots are heard. Is that a priority call?
Yes.
Okay, now, and you're saying you just happen to have a partner listening to this call at the same time? Two people are listening? Or was everybody busy?
I'm sorry, which call are you referring to?
Which call would you like to talk about? Let's start in order. How about the first one?
That one was priority.
Okay, so someone recognized that a shot, well, you better take it serious, right?
Yes.
Okay, and who took the call in?
The first call was taken by Javier Pintos.
Okay, and who assisted that call?
I was training him, so I was listening into that call.
So you were on listening to the call?
Yes.
Okay. So we have learned that that somehow from dispatch, a miscommunication was sent out, and I'm noting it on your call sheets, okay? Have you seen your call sheets?
I have not.
Okay. You do have them, page 3?
Which call sheet are you referring to?
The one at, let's talk about the one at 21:21 and 46 seconds.
Your Honor, I'm not sure what the witnesses are referring to. I'm not sure what counsel is referring to, and if the witness has it.
It's time to take our mid-morning break. That way, counsel and witness might be able to organize their thoughts a little bit better. We'll give them an opportunity to do that. We'll take our mid-morning break. It's 9:45. We'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back at 10:15.
All right, guys, here we go. We're going to fast forward.
We'll have the witness come back on the witness stand.
All right, here we go. This is not. They're going to play another tape or something for us.
All right. We're still in cross-examination, correct?
Yes, I just barely started. Thank you. Okay, I have put you on your desk, a stapled packet that for reference for the court is marked as defense JJ. Can you identify this? Are these your call sheets for this case?
And Your Honor, I haven't seen this yet, so I'd like to take a look at it as well.
You want to step up? Or?
Thank you.
Sure.
They're missing a page, so I don't know if the witness might need the page that's missing, but it does look like it's missing a page.
This is the call sheets, is that correct? Can you speak into the mic, please?
I don't think it's on.
Yes, these are call sheets.
Okay, and just take a look at them, at each page, review it. You know how to read these, right?
Yes.
Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. And do you recognize these from the incident that was started on January 30th at the location that we're here before this court on?
I recognize two
To what?
of the call cards.
Okay, is when you print out, these are computer generated, correct?
Yes.
So you can't alter them, correct? It just registers the calls as they come in and go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you title this, the county here calls it call detail report. I'm going to just abbreviate that to call sheets, okay? Are we talking about the same thing now?
Yes.
And as you go through this, I mean, you're going to pick up other calls, but you do see the calls to Mr. Kelly's residence, correct? And you were aware of those calls, right?
Yes.
And you're the supervisor and was overseeing this in a lot of ways, correct?
Overseeing the call cards,
Your call department, what was going on?
I oversaw until the end of my shift.
Yes. And you said you left at what time?
$1,800.
Okay. And so you said you were aware of both incidences. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so would this be a call sheet or call detail report dealing with these incoming and outgoing calls as they're dispatched, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this accurately depicts, you can't control it, right? This is computer generated, right?
Yes.
And you can say that this is the call sheet, as I call it, for this incident, correct?
Two of them, yes.
What's two mean?
You have a third call and it is missing the first page. That
Where's the
has-
third call? Let me come up.
This is page 2. It's missing the first page that has the information. Yes, this is a different one. Yeah. It's part of whatever's missing here.
You can step up if you want.
Sure, Judge, thank you.
I was just given these by the state, so I'm just trying to make this record as clean as possible. Sorry, take these. It's not this call, right? Is it this call?
I can't fully confirm. The first page has the address.
This is how I got in your records. So I'm just trying to- And my question, maybe we just have we need to get this straightened out. I'm just taking these reports as I get them, so they want me to go look for page 1 of something that they provided, so I will.
All right, let me, I understand. Do you have another witness? All right, why don't we, instead of taking a break, trying to figure this out, if it's all right with you, why don't we have the witness step down, have the witness recalled when we're able to straighten this?
If it has something to do with the calls, though, I would prefer to start with this witness. I don't know who they're bringing. Okay.
Does that sound all right?
If we could do this at lunch.
Is that all right? All right.
I don't know that I have anything different, but they don't.
I understand. Well, I'll give you time to figure it out during a break instead of during trial time. All right, well, don't worry about it. You're not doing anything wrong. But we just have we're not sure who's got what paperwork. So we're going to get that straightened out and we'll have to recall you. Okay. So it'll probably be after the noon break. Does that sound about right? After the noon break?
Sure, Your Honor. As soon as we're done with Detective Barba, I think, if that's okay with the court, or we can.
Well, you're
recall
going to need
her
some
until-
time to figure out what's missing and what's not missing. So if you'd step down and stay in touch with this officer here, and he'll make sure you're ready to go when we go. Okay? All right, good enough. So this witness is stepping down and she'll be subject to recall when we straighten that matter out. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Barba.
Detective Barba.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Thank you, sir. If you come over to the witness stand and have a seat, please. Come here.
Can we take a seat?
Sure.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, sir.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Mario Barba. My last name is spelled B-A-R-B-A.
And Detective Barba, could you please tell the jury just a little bit what you do for a living?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. I'm a detective with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. I was hired by the Sheriff's Office in October of 2018. That same month, I attended the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center in Tucson. It's they call it SELETSI, it's the police academy. I graduated the SELETSI Academy in March of 2019. And then after my graduation, I began a FTO process that was 12 weeks long. That ended approximately in June of 2019. And upon completion of my FTO, I was assigned to the patrol division.
And after you were assigned to patrol, were you subsequently promoted?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your promotion?
Yes, ma'am. So in January of 2023, I was fortunate to
Yes,
be
it
promoted
does
to the
hold
rank
up.
of corporal. And that was when I was
Nicole, I just
assigned
sent you
to
an
the
email, by
Criminal
the way.
Investigations Division.
And were you also assigned, when were you assigned as a detective? Was that at the same time?
Correct.
So you were promoted to corporal and assigned as a detective in January of 23.
Yes, that's correct.
When in January of 23?
January 7th of 2023.
And when you started in detectives, can you tell me on January 30th of 2023, were you on call?
Yes, ma'am. I was the on-call investigator. For that week, we rotate on-call responsibilities, which essentially means that after hours, if a call comes that needs criminal investigations assistance, the on-call investigator will get that call and he'll determine if we have to go out and investigate or see how we can assist the patrol division. And to answer your question, yes, I was the on-call investigator for that.
And can you tell me on January 30th of 2023, did you get a call involving the George Allen Kelly case?
Yes.
What time were you called regarding this case?
I was called at approximately 6 in the afternoon.
When you received the call, what did you do?
So I received a call from Sergeant Garcia. She briefed me on the incident. I terminated the phone call with Sergeant Garcia, and then I proceeded my chain of command and called my sergeant, which was or is Sergeant Flores. I relayed the same information to him, and he began to delegate responsibilities.
And what was, normally if you're the on-call detective, are you the lead detective?
Yes.
Did the sergeant determine that might not be appropriate in this particular situation?
Yes. So on this particular situation, I was 2 weeks into my new assignment, brand new detective. I had not yet attended a detective school. My investigation skills up to that point were the same as patrol. Detectives receive additional investigation skills, which allow us to investigate further.
Meaning he wasn't very
However,
good.
I hadn't received that training the day I received the call. So Sergeant Flores delegated responsibilities as to who's going to be the lead detective for the case.
And who did he determine would be lead?
Detective Ainsa.
And what was your capacity during this investigation with Detective Ainsa?
I shadowed him throughout the investigation. Shadowed and assisted.
Do you recall what the first thing you did regarding this investigation was on January 30th of 2023?
Yeah, so right after I terminated the phone call with my sergeant, Sergeant Flores, he instructed me to go to the office and wait for Detective Ainsa and wait for further instruction. Upon my arrival to the office, Detective Ainsa began working on a residential search warrant, which I shadowed him. I was essentially over his shoulder watching him do the search warrant for the house.
And what's the next thing y'all did?
The next thing we did was we interviewed Mr. Kelly, and then we also interviewed Ms. Kelly.
And were you present for both of those interviews?
I was present for the interview for Mr. Kelly, and I was present with Ms. Kelly for the beginning, but then I had to step out.
You talked about getting a search warrant. Was that search warrant eventually authorized by a judge?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that search warrant was authorized, could you tell the jury what you did?
So after the search warrant was authorized, we went over to the house and we served the search warrant. And my role in that search warrant was to search the house. So
let me stop you for a second. What time did you arrive at the residence to serve that first search warrant?
It was after midnight. I would say approximately at 1 in the morning, the following day.
So would that be January 31st of
Correct.
2023?
Correct.
And would your report refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Show me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.10. Can you take a look and see if that refreshes your recollection?
I documented at approximately 12:30 in the morning on January 31st, we arrived at the home to serve the first search warrant.
And you started to tell us, so what's the residence that you arrived at to serve the search warrant?
The resident's going to be
That was Johnny Chimpo.
off the top of my head, ma'am. I don't remember the exact address.
Okay. Was it the Kelly residence?
Correct.
And was that detailed in the search warrant that Detective Ainsa obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
The address was included?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that, at the Kelly residence, you started to tell us what your task was with respect to serving the search warrant. Could you tell us what your role was that day?
Yeah, so like I was mentioning, I was given the task of searching. So I assisted in searching the whole residence, to include the kitchen, the living room, the common areas, the bedrooms, bathrooms, all the areas that were inside the residence.
Could you tell the jury first, we've already heard some of this a little bit, so I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you tell me, are there different roles that people play when they're serving search warrants?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury just basically what those are?
Yeah, so obviously we have a searcher, we have a scriber. That person is has to write down everything that's been collected and where it's being collected from, also the time it's collected. We have somebody that's physically collecting the items. We have someone that's photographing the items. Pre it's being collected and post it's collected. So yeah, those are some of the responsibilities.
All right. And is there a way that you document which rooms you're in for the photographs?
Yeah, so each room is labeled with a letter placard, and we'll tape the letter placard at the front door or wherever it's visible, and then we'll write down what is it. For example, A will be kitchen, B will be living room, C bedroom, so on and so forth.
And are those just examples for this case? Those aren't the actual letters for the
Correct.
rooms in this case, are they?
Yeah, they're examples.
Okay. Now, before you started searching the residence, at some point that night, did you have contact with Deputy Rafael Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me, did Deputy Lopez turn over some items of evidence to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What items of evidence did he turn over to you?
He turned over a handgun, a magazine, a cell phone, and a pocket knife with a leather pouch.
And was that cell phone AT&T Alcatel cell phone model 4052R?
Yes.
And did you mark that as item 12JA?
Yes.
And the handgun he turned over, was that a 40 caliber Glock
Alcatel, a
handgun?
Mexican cell
that
company.
was eventually item 11JA.
I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong, chat? Isn't that a Mexican cell phone company?
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 75. Could you take a look inside the bag and see if you recognize it without taking it out?
Do you have, Ms. Hunley?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves?
Oh, sorry. And do you need scissors? Other scissors?
Is it okay if I stand up?
Please don't take the items out of the bag, though. Just look inside.
It's double bagged, so I'm going to open the official bag.
Okay.
I recognize that.
And what do those items appear to be?
These are the items that were handed to me by Deputy Lopez.
And what is it specifically?
Oh, it's a handgun. It's a holster and a magazine for the handgun.
And Your Honor, the state moves for admission of State's Exhibit 75, which has been marked as item 11JA.
No objection.
75 is admitted.
And Your Honor, could the witness publish this to the jury?
Yes.
So Detective Barba, could you please take the handgun out, make sure it's safe, and then if you wouldn't mind coming down in front of the jury and just displaying it slowly so each of the jurors can get a good look. Yes. Could you make sure it's safe before you did?
It's zip tied and the sign is locked so that I can say.
Okay, thank you. And if you could hold it in a way that they could actually see it, maybe with a different part of your hand.
Yeah, let's
There you go.
rewind that and make sure he didn't just wave it around at everybody. That's what I thought. Yeah, he did it all the right way.
In a way that they could actually see it, maybe with a different part of your hand. There you go. And if you could move a little closer to the
You did
jury and just
okay.
walk past them so they can all get a good look. Thank you, Detective. Could you put that back in the bag? I've put another exhibit on the witness stand. Could you take a look at item number 76 and see if you recognize that? And if you need to open it to get a better look,
Yeah,
feel free.
can I open it?
Yes, please.
I recognize this as well.
And is that what you marked as item 12JA?
Yes, this is the cell phone.
And is that the item you received from Deputy Lopez that he advised you he received from the defendant?
Correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 76.
No objection.
76 is admitted.
And did you receive these items from Deputy Lopez after you'd received the search warrant and after you arrived at the Kelly residence?
Yes.
Now, in the morning hours, at some point after you finished your search of the residence that night, did you return back home that night?
Yes.
Did you serve another search warrant the next day?
Yes.
And do you know what time you served that second search warrant?
I would have to refresh my recollection with the report.
Please do.
We served it at approximately 1:15 in the afternoon.
And when you served that second search warrant, what was your role in the second search warrant?
I had the same role.
So you were also a finder or a searcher?
Correct.
Who was in charge of packaging that evidence and putting it all into evidence?
We packaged it as a team. We have a conference room inside our criminal investigations division that's isolated to our access only. And so it was myself, it was Detective Vines, and Sergeant Flores.
So you all packaged it together, photographed it together, and put it in evidence
Correct.
as a team?
Correct.
Do you know who the photographer was that day?
Detective Vines.
Now, after you finished that second search warrant, were you tasked with notification of next of kin?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that task is?
So we have to notify the immediate family member, usually the wife of the decedent. At this point, we had figured out that the decedent was a foreign national. So I contacted the Mexican consulate for their assistance in trying to locate the decedent's family.
Did they, within a couple of days, get back to you with contact info?
Yes.
And based on that contact info, at some point, were you able to make contact with the victim's family?
So not me, the consulate had advised me that they had contacted the victim's family and they had notified them.
Oh, so they made notification for you?
Correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, did you actually meet with the victim's daughters?
Yes.
Was that on February 15th, 2023 in Nogales, Sonora?
Yes, that's correct.
At some point during the investigation, were you tasked with reviewing some video surveillance that was obtained from Border Patrol?
Yes,
Do you remember how many of those videos you reviewed?
I reviewed 3 separate videos.
And can you tell me, were you involved with obtaining that surveillance video?
Yes,
When did you make the initial request to Border Patrol for the video?
the initial request had to be within that same week. The exact day I would also have to recollect my.
Please refer to your report. Detective, do you know how many supplements you have in this case?
I have 22 supplements in this case.
Okay, so go ahead and please tell us what the date was on this.
It was on January 31st.
So you initially made the request on January 31st?
Correct.
Did you have to follow up with a formal request for that surveillance video?
Correct, and that follow-up was on February 6th.
Do you know when that video came in? If you know,
I don't know.
but you know it did because you reviewed part of it, is that right?
Yep.
Now, I just want to go back to your notification to the Mexican consulate. Did you advise them of the nature of the case and that sort of information?
Yes,
So they were fully aware of the details?
correct.
And I skipped over something. Did you also attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was lead at the autopsy?
Detective Vines.
And were there photographs taken during the autopsy as well?
Yes,
And who took those photos?
Detective Vines.
At some point, were you tasked with interviewing Border Patrol agents in this case?
Yes,
And can you tell me, were the Border Patrol agents you were tasked with interviewing those officers that were involved in the Kelly case?
yes,
Did you interview an agent Dugan?
yes,
Did you do that on February 7th of 23?
yes,
And did you interview an agent named Lei Yugen?
correct.
And did you do that on February 14th of 2023?
Yes,
At some point, were you contacted by Border Patrol, actually on February 8th of 2023, were you contacted by Border Patrol that they had encountered an individual who was a potential witness in the case?
yes.
And what was this individual's name?
His name was Ramon Felix Gonzalez.
And did you interview this individual?
Yes,
Did he provide you a statement?
yes,
Did you audio and video record that statement?
yes,
Do you recall the time and date that you audio and video recorded the statement?
yes. The time or the date was February 8th, 2023, and the time was at 10 in the evening, 2200 hours.
10 in the evening is when you arrived or when you recorded
When I
the?
recorded, I received the call at 9 in the evening, and I arrived at 10. The initial report had a mistake. I documented the time wrong. However, I then noticed the discrepancy, and I fixed it in an additional report.
May I approach the witness room? Showing you supplement number 29, States Exhibit 1.29. Could you take a look at that and see if it refreshes your recollection with respect to the times?
Correct. Documented, I arrived at the Sonora and Border Patrol headquarters at approximately 10 in the evening.
So was your recording after that then?
Correct.
Thank you. During that interview, did you receive some contact information for
Yes.
the victim or for the individual? Did you attempt to make contact with that individual on other occasions after this interview?
Yes, on multiple occasions.
And were you able to make contact with this individual ever again after this initial interview?
Not with the individual. I confirmed that the contact information he provided was correct. When he provided the contact information to me, he told me that was for a Rosa, which he identified
Objection,
as his.
hearsay.
Stay.
Did you, when you obtained the information, when you made contact with the individual on the information, were you able to ascertain whether they were related to the defendant?
Yes,
Based on this initial contact with this individual, did you make a recommendation regarding charges related to this individual?
yes,
And were charges added for this individual?
yes.
And what charges were added?
Aggravated assault,
And was this individual a suspect or a victim of that aggravated assault?
a victim.
After you weren't able to make contact with this individual, what happened with those aggravated assault charges related to Ramon Felix Gonzalez?
They were dropped.
Now, after you met up with this individual on February 8th of 2023, did you meet up with another individual who indicated they were a victim and a witness to the crime?
Yes,
And who was that individual?
that was Daniel Ramirez.
And what date did you meet with Daniel Ramirez?
I believe it was February 13th, 2023. February 15th.
And just for the record, I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1.23, is that correct?
Correct.
And did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date of that interview
February 15th.
of 2023?
Correct.
And can you tell us, without telling us what Daniel said to you that day, can you tell us how that interview came about?
Yes, so Sheriff Hathaway had contacted the next of kin. Next of kin was able to provide him with Daniel's information, and he organized the interview or the meeting.
Sheriff Hathaway organized the interview.
Correct.
And did Sheriff Hathaway ask you to accompany him to this interview?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
And during this interview, was part of the interview recorded?
Yes.
And can you tell me who else was present that day when Daniel came to meet with you initially?
Gabriel's 2 daughters were present, and also a family member by the name of Juan Carlos was present.
On March 13th of 2023, did you obtain a search warrant, in this case for some cell phones?
Yes.
Which cell phones did you obtain search warrants for?
I obtained a search warrant for the decedent's Gabriel's cell phone, also for Mr. Kelly's cell phone, and the third cell phone was for Miss Kelly's cell phone.
And we've already admitted Exhibit 76, which is the cell phone for Mr. Kelly, is that right?
Correct.
And then you said 2 other cell phones, a cell phone for Wanda Kelly and one for the victim, Gabriel Cuen-Buitimea, is that right?
Correct.
I placed in front of you Exhibit 77. Can you tell me, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is that item?
This is Mrs. Kelly's cell phone.
And did you mark that item as 13JA?
Yes.
Move for admission of States Exhibit 77.
No objection.
77 is admitted.
And I also put in front of you Exhibit 81. Could you take a look at that one? And if you need to open it, go ahead.
This is the victim's Mr. Buitimea cell phone.
And did you mark that item as 16.3JA?
Correct.
And once you obtained the search warrant for these 3 cell phones, what did you do with these 3 cell phones?
I delivered them to FBI Special Agent Douglas in Tucson, Arizona, who assisted me with the forensic download on the cell phones.
And why did you involve the FBI and Agent Douglas in these downloads?
That was per the county attorney's recommendation.
Did they have an expertise y'all didn't have at that point?
Yes,
And was that in a program called Celebrite?
that's correct.
And did Agent Douglas assist with attempting extractions using the Celebrite software?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Agent Douglas provide you with those Celebrite extractions on May 4th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you submit them into evidence as item number 5MB?
Yes.
Now, after you spoke with Agent Douglas, did he make a recommendation to you without telling us what that recommendation was?
Yes.
After he made that recommendation, did you obtain another search warrant?
Yes.
And what was this search warrant for?
Was for a physical review of Mr. Kelly's cell phone.
And can you explain to the jury what that means and why you did that?
So a physical review is essentially that me physically opening up Mr. Kelly's cell phone and going through the contents to include pictures, call logs, text messages, anything that would be inside his cell phone. The reason why I did that was because in the previous search warrant I had generated, the language in that search warrant was specific for a forensic review. Once once I received the return from Special Agent Douglas and his recommendation, I determined that I couldn't go into his phone because of the language on the first warrant was specific for a forensic review. So I felt like Mr. Kelly still had that expectation of privacy on his cell phone, and I didn't want to violate his rights. So that's why I decided to generate another search warrant with the language specific for a physical review and see if probable cause still existed, which it did because it was granted.
And did you obtain that? I guess that would be the third search warrant for this phone on June 13th of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you complete the physical examination of item 12JA, Exhibit 76, on June 14th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you complete the return for that search warrant on June 15th of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we have a second on the headset?
All right, Chad, here we go.
It's called a bench conference. This is the bench. So whenever we had to have these conversations, everyone would come up here. We'd cluster all around here. We'd huddle up here. We'd whisper so you couldn't hear us. The jurors couldn't hear us. The court reporter had to lean in and make sure she heard. You know, we're all.
Oh, that went too far. Shoot. Crap, guys, sorry. We went too far there. I was wondering why I wasn't hearing anything, and I was like, oh, really good. There we go. There we go.
Why we use these things. Come here, we'd huddle that much. And again, those are just legal matters. It's nothing factual about the case. Those are just legal matters that the judge has to decide, and that's why they're generally not shared with you.
You're from the Midwest. Okay.
So, like any of you are hearing aid age yet? No?
What are we doing?
Seem to be hearing all right, huh? Oh, you wear them? Good. You hearing okay?
What are you doing,
Both ears?
Judge? Like, where are people going?
I was thinking of cost. If I see you turn something off, then we're gonna.
Yes, ma'am.
Does Exhibit 61 contain text messages you obtained during the physical download of Mr. Kelly's cell phone?
Yes, they're pictures of the text messages that I took of Mr. Kelly's cell phone.
Guys,
And do they appear to be accurate pictures of the text messages you took on Mr. Kelly's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 61.
I'm going to object based on foundation as to who makes the statements that are contained in text messages. I don't think this witness has that foundation.
Your Honor, these are text messages on Mr. Kelly's cell phone. We don't have to establish who they're to and from.
Well, I assume they're being offered to prove the statements that the defendant made.
That's correct.
And
We do
obviously, there's another person who's a recipient of the messages, but they're not offered to prove what that person said or might have responded to.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you were going to say something else?
I was going to say the next exhibit is also the the photographs of the person's phone number and name from the contact list. So I was going to admit that as well, but
The objection's overruled, and was it 61?
61, yes,
61's
sir.
admitted.
Could you also take a look at, and can you explain to the jury what you mean by photographs of the text messages, just so we're clear on what you did during your physical examination?
Yeah, so I went into Mr. Kelly's phone, his message inbox. He had multiple messages from different recipients. I opened up each individual thread from a specific recipient, and I took a photo with my department issue camera of the message that was received and then the message that was sent out. And that was the same process I was going with each thread of message that he had.
And so just as explain my ruling, because there's a limiting instruction, text messages, obviously a conversation between two or more persons, right? But this is being offered and received and can be considered by you as to what the defendant is alleged to have said in these messages. What these other people are saying or not saying is not offered to prove the truth of what they're saying. I don't know who they're going to subject, but
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what State's Exhibit 62 is?
It's a combination of the call log, pictures of the call log from Mr. Kelly's phone to include the contact list, the name that he has them under, and then the phone number.
So when you say call log, what do you mean by call log?
The incoming and the outgoing calls that were produced, that were logged down on his history.
So just a list with what calls were coming in and what calls were going out?
Correct.
And then you also said contact information. Tell us what the contact information is.
So they're the numbers that are saved on his phone, on his contact list.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay.
So it's the name and the phone number saved in the contact list?
Correct.
And did you open each of those up and take a picture of the name and number?
Correct.
And is that what's contained in 62?
Yes.
Move for admission of State's Exhibit 62.
Objection, Foundation.
overall 62 is admitted.
Exhibit 63, were you asked by the state to review a summary of those text messages and to ascertain if they were accurately depicted in that summary?
Yes,
And did you look through your text messages to make sure the summary was accurate?
correct.
And is State's Exhibit 63 that summary, and is it accurate to the text messages that are in front of you in Exhibit 61?
Yes,
Your Honor, move for admission for demonstrative purposes only of Exhibit 63.
Foundation.
Is he at- This is for demonstrative purposes?
Yes, Judge, it's just hard to show each of those. We've already admitted the text messages. This is just for ease of the jury of viewing this.
Well, again, if it's for demonstrative purposes, it can be used, but not admitted.
Yes.
So the objection's overruled, but it's not being offered for purposes of admission.
Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 63. Sorry, I have a soft voice. Can everyone hear me? And Detective, is this an accurate summary of the text messages that were on Mr. Kelly's phone?
yes, ma'am.
There are some text messages on January 27th of 2023 and January 28th of 2023 with Border Patrol Agent Morcell, is that right?
That's correct.
And I see that there are initials here, GK, is that George Kelly?
Yes,
And JM, is that Jeremy Morcell?
that's correct.
And then again, on January 25th of 2023, are there text messages between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Morcell?
Yes,
Same for January 18th?
correct.
Same for January 17th?
Yep.
Same for January 16th?
Correct.
Same for January, I'm sorry, and January 14th, 2023, is that between Mr. Kelly and Gary Wisdom?
That's correct.
January 13th, 2023, is that between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Morcell?
Yes,
And then January 13th, 2023, between Mr. Kelly and an individual named Gary Miller?
that's correct.
And then January 13th, again, between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Miller?
Yep.
Text message January 13th between Mr. Kelly and Matt Kelly.
That's correct.
And then a January 23rd, 2022 between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Miller again. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And I want to go into the details of some of these text messages. Starting first with the text messages with Agent Morcell, did those text messages talk about cuts to the fence and folks who, migrants or individuals who may have been near Mr. Kelly's property that Agent Morcell was letting him know about?
Yes.
And then I want to talk specifically about the January 13th, 2023 text at 5:56 with Agent Morcell. Do you see that text message stream?
Yes, the last one on that picture.
And did Agent Morcell notify him of a potential group of 23 individuals on that day near his property?
That's correct.
And also a group of 6?
That's correct.
And did Agent Morcell advise him that he thought some of them may have had narcotics?
Yes.
And did Mr. Kelly respond, okay, thanks, LNL, comprende?
Yes.
And can you tell us what comprende means in Spanish?
I understand.
Do you does it, with a question mark, does it mean, do you understand?
Correct.
And so can you tell the jury what the acronym LNL stands for?
Based on the conversation, I believe the L and L stands for locked and loaded.
And what does locked and loaded mean?
That he has a weapon that's one in the chamber.
He had a weapon that what?
That's ready to be fired.
Ready to be fired.
I'm going to object to that last one on speculation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this agent knows what the acronym, or this officer knows what the acronym LNL stands for. I think he's entitled to offer that information.
I think the objection goes to the weight and not the admissibility of the objections overruled.
Thank you. And
Yeah,
how did,
The witness is not a party to the conversation. So, but he's giving his opinion based upon his experience in the context of the conversation about what that means. So that's what that evidence is about.
and how did Agent Morcell respond to Mr. Kelly that day?
He wrote a message back that said entiendo.
And what does that mean in English?
I understand.
And I'd like next to talk about the text message between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Wisdom on January 14th of 2023. Do you see that text message?
Repeat the date one more time.
January 14th, Gary Wisdom and Mr. Kelly?
I see it.
And did Mr. Kelly say to Mr. Wisdom, 29 illegals caught here this week might have cut fence. I am checking now, looking for cows.
Correct.
And then did Mr. Kelly say he found 2 cows?
Correct.
On January 13th of 2023 at 6:58, did Mr. Kelly have a text exchange with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And did Mr. Kelly say, overrun with drug cartel, AK getting a lot of work, see attachment from Border Patrol?
That's correct.
And then at 7:21 on January 13th, did Mr. Kelly say, pick of drug runner, carpet tracks, 33 dealt with this week, AK hot, exclamation point.
That's correct.
And then on January 13th, 2023 at 7:35 p.m., did Mr. Kelly text Matt Kelly?
Yes.
And did Mr. Kelly say in this text message, 33 drug runners this week, pic attached is of drug runners carpet booties, AK-47 hot, want to be backup?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Matt Kelly respond?
He responded by saying nope. There was a hand emoji attached to that, which was a thumbs down hand. And then he added to that, be careful.
And then did Mr. Kelly respond with, careful is not an option. It is either fight or run, and I'm too old to run. Mom is L&L also.
That's correct.
And again, L&L in this context
Is locked and loaded.
locked and loaded. And then the final text message on November 23rd of 2022 is that between Mr. Kelly and Gary Miller.
That's correct.
And does Mr. Miller ask, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And then Mr. Kelly responded, patrolling the border for you Northerners.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Miller then respond, shoot straight?
Yes.
And Mr. Kelly responded, or shoot many rounds?
That's correct.
Your Honor, can we please have that bag removed in front of the witness? Like we can't see him. Thank you very much.
Why don't you put it on? don't you put it on the floor, because now I don't think the jurors can see you. Or maybe, let's just return it to the clerk, perhaps, if, with the court's permission.
Sure.
On June 14th of 2023, did you attempt something called a geofence warrant?
Yes.
And could you just tell us very briefly what a geofence warrant is?
Yes, to my investigation, a geofence warrant is a virtual perimeter on real land and attempt to locating mobile devices.
And what was the purpose of doing a geofence warrant?
We were aware that there were multiple migrants in the group, and we were trying to identify anybody else that could have been a witness to the incident.
Were you also doing the geofence warrant to attempt to locate if there were any other potential suspects?
That's correct.
And what area did you do the geofence warrant?
So the perimeter that was searched within the geofence, we used Gabriel's, where his body was located, as the middle point of the radius. And then I did a 150-meter radius surrounding that, which embarked up to Mr. Kelly's residence and then south near the border.
And when you initially attempted that geofence warrant on June 14th of 2023, what was the result?
The first warrant was denied by the courts.
Did you do a second request for a geofence warrant to the same judge?
That's correct.
And was that warrant granted?
Yes.
And who was served with the geofence warrant?
Google.
Did you, at some point subsequent to the granting of the geofence warrant, get a response from Google?
Yes.
And what did they ask you to do?
And my pronunciation is going to be wrong, I apologize, but it's to anonymize the language on the warrant.
Do you mean anonymize?
Correct.
So to make the cell phone owners anonymous on the warrant?
Correct.
Okay. And so tell me about that.
So essentially at that point, the warrant was rejected by Google. I did the return on that warrant. I received additional help from the FBI. They provided me with the proper language on how to serve the warrant to Google. I did a third search warrant, and that was also served to Google.
So you amended it to include the language to anonymize, is that right?
Yep.
And then was that warrant served on Google?
Yes.
And what was the result of that warrant?
The warrant was successful, and no cell phones or items were located within the geofence perimeter that I requested.
And without telling us what Agent Douglas told you about that, did you learn what the possibilities for that why that could have returned that way?
Yes.
And we've already heard from Agent Douglas about that, so we're not going to ask you about it. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Could you tell us what that document is?
This is the amended return for the search warrant, which with the response from Google.
And is that the response we just discussed a minute ago?
Correct.
I want to turn now to some work you did with respect to the victim's clothing in this case. Were you tasked with swabbing the victim's jacket in this case for testing by RJ Lee Group?
Correct.
Had you ever done that before?
No.
Did you seek some assistance with that?
Yes.
And did you do that on June 28th of 2023?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury who assisted you on June 28th, 2023 with obtaining those samples?
Yes, Arizona Department of Public Safety forensic scientist Aaron Brudenau assistant.
Where did you do those samples?
At the laboratory of the Arizona Department of Public Safety in Tucson, Arizona.
So did you go to you went up to the lab?
Correct.
And were the samples already there at the lab, or did you bring them with you?
They were already at the lab.
And Did you use a test kit provided by RJ Lee Group?
Yes.
Where did you get the test group kit from RJ Lee Group?
Scientist Brudenell provided it to me.
Almost the last day. They're almost done.
Can I open this up?
Yes, please. Do you recognize it from the exterior before you open it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the box that was sent back to me from RJ.
It's the right colors.
The packaging.
Okay. Do you recognize the items inside?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how you prepared the samples and what your procedure was and who was watching while you did that?
So I arrived at the DPS laboratory. Forensic scientist Brudenell was waiting for me. The items that was going to be tested were submitted to DPS evidence. So since I don't have a login information with the agency, he assisted in logging the items out. Once the items were logged out, then we proceeded to take out the jacket that Gabriel was wearing, the shirt that he was wearing underneath the jacket, and his pants. And those were the 3 items that were tested. After I had identified the items that we were going to be testing, I got this kit that was sent to us from RG Lee Group. I opened the kit open. It had 6 vials inside the kit. However, one of the vials was broken during transport, so I had to dispose of that vial. After I disposed of that vial, I then opened up on my first good vial and left that open for the air to collect. And I did that for that to collect anything that's in the air that could contaminate what I was going to be testing. So that was labeled as vial CB, the collection blank.
Let me stop you there for a second. So that did not have any swabs on it. You just opened it so that the air could collect in there?
Correct.
And did Aaron Brudenell explain to you why you were doing that?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
So if there was anything in the air that could contaminate the items I was going to be testing, that vial could collect it, and we can identify or notice that everything else that was going to be collected was going to be contaminated as well.
Okay. And what did you do after you opened the collection blank?
I left it open in the immediate area where I was collecting the other samples.
Okay. And then how many samples did you collect?
4 samples.
And tell us what those were that you collected.
So I collected two samples on the jacket because it was the biggest item. One vial was for the front portion of the jacket, and the another vial was for the back portion of the jacket.
So when you say the front and back portion, where did you collect them from?
So the front portion would be this, the front part of the body. I collected, it was just random tapping all over. From the bottom to the top, all over the arms, underneath the armpit and the side areas on both sides. And the same thing happened to the rear.
And then what did you do? So that was 2 samples then?
For the jacket, that's correct.
Okay. And then what other samples did you collect?
And then the third sample was from the shirt that Gabriel, the victim, was wearing underneath. Since I only had a limited amount of vials available to me, I did the front and the back with 1 vial, and I did the same thing with the pants.
And you did that at forensic scientist Brudenell's direction?
Correct.
What did you do when you completed your sample collection?
I put the vials back inside this kit, I sealed it, and I submitted it into our evidence department, who then shipped it off to our RG Group.
Did you discover there was an error when you initially sealed and packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the error?
I had labeled this evidence item as 7MB. However, I had forgotten that 7MB was already being used for another piece of evidence, so I had to relabel it as 8MB.
And that other item that was 7MB, what was that item?
I believe that was an interview.
So would that have been a CD?
Correct.
So it's not like you could have mixed it up. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But you discovered it was an error, so you corrected it.
Correct.
At some point, did you receive the item back in evidence?
Yes.
Or item back from RJ Lee?
Correct.
And when did you receive it back?
I would have to refresh my recollection on the date.
It's just, even the judge is like, oh, come on.
On July 31st, I received the package back from RJ Legal.
And what did you do with the item when you received it back?
Guys, I don't feel bad for breaking up the flow of this because this trial is not very good right now. This is just dragging on. And from CA Human, I don't know if it's California Human or Canadian Human or Human. I'm not sure. Or is it C Ahamun? I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but either way, for $20, thank you very much for your support. Says, thank you for streaming this case. You're welcome. I love this case. I think it's a great case, but holy cow, the state is, they're just driving this one to the ground. I don't know what they think they're really proving here. Nicholas Kreuzer said for $5, money for Sudafed. Ask for the stuff behind the counter. Be nice and sharp. Yeah, I don't. Sudafed makes me tweak, man. I take enough of it, I tweak. So, no, that's why I have like piles of Claritin D. I don't take it because I tweak when I don't use it. Makes me a little agitated. So I don't like using because I don't like coming off it. So maybe CA is the pronouns. I don't. At this rate, 1.25. We're doing more than 1.25. We 1.3 them. So
I submitted into evidence.
And Your Honor, I think we've already admitted this into evidence, but I'd move for admission of State's Exhibit 130, which is the test kit. I think there may have been a foundation stipulation.
I think it was admitted.
It's been admitted,
Thank you.
according to the clerk.
Detective, on July 7th of 2023, did you participate with expert witness Rick Wyant in some testing?
Yes,
And what was your, how did you assist with that?
I assisted on logging out some evidence item numbers for his examination as an expert.
And did you sign out the AK-47, which has been admitted as Exhibit 101, item number 21JA?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also sign out item number 5JA, which has been partially admitted as Exhibit 135?
Yes.
After the expert witness had completed his testing, did you photograph some of the items?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what items you photographed?
The expert used 3 poster boards to do his examination. At the completion of his examination, I took the poster boards under my custody for evidence, and I photographed the poster boards just for transparency, just to have 2 items of the same thing.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Common practice in our agency to photograph.
Show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 136. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is that item?
The photographs of the poster boards the expert used, and then the paper bag contains the spent casings that were used at the examination.
Okay, and those spent casings, how did those get marked into evidence?
They marked as 12 MB.
And are those the spent casings that were used by the expert during the examination?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 136.
I think there's a report attached to that. I don't object to the photographs being admitted. I thought I saw a report attached to it.
I don't think so.
Okay. Otherwise, no objection to the photographs.
think there's a report.
Just the photos?
It's just the photos. Yeah, you're welcome to look at it, but
No objection.
136 is admitted.
Now, subsequent to that testing with expert Rick Wyant, did you assist with a search warrant, another search warrant at the Kelly residence?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that search warrant?
The purpose was to to use the metal detectors in the
Okay.
surroundings.
Okay, well, we can get back to that in a minute. But I was actually talking about a later search warrant where you collected a tree.
Okay.
Did you participate in the collection of the tree sample?
Yes.
And we've heard about that tree collection from another witness, but could you tell us, do you know how that tree collection came about?
Yes, Sergeant Bunting identified a tree stub that could have been hit by a projectile. And we collected that as evidence to test for gunshot residue.
And did you do that on August 2nd of 2023?
Yes,
And what was your participation in the collection of the tree sample?
I cut the piece of tree.
And I just want to verify that we've already admitted the tree. I think we did, but I just want to make sure. Exhibit 137 and 137.1, are those already admitted? Thank you. At some point, did you meet with the family of victim Gabriel Cuen-Buitimea to talk to them about a caller named Miguel?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yes, during the interview we had with Daniel in Mexico, I took advantage of that time to ask them if they had a Miguel in their family, to which the daughters and the uncle that was present told me that there was no Miguel in their family.
Did the state also interview an individual named Juan Miguel Armenta Morioki?
Yes,
And did you participate in that interview?
I was present.
Was that Juan Miguel also asked if he was the 911 caller in this case?
Yes,
And how did he respond?
that he was not.
And was this individual a relative at all of the Cuen-Buitimea family?
No.
So let's go back to the search warrants where you assisted with the metal detecting. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Which search warrants were you present for?
I was present for all the search warrants.
So there was a search warrant on January 31st of 2023 with metal detectors, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what areas you used the metal detector on that date?
I was present, but I didn't participate in the metal detector.
So you were inside helping with the other search warrant?
Correct.
Okay, February 1st of 2023, did you participate in that search warrant with the metal detectors?
Correct.
And what did you do on that occasion? Do you recall?
Yes, I was doing physical inspections of the, there's a gated area that's towards the side southeast of Mr. Kelly's residence.
Are you talking about the area we've been referring to as the paddock between the two fence lines?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you do in the paddock area?
I was doing physical inspections.
What do you mean by physical inspection?
Looking for projectiles, for spent casings.
So just walking the paddock and looking with your naked eye?
Correct.
And did you go out on a third occasion with metal detectors to that location?
Yes.
And was that in March?
Yes.
Do you recall what areas you metal detected or looked at on that occasion?
I don't recall.
Was it other areas of the Kelly property?
Yes.
On all of the occasions you were on the Kelly property, did you ever find a backpack?
No.
Did you ever find a rifle that was not in the Kelly residence?
No.
Did you participate in the second search warrant in the collection of the AK-47?
I was present.
Detective, was the AK-47 and the magazine at some point separately packaged, if you're aware?
I don't recall.
Would you recognize the magazine from the AK-47 if you saw it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, when you examined the jacket and you were doing the swabbing of the jacket, did you see the puncture holes in the jacket at any point?
Yes.
Did you see the one from the entry wound and the one from the exit wound?
Yes, not on the jacket, on the shirt.
Okay, you don't recall seeing them on the jacket?
Yes, on both.
Okay, on both.
Yes.
And did you at any point ever examine the backpack?
No,
So that would have been a different detective?
correct. And just to make sure I'm understanding you, is this when I was at DPS collecting for RG Lee Group?
At any point, did you ever examine the backpack?
No. I remember seeing the backpack, but I didn't examine it.
Thank you. Would that have been Detective Ainsa who made the decisions about what items of evidence were going to the lab?
I believe so.
Aaron, I don't have any additional questions for this witness at this time.
All right, I think we'll take our afternoon recess. We're going to take our afternoon recess a little early, but that's all right. Just to give you some idea about what the schedule is going forward with the court, the state, the prosecution believes, I think I've told you this already, but it's still true. The prosecution believes that it will, what we call finish its
No,
case in
I
chief
never played it.
this week, maybe tomorrow. Remember, there's always a case in chief that the state has, and then the defense has the right to present a defense. And then if the defense presents a defense and the state has rebuttal, then they can come back
Hey,
and
Tom.
have a rebuttal case. Remember that a defendant never needs to produce any evidence. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence, and the defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind. So the state believes that they're going to finish their case in chief probably maybe tomorrow morning, or if not then, soon thereafter. Tomorrow's Thursday. We're going to have court in the morning, just the way we always do. Thursday afternoon, we are going to have a site visit, and we're going to go have a site visit at the Kelly Ranch with all the jurors. Now, I'm going to go into a lot more detail about that later. I'm just trying to tell you right now what the projected schedule of the case is. So we'll go all day today. We'll be in court tomorrow morning until the noon recess. After the noon recess, we're going to go out to the Kelly residence. That'll be about 1:30, and that should. All that being said, everything appears to be going pretty much on schedule. That's just to give you some idea of the schedule for the rest of the week. All right? Very well. Remember the admin.
All right, chat. Here's where we are. Here is where we are with George Kelly. Okay? Okay, here's what we got done. We have gone through all of this, we are down to here. Okay? We have finished up April 10th. What we have left is this. Actually, hold on here. We need to refocus. Okay, so we got to the 10th. All of this has been done. All right. That's the good news. This is a half day. So tomorrow we will get this done, because that's Thursday, and then we will also get this done. That's Friday. This has not been uploaded yet, and it probably won't get uploaded till Monday. We'll catch that up on Monday. And remember, they don't have court Mondays, so we'll be 100% caught up. Tomorrow, Hella's got hearsay for days at 4 p.m. Eastern, and I will be joining her if she's still looking for guests. Talk about Nikolai Mew, and we'll get that done. So we'll start this probably right at noon. Just knock it out and be done. And also, real quick, he hasn't made an appearance. You want to say something, Bubba? All right. So he's not wanting to say anything. But that's what we have left are just those two pieces. So Ben's Friday session doesn't end. But apparently it's the Friday one where you guys say the judge storms out. So oh, Tilly, sorry to hear that, man. Hope you're sorry to hear about your friend. But why is he shaking? Hold on one second. All right, guys. So we're back. So that'll be the plan for tomorrow. And Hella, I say, as long as she's looking for guests, still be happy to join her, and we can talk for a little bit. And then, yeah, we'll knock these two out tomorrow as well. We'll start at noon and get it done. Make sure you guys have any other questions. Oh, Robert Lawrence gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate your generosity. And CA again, thank you for your $20 super chat. And Nick again as well, thank you for your $5 chat. So, yeah, I think we're all caught up, guys. So we'll see what happens. I mean, this is not impressing me at all that George Kelly did anything illegal. I don't know about you guys, but I'm thoroughly not impressed. Guy's got the shakes. Yeah, just a little bit. I don't know what's his deal. We're gonna hang out. So tonight at about 10:30, we are going to start up the Richard Allen, covering the docs that are out there. There's a motion to suppress that was just filed by Richard Allen's team, and a couple of other things that have just come out in the past couple of days. I think we need to look at, because remember, we are less than a month away. We are 1 month out from the trial, so it'll be interesting to take care of and take a look at. So that'll be at 10:30, guys. And until then, I will see you then. So like I said, guys, 10:30, and I will see you there. Take care, everybody. See you at 10:30. Quake, I don't know what you're talking about, but if you want to bring it up later, we can discuss it. Yes, not guilty.